Hello and welcome. Today we are discussing the concept that over 30 governors are supporting the presidency of Raila Amolo Odinga. We want to hear your thoughts and also the fact that devolution is under threat under Ruto presidency. So that is something that we want to hear from you. Kindly, let's engage. Let's hear what you have to say. I want to acknowledge those who haven't slept in Kenya and other places. Can you tell us where you are listening to us from? I can see Jennifer Kerubo, the first one there to be with us. Thank you so much for coming on. Tell us where you are listening to us from. Find the link so that you can join the studio so that you can share your thoughts. Thank you so much, those who are coming on. The county government, the county devolution is under threat under Ruto presidency. Kindly tell us your thoughts, tell us what you think. Zian, how are you? I can see Wilberforce Masika listening from Haiti. Can see Ziana habari ya masiku. Dominic live from Kasarani. Hey, Dominic live from Kasarani. Yarango Otiso from Nyamira. From Nyamira. Yeah, tell us where you're listening to us from. Let us have a conversation. Anthony from Nyamira, Desai Ogada from Alabama, Cosetta, Dominic Saitoti from Australia. Princess Ziana, how are you?
I'm good. What about you?
I'm doing good. Devolution is under threat. So what do you think?
Hello?
Can you hear me, Ziana?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, but today you are too late to welcome us today. Yeah, we started in late. Yeah, we started in late. I can imagine some of you are already asleep.
I don't see
Martin
people today.
Oh,
People are asleep, I think so.
Yeah, we started late. So guys are asleep. Some of them. Martin from Nairobi, Embakasi East. Yeah, Embakasi East, asante sana. Tell us where you are listening to us from. Silas
I think they'll just come. There you see, there's one of us again, Silas Ngoja.
Silas Goja, how are you, bro? Ametoweka. Sam Kigogo, karibu kwenye show. Come on, share your views. What do you think? Over 30 governors are supporting Raila presidency. What is your thoughts? And devolution is under threat in the Ruto presidency. He's going to kill devolution. What is your thought? Come on and share your views. Major Sunguti from Mombasa. Hey, Major Timothy Sunguti, karibu mkubwa. Gloria. Leo mbona late? Yeah. I mean, kila siku iko na siku yake ya tu. Leo tumekuwa late kidogo. We just trying to catch up for those who are still awake and wanna share their views. Karibuni sana. Mada ya leo, we are talking about Raila meeting over 35 governors who came on. Anasema kwamba they are comfortable with the Raila presidency because the Ruto presidency will will kill devolution. What do you think? Come on. Jakindu Bay. Jakindu Bay, habari?
Nzuri sana, habari yako?
Leo tumefungua station late. Naona watu wengine wameshalala. Wacha tuwasalimie kwanza Eldoret.
Jakindu Bay, habari ya leo?
Salama sana, wewe je?
Mili Jerop, tunataka hata watu wa hasla wakuja hapa. Kuja utoe maoni yako. Tunaogopa ya kwamba Ruto ataua devolution. So what is your thought? Kuja kwa studio utuambie what you think. Tell us where you're listening to us from. We started today a little late, but bari ndio hiyo, better late than never. Saika live leo kuchelewa. Leo live imechelewa kabisa. Leo tumechelewa kabisa live. Leo hatukuwahi mapema. Tulienda kuokota habari kwanza, tuwaletee habari moto moto. 30 governors are comfortable with Raila presidency. What do you think? Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. What do you think? 30 governors are comfortable with the Raila presidency. Yeah, watching from Eldoret. Yeah, Eldoret, the city of champions. Karibuni sana, watching from Eldoret, Senior Council Award. Yeah, Shamil, better late than never. Yeah, better late than never. Kuja tukaribia faragani, tuchape gumzo. Come on, tell us where you are listening to us from. We are giving you time for those who are waking up to wake up, those who are still awake to join the studio, kutoa maoni yenyu. Kumaanisha Raila hadi Ikulu. Yes. Timu Nogweno, 30 governors were meeting to say that they are comfortable with the Raila presidency because they think if Ruto takes it, devolution kwisha, ugatuzi zimekwisha kabisa. We'll be back to a Moi regime where you are going to beg for development. Unarudi kwa state house. Unajua sasa kila mtu anaenda Karen. You know, you go to Karen to beg, you know, to be given development. So when you have a Ruto presidency, you'll be back to that. Yeah, watching from Boston, Bonnie Chieng, Sante, wondered what was wrong today. Oh yeah. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. That is Murphy's law. So we are here though. Come to the station. You have the link there. You can just press on it, join. Come, give us what you think. What are your views? What are your views? Yeah, join in. Come share with us your views. Come share with us your views. Jakindu Bay, toa maoni yako mkubwa tunapoendelea kukaribisha watu.
Asante sana. Mimi Demba nimefurahi sana. Tena ngoja kwanza niseme kwamba nimefurahi sana kukuona umezidi kupata nafuu, umepata uzima, uko na uso nyororo na nyeupe na inameremeta sasa, uzima unarudi vizuri. Nimefurahi sana. Jambo la kwanza kabisa mimi naweza kusema kwamba nimefurahi sana kwa hawa governors ambao wameweza kukutana na bwana Raila kumhakikishia kwamba uaminifu, wanamwamini kwamba anaweza kufanya ukatuzi uwe bora zaidi vile ilivyo, na kwamba wana wasiwasi kwamba bwana Ruto akichukua uongozi anaweza kuvunja ukatuzi. Ni kweli, kwa sababu tukiangalia kwenye rekodi za bwana Ruto hakuna chochote ambacho tunataka ambacho mageuzi yoyote ambayo tumetaka kwa nchi yetu kuboresha maisha yetu amekubali, yote ameyapinga. So sioni kwamba hao governors wanasema makosa, wanasema ukweli mtupu kwamba wana matumaini kabisa na wanajua kwamba Raila akiwa president ugatuzi utakuwa bora, kwa hiyo maisha ya wana Kenya itakuwa bora zaidi. Katika azimio la umoja. Jambo lingine ni kwamba bwana Raila akiwa president atazidi kuipigia debe azimio, yani wana Kenya wote tuungane pamoja, tuwe kitu kimoja, tujenge nchi yetu, kwa sababu hiyo ndio jambo ambalo imeikosesha Kenya kutopiga hatua, kwa sababu ukitulinganisha na nchi zile ambazo zilikuwa mbele tulikuwa nazo kama hizo tunasema.
Habari bwana Mwango, kwa siku mingi sana sijakuona huku.
So ukiangalia na hizo nchi ambazo ukiangalia katika na hizo nchi zilikuwa na uwezo wa kufanya kazi pamoja. Sisi tuligawanyika katika hali ya ukabila na kuanza kuzozana sisi kwa sisi, tukaanza hata kuuana, kulikuwa na assassination kati zetu. Hizo zilileta vurugu, na hiyo vurugu haikuwa ya maana yote, haikutusaidia katika nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo kwa wakati huu, kama sisi wa Kenya wote tunaweza kujiunga ili tusukume gurudumu la maendeleo, litakuwa ni jambo la busara na jambo ambalo linatakiwa kila Mkenya aipigie debe. Kila Mkenya anatakikana kushirikiana. Kwa hiyo mimi nawaunga hao magavana na mkono kwa hiyo azimio lao, kwa hiyo jukumu ambalo wameliona. Na walisema si wao tu walisema kuna hata wengine hawakuweza kufika. Kwa hiyo wako zaidi ya 30. Walisema wengine wapo ambao hawakufika kwa sababu ya wengine za kikazi, wengine walikuwa wamesafiri nje, kama bwana Mtua alikuwa amesafiri nje. Lakini unajua bwana Mtua ana support azimio la umoja. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la busara sisi wote wale wana azimio kama mimi. Nilikuwa na furaha nyingi sana, na bado nina furaha nyingi sana kuona kwamba nchi yetu inazidi kuungana, inazidi, watu wengi wanazidi kuona uzuri wa umoja. Kwa hiyo natumaini watu wengi zaidi wataiunga mkono siku zijazo. Kwa hiyo naomba Wanakenya wote jaribu wasawishi wenzetu wale ambao hawaamini kwa umoja, waamini umoja ni nguvu. Kutengana ni udhaifu. Kwa hiyo nimefurahi sana kwa siku ya leo kwa hilo jambo ambalo niliona kwa magavana. Na kwa hiyo labda wale walikuwa wanasema gavana wawili, sijui watatu, sijui wangapi, wakati Waiguru alipoenda upande wa UDA, ulikuwa unafikiri gavana wote wamejiunga na UDA. Kwa hiyo nimefurahi sana kwa siku ya leo. Asante sana bwana Themba.
Asante sana Jakindube, tunafurahi sana, tunazidi kuwasikiza. Toeni maoni yenu. Almost 30 governors have supported a Raila presidency, and they think devolution is comfortable with Raila. Only about 5 governors are supporting the deputy president. This is Waiguru, Tunai, Nanok, Nandi, and I think Kericho governor. Only about 5. All the rest have agreed with a Baba presidency. One is because he has fought for the constitution review. Ruto has never fought for the constitution anyway, even the one that is serving now as a deputy president. That's why it's hard for him even to be a deputy president. So they are comfortable with the Raila presidency, with the devolution, and they have assured him that they are going to mobilize their electorates to vote for someone who believes in the constitution and the spirit of devolution. And that is one Raila Amolo Odinga. Of course, the other side is not very happy with that. And what's your thought? Do you think it's going to translate? I can see Ibra Sancho. Good morning, sir, from wherever you are. Rachel Jemei Jembochet anasema Ruto tosha. Nicholas Kiprono Sigilai watching from Sweden. Karibu. Frank from Queensland, Australia. Asante. Ras Ali Dimato. I never trusted the so-called devolution. Thank you, my brother. It's an indication that the next government is clearly Azimio. Yeah, it's Azimio to lose. Nabwera Nabi anasema Raila is the father of devolution. Thank you. Desai anasema if Ruto as a DP couldn't even give respect to his boss, who is the president, do you think he will respect or listen to anybody if by any chance he becomes the president? Yeah, of course, that's a question nataka kumuuliza hapa. Yeah, sasa why are you guys late? Because we are late. We are late because we are late. So David Olo, hiyo si swali, hiyo ni jibu. We are late because we are late. Cantos Goze anasema Temba, nipo hapa karibu studio, toe maoni. Umoja na amani ni porojo. Wakenya anataka pesa fukoni. Kama hata ukipewa pesa na hakuna amani, I mean you can't do nothing with the money. Azimio la Umoja Movement, Azimio must lose. Thank you. Kuja studio utoe maoni yako ili tuweze kukusikia. We are here to listen to everyone and everybody. If you agree or if you don't agree, it's okay. Kuja studio. Timothy Ogwena anasema tunapenda Raila sana. Yeah. Azimio music to lose. Yego Mike anasema Azimio must lose. Asante. You only lose by the ballot. I hope uko na kura. Azimio will not lose by tweeting and commenting on Facebook. It will lose by votes. Haya basi, wacha nimlete Ziano. Uko na neno ama nimlete Mwango?
Endelea kupatia Mwango aendelee. Tutakuja baadaye.
Mwango, karibu.
Yes. Habari zenu Temba?
Salama sana Mwango, karibu. Umeshaokota habari za kuaminika. Sasa tupe duru za kuaminika zinasema nini kwa ground? Ground inasema nini?
Ground ni UDA tu.
Haya, karibu. Toa maoni yako.
Okay, so mmesema that 30 governors wameunga Raila mkono. Niliona hao governors na nikaona most of these governors ni wale ambao washamaliza terms zao 2 na wanaenda nyumbani. So sioni kama they will have so much impact on the ground. They are they are governors in their second term, and I don't think that they have interest in the next government. They have finished their work and they will go home. So they are lying to Raila, and they know very well that Raila will lose. So Jakindu Bay, don't be happy that 30 governors, these ones are 30 governors whom majority are finishing their second term. So I don't see a very big impact on them. But on the side of UDA, most governors that support UDA are still seeking for their second term. So it means that they will fight very hard to retain their seats. Yes? And then there's something I want to say. People say that, okay, Raila have done good things for the country. He has fought for the country. He's the father of democracy. He's the father of devolution, the way you say. But the Raila that we see today is not the Raila that was yesterday. Raila has really changed. He is now fighting for the wealthy people in the country, and he has neglected the common mwananchi. So I think that one is also will do a lot of harm to him in terms of votes, because we have seen him of late. He is somehow protecting the interest of the billionaires in the country, and yet we as the common people down here we are really suffering, and it's not talking. Yes, yes, I see some hand somewhere.
Just finish your submission first, and then they will ask you questions. I know Jakindube ask questions, and then I know Bushman also ni kama ako na swali. So
Okay,
maliza kwanza.
so while you might think that Raila will safeguard devolution, I don't think so. He might have introduced it, and he might be the person who will want to destroy it. Very possible. Again, we know that changing constitution, they will say that Ruto will finish devolution, or he will not allow devolution to work. I think devolution is enshrined in the constitution, or now it should work. So I don't think that Ruto as a lone person will just come in and change it. We saw what BBI went through, and even if Ruto will try to change devolution through some possible means, I don't think he'll succeed, because the constitution has a very clear process on how to change the constitution. And BBI flopped because of that, because they tried. So changing this constitution is also not very easy. So don't just say that Ruto will come in and change everything the way he wants. He'll have to follow all the process required. And I don't think even if he tried, he will succeed to change devolution, because people will not agree. So don't just say propaganda that Ruto will just come in and the first day he'll have done away with devolution. I don't think so from my side. Yes. And furthermore, just something last. We have seen how the Azimio works. The Azimio is they somehow pretend to be uniting the country, but at the same time they're dividing the country. We have seen stone throwings, not once, not twice, not thrice from the Azimio side, and that one is a very, very bad gesture for a party that seeks to unite the country. I think that they should preach peace whenever they go. They should, in fact, lead by example. But when we see that the strongholds of Azimio are the ones causing chaos, then we are worried. We are seeing that what they say is not what they practice. It's like you preach water and drink wine. So, Azimio guys, please, 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 we saw it in Kondele. We saw it in Jacaranda yesterday. Also, we saw it in Migori. And these ones are the strongholds of Azimio. So if you want to say that you are preaching unity, but your people are not doing the same, then that one shows that you are double speaking. So we see, with me, I say what I see. All the chaos that have erupted majorly are from the Azimio strongholds. When we try to go there, we are forced, we are stoned, and that one is a very bad gesture for the Azimio side. Yes, any question?
Okay, thank you. I know Jakindube has a question and Bushman has a question. Jakindube.
Asante sana huyo mzungumzaji. Mimi nauliza
Mwango, kindly mute kidogo, ulizwe maswali.
swali langu la kwanza ni kwamba amesema hao magavana ambao wanamuunga mkono Raila ni wale magavana wanaenda nyumbani. Sasa kama gavana akampeni juu ya kiti chake, ako na freedom, itakuwaje anamdanganya Raila kwamba atamkampenia? Kwa sababu sasa ana kazi moja tu ya kufanya, kazi ya kumkampenia Raila. So inawezekanaje huyu mtu ambaye hana kazi nyingine anataka kumkampenia Raila? Inakuwaje hawezi kumkampenia Raila ili ashinde? So sielewi hapo kwamba mmoja anajikampenia mwenyewe awe second term, mmoja amemaliza sasa, ana kazi nyingine, kazi yake ni campaign for president. Atashindwaje? Ama anamdanganyaje? Sielewi hapo. Swali langu la pili ni kwamba mi nataka jamani elezee. Amesema kwamba Raila alikuwa anapigania watu raia na hizo siku zote alikuwa anapigania raia. Sasa mimi nataka kuuliza, kama hizi siku zote Raila alikuwa akipigania raia, leo tu ndiye apiganie. Sasa Ruto alikuwa anapigania raia siku gani? Amekuwa kwa serikali kwa hizo miaka zote, alikuwa anapigania raia, kwamba sasa hizi siku sahihi ndio amejua kuna raia. Sasa Raila anapigania matajiri. Hao matajiri sio wana Kenya. Yaani kuna wakati mmoja Raila alikuwa anasema hataki matajiri, anataka watu maskini, au sielewi hapo. Hizo maswali mbili.
Okay, thank you. Bushman. Huyu Bushman yuko. Keep.
Hello. Mnanisikia vizuri?
Yeah, karibu.
Okay. Kwanza ni washukuru na wafuata sana every time, but nakuanga job, so most of them naingia natoka, but maybe ni mara yangu ya pili na nafikiri nikiongea. But anyway, kwa hiyo maswali mbili ya Chakindu because nasikianga yeye sana every time. Kwanza umeuliza ni lini kwanza hii ya magavana nafikiri wengi wanatoka, lakini hawatakuwa na ushawishi kuliko wale wanataka uongozi sasa. So wenye wanatafuta uongozi watakuwa na ushawishi mkubwa kwa wananchi kuliko wenye wanatoka, kwa sababu wamemaliza muda wao. So sasa ni kama wanajitafutia kazi tu. Lakini kwa hiyo ya pili, Raila amefanya vitu mingi kwa Kenya kutetea na hiyo ni kama tu au watu wenye wanafanya kazi ya civil society kama huyu jamaa anaitwa nani, Omutata. So Omutata ametetea vitu mingi kwa hiyo Kenya. Sasa kuna tofauti gani kati ya yake na Raila? Hata nafikiri kwa hii BBI yenye inakuja kesho, yeye atakuwa kwa kotini tu akitetea hii maneno ya BBI na nini. But Omutata anatetea mwananchi the same as Raila, lakini hiyo unafanya kwa hiari yako. Lakini usifanya kitu alafu unafikiri unataka nao kama kulipwa. Hiyo sasa hiyo nafikiri ni kupoteza mwelekeo. Na kama watu wangaona amefanya vitu mingi tuliwati yeye tangu 1992 moyo akiwa 97 mpaka saa hii, kwani watu hata wao waone huyu mzee amefanya tuliwati. Lakini ni vile anajitoa, ni vile watu wanaona umefanya vitu, lakini au sidhani kama unatosha kuingia hiyo kwa hiyo kitu. So sasa hiyo sasa ni maoni ya mtu mwenyewe mpiga kura, sio utaka kama kuchezalazimisha kuingia hapa. So kwa sababu kuna watu wengine wenye hawana atachakuliwa. Kuna mbunge anatoka nafikiri Mount Kenya, amechakuliwa miaka mingi sana, lakini huyo mtu unafikiria akisema nataka kuwa rais atachaguliwa na wananchi, lakini watu wao hapo wanaona tu ni vile unachuuza. So inategemea vile unashawishi watu, una mwanakura na unafanya mambo, lakini usijisukume huko. So nafikiri hiyo ni vile nilikuwa nataka nijibu hiyo maswali mbili, nitakuja baadaye tu kuangalia, lakini kwa hiyo maswali mbili yenye Kindube ameuliza.
Okay,
Okay,
now
asante Kip.
the
Yes,
questions
Mwango.
were mine. The questions
Yeah,
were
yeah.
mine. Okay.
Yeah, Kip
Now,
was just coming. Kip was just coming in kuongezea kwa maoni yake, pia amejaribu
Yeah,
kuchangia.
na kwa hiyo ya Mwango, cause nilikuwa nasikia Mwango nikikuja kwa nyumba, so ni kusupport point yake yenye alikuwa anasema ni inategemea vile wananchi wamekuwa informed na si kwa watu wenye wanakusupport especially magovernors. So kwa UDA side sikukuzia hapo, wenye wanachukua viti recurrent, wenye wako na one time kuongezea, hawa ndio watakuwa na kazi ngumu. So hata kama wana support a particular candidate, itakuwa ni ngumu sana kuwa na time ya kusupport huyo candidate na kufanya campaign yao unless wako kwa stronghold na wako very close na candidate. That is the only difference. Lakini kama ni new candidate na ako na huko msituni huko, itakuwa ngumu sana kukuwa na hiyo ushawishi.
Lakini
So
Kip,
watakuwa tu the same na ule wanatoka tu.
Kip, wacha nikuulize.
Yeah.
Umesema Raila zile vitu amefanya asisumbue watu na zile vitu amefanya. Yeye angojee tu. Lakini mbona Ruto na yeye anaanza kutuambia kwamba aliweka Raila president, akaweka Uhuru president. Sasa anataka yeye aweke. Mbona yeye anataja zile vitu amefanya?
Nafikiri ukienda hapo sasa itakuwa ni discussion nyingine sasa, kwa sababu tunaenda huko kwa 2002 referendum na nini, na najua unaelewa. But
Lakini sasa wewe umesema
kwa kufuatilia hiyo ni kama kusema ni kama kusema
Kip, ngoja kidogo nisikize vizuri. Wewe mwenyewe umesema Raila aache kuambia watu zile vitu alifanya nini watu waamue. Haya, sasa Ruto naye amekuja ameambia watu niliweka Raila, niliweka Uhuru, sasa nini? Sasa mbona yeye pia anataja zile vitu amefanya?
Lakini sasa watu waamue. That is the point. Ukijiweka sasa, hata yeye akisema awachana na hiyo mambo ya kusema niliweka president akwe hii, niliweka Raila akwe hii, yeye ajitetee aseme mimi nimechakuliwa mwaka hii mingi, nimefanya nini. That is the point.
Kwa hivyo hata huko na shida na Ruto akisema hivyo.
Lakini my point is isikue kwa sababu Raila amefanya hii na hii na hii na hii, sasa lazima achaguliwe. Kwa hiyo miaka yote watu wamekuwa Kenya, siku Raila amekuwa akifanya hii mambo yote, lakini kwa hiyo miaka yote hajawahi watu hawajawahi kuona anafaa. So inabidi watu wenyewe waamue, lakini asilazimishe au watafute watu wengine wa sasa wasukume watu wasema hapana, huyu mzee amefanya hii, sasa lazima ikuwe hivi. Hiyo sasa ndio si kubaliana naye. Lakini
kwa hivyo wewe kwa maoni yako, ngoja Kip, kwa maoni yako, ngoja. Kwa maoni yako hao watu wakae tu nyumbani wangojee watu hata wasifanye campaign.
Sasa kama wewe umekuwa gavana miaka 10, nini bado unataka? The only thing yenye unataka ni kujitafutia kazi. Hiyo ndio ni kitu yenye ni hao watu wanataka. That is the only thing.
Mimi nataka kuuliza
Mwango, ngoja Jakindube ngoja. Mwango.
Okay, yes. Can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay, about the governors, Jakindube said that the governors will have only one work. That one will be only for campaigning for Raila because they will not be seeking for re-election. Okay, what I know that with these governors, there are two reasons why these governors are supporting Raila. One is that the governors, most of them, might have milked their county coffers dry, So they're seeking somewhere where they will go and maybe like a party that will protect them. So they think that when they go to Raila and Raila become the president, then they will not be followed. That's one reason. The second reason is that some of these governors may want other positions. Like for example, they may want some may become the CS, even if when Raila become the president, they may appoint like CS Munya. He was a governor, but after losing, he was appointed a CS. So some of them think that even if they finish their term, the 10 years, then if Raila wins, then they might also get some position in that. So we find that most of the first they are corrupt. Somebody like Ngilu, we know that he even burnt an office just to hide evidence, and he is the first person that lecturing people about corruption. I think that it's so bad when someone who is filthy corrupt lectures other people about corruption. So and these people are camping with Raila, and Raila says that he's fighting corruption. You see that kind of double speak, fighting corruption, and you are harboring corrupt people. So Uhuru himself says that about the KEMSA scandal that will take 21 days. Now we are counting up about 1 year, still waiting for the 21 days to elapse. And then he's coming out saying that don't elect thieves. And he's the one hiding the thieves. So they double speak in these people. And that's what I hate with these people, because they don't speak the truth. They only see the other camp as the thieves, while they themselves are the thieves, and they are hiding thieves just because the thieves support them. Now we see today, uh, Jimmy Wanjigi is almost raided. Just some few hours ago, just because he talked against Raila yesterday. It's this kind of a thing, and this is a Kenya that we don't want. We want Kenyans where people are free to support any side they want. Not that if you support somebody, then now you are now an enemy. You are labeled a thief. But before that, you were just a good person. When Jimmy Wanjigi was in ODM supporting Raila, he was a very good person. So yesterday he changed tune, and now it's being followed. Is that the country we want? I don't think so. If you are going towards that direction, whereby you want to force people to support somebody,
Mwango, why are you
yes,
lying? Why are you lying?
I'm
Jimmy
not lying.
Wanjigi, the first time he was raided, he was in ODM, he has been with Baba, and he has been raided. He's in court trying to get his guns.
Hello?
Yeah, Jimmy Wanjigi has been in court trying to get his gun. He was aided and even raided, and even Baba was standing with him that time.
By that time, do you know why he was raided?
Is it today the first time that
He
he's
was
talking
raided.
against? No,
He was
wait,
raided.
Mwango, you. I want to go slowly. Is it the
Yes,
first time that he has stood to campaign for the ODM ticket?
not the first time. Okay.
And when did he start the idea of Fagia Wote?
Just this year, last year, I think, last year.
When?
Not, I can't remember the date, exact date, but it was last year
You was in Migori.
So
in
when
Migori.
when all these times when he has been doing Fagia Wote, why hasn't he been raided?
Now, let me bring it. Do you know the
You
first
see,
time that
Mwango, you guys, I want us to do something. When you come, anytime, how many raids have the government or the police done all this time?
Okay, let me first explain the race of Jimmy Wanjigi. The first time he
No,
was raided, just
you
finish
first of all,
that point.
Mwango, you come here, you start saying, oh, those governors are leaving. Your deputy president has said that he has 160 MPs following him. You haven't commented on that.
I'm
Huge.
commenting on that. I'm
Yeah?
commenting on that. Now, okay, can I finish the issue
When 160 MPs are following the DP, is that okay?
can I
Okay,
finish
I
the
think maybe
issue of Jimmy
yes,
Wanjigi? Can I finish? Okay, the first time
No,
Jimmy was
I'll give you
raided,
time. I'll give you time later. Let me bring on someone else. Domi, Karibu.
Mwangu, Mdemba, can I say something?
Jakindube, you come later. Mwango will not even answer any question there. Mwango is Domi karibu.
Hamjambo sana.
Yeah, hatujambo, karibu. Go ahead.
Okay, mi nilikuwa tuna swali kwa hawa watu wawili. Nitaanza na Captain. Captain hapa ametuambia kwa tusiongee mambo ya historia. Wewe kama umeshaienda ku apply pahali kazi, anywhere you go to apply, you go with what we call a CV. CV, it shows what you have done. Tunakubaliana? Inaonyesha history. That is how important history is. You have no history, don't talk of future. Mtu mwenye anakuja kutuambia kuwa tusiweke history, he knows that he has a bad history. That is one fact. Okay. Na Mwango, umeulizwa hapa na Themba, and I think let me reframe the question. Nani Themba amekuuliza wewe, you have an issue wakati governors wanakusanyika kwenda kuona Raila, na unasahau kuwa Ruto anakuanga na anasema kuhusu 160 MPs. That is what we call a double speak. You have an issue wakati wanaenda kuona 30 governors wanaona Raila, and you don't have an issue wakati Ruto anasema kuhusu the 160 MPs. Okay, let me elaborate something about governors. Governors wanajua who is in support of county government better than who. Ruto sits in the IBEC. The problem governors have na Ruto ni kwa sababu Ruto is not taking care of the interest of county government. All this time, pesa yenye kuenda kwa county government wa inachelewa. Most of these people kutoka mwezi wa 6 budget ikisomwa, mwezi wa 9 ndio wanaenda kupewa pesa. Courtesy of the same Ruto who sits in the IBEC, the chairman of the IBEC. Raila prefers 35% put in law. Unajua ukisema Ruto akituambia hapa hivi ati yeye anaweza ongeza kwa hiari yake, inamaanisha bado kwa hiari yake anaweza toa. Lakini Raila prefers 35% iende kwa county government. 35%. In fact, his target was 45% iende kwa county government, which means he cares for he cares for that devolution. So governors wanaenda kumuona kwa sababu anajali devolution more than Ruto, who is there na mambo mengi, and most of the things that are done that he has been that he's assigned to do, he has failed. That is what they see. And for your information, let me tell you, those who do not want to go to that meeting is not because they don't care about that about what Raila is talking about, because they fear, especially your governor ataogopa kwenda huko, not because what he wants, what he feels for you as your county. But he fears because you have been deceived, you have already been deceived, and you are going to make to bring him down, not because he's not performing, but because he's against Ruto. That is how cheap Kenyan politics is. Anyway, I'm sorry to say that. Sasa tunakosa kupata mambo mazuri kwa sababu ya sisi wenyewe na Kenya. Another example, juzi mmesema vizuri, you said very well, kuwa, and it was on public domain, kuwa Anne Waiguru ni mwizi. I remember that. Right now, because he's in support of Ruto, everybody is seeing her as a you know, she's on the top. What changed? Ile pesa aliiba haionekani sasa. You know that it is either nyinyi mnaona kuwa watu wengine wote ni wajinga, ama there is something wrong with the camp. That's what I will say for now.
Yes, Mango, what is it?
Oh, okay. I want to tell Domi that Anne Waiguru Domi,
Yeah.
Anne Waiguru alikuwa mwizi wakati alikuwa Jubilee na Raila alikuwa ODM.
Saizi amekuwa malaika.
Let me just finish. Raila really demonized Anne Waiguru for NYS. When Anne Waiguru started singing BBI, Raila akaanza kumuona kama malaika. Raila himself ndiye hata alimuosha.
Mango, is it Raila or Ruto ambaye aliambia Waiguru aache kukatua na kizungu mingi? Nani alisema?
Nasema sasa Raila wenye sasa
ngoja.
Let me just finish my train of thoughts.
Mango, wait. Who said ngoja kidogo Mango. Who said that Waiguru is catwalking na kizungu mwingi? Nani alisema?
Okay, Ruto said.
Good. So wakati huo Ruto Waiguru alikuwa mbaya.
So let me finish my train of thoughts. When Anne Waiguru crossed to BBI, akaanza kuiba BBI, Raila himself akamsafisha. Unaona, akamsafisha hadi kuna time
hapana Waiguru Mwango, wait. Ngoja kidogo Mwango, wait. Where in the constitution does it say that ukienda usalimie Raila huo umekuwa msafi? Where?
That's how Raila works, eh?
No, wait. Where in the constitution?
It's very good in sufficient people.
Ni propaganda tu unaongea.
No,
wachia hapo. Captain, karibu.
No, Temba, wewe mtu akiongea about Raila utaki, lakini when somebody talks about Ruto vibaya unafurahia, unacheka.
But Mango, you are lying.
Let me say something.
To my time.
Mango, wacha Captain aongee.
Let me say something.
It's okay. Wacha Captain aongee.
Nani? Mango.
Domi, ngoja.
Let me correct you. Oh, okay.
Wacha tulete watu wengine pia waongee. Captain, habari gani?
No, Temba.
Unajua
Temba. TV
Captain wa UDA. Si wache Captain aongee. Captain wa UDA.
We know that the main purpose of this channel.
Captain tuambie huyu wewe wa UDA.
Hata mimi nimenyamaza.
Elisha Mwango.
Okay.
Elisha Mwango, habari gani? Na Domi, habari zenu? Kwanza kabisa nataka kukosoa Domi. Wakati amesema Captain aliongea akasema hataki historia. Sijakuwa on air for the last like 3 days. I was on another air. Not this one. Hewani kwenyewe huko juu. Mahai degree Celsius huko. So si kukua huku. Nafikiri ulikuwa unamaanisha keep. Sio mimi. Okay, sijaelewa mnaongea kuhusu kipindi nini, which topic is that? But I can come in through this story of Waiguru kusafishwa, sijui catwalking and all that.
Captain, wacha nikupatie topic. Achana na Mwango yeye anapenda kuja kutumini. Tunaongea juu ya 30 governors walienda wakasema Raila tosha. wanasema ya kwamba devolution is under jeopardy, under siege, iko under siege na Ruto. What do you think? Wewe unaweza kubaliana nao ama unaweza kosana nao? So karibu Mwango mute.
Kuna vile naweza kubaliana nao kidogo na labda nusu 50-50, lakini unajua lazima tuangalie tena upande ya hao magovernors wenye wameongea double standard. Unapata mtu labda anamaliza term zake 2 anatembea, so anaangalia waves penye serikali itaangukia. Nikikaa pande hii ya Raila nitawezafuna kitu hapo baadaye, naweza pata CS ama namna gani? So akisupport upande ya baba kwa sasa, unaangalia tena hapo ni lengo la huyu governor akisimama na baba ni nini? Kwa sababu ukiangalia mtu alikuja kusimama na baba kama Waiguru, alisimama na baba tu kwa BBI kwa sababu alikuwa anaficha wisi yake ile amefanya huko NYS. Baadaye kidogo sasa anaona serikali inaenda kuisha ya Jubilee ama ya handshake inaenda ikiisha, so sahii unaona amekuja tena akarudi UDA. So kwa sasa wale watu walikuwa upande yake sasa anaona sasa saizi Waiguru ni mwizi. So sema devolution is under siege. I can confirm that. There is somebody has been on record saying we don't need referendum to have the money going to what do you call easy 47 counties to put in referendum. We don't need referendum to make it more, to increase the percentage. That is a simple what I can say. We can the members of parliament can just sit in, senators, and they pass the law, or they can give 45%, 30%, which I can see as per the explanation of Temba saying that putting it into law, which I see is better than I wake up in the morning in my bed, I go to my office and say, last month we were giving 30%, tunapunguza mpaka 10, which I see beating it in a law is better than mi naamuka na hasira zangu za bibi yangu napunguzia watu wengine pesa na hawana makosa. Ni mzuri wakiweka kwa sheria. Mara mingi na huwa nasema mgala muwe na haki mpatie wale watu wangu wa UDA. Hata kama Raila sometimes anaanguka hesabu, kuna mahali anaweza pata hesabu right, anapatanga right. Kwa hii ya mambo ya devolution I think it's right, but hii ya mambo ya kupatia vijana shilingi 6,000 kidogo simpingi na simkubali, lakini labda akiingia pale kwa serikali atakuwa na njia ile atatupatia pesa sisi kama vijana, because by then akiingia serikali I think I'll still qualify to be a youth to get the 6,000. So devolution, if it is under siege because of the current the next government that will come, I think, and then we have to think twice. We cannot allow that. Some of us, maybe even we are some of us because of devolution, and even keep us run away. Amekimbia huyo. He knows that. He knows there are some things that has happened in some different countries, like my own county, because of that devolution. You see, but Temba, I want you to be a bit understanding when somebody like Mwango comes in eating on that side of Azimio. I think unaweza vumilia kidogo, kwa sababu naona analia ni kama anasema mtu akiongea kuhusu Ruto unamkata, lakini mimi naongea kuhusu Ruto on a negative way and on a positive way. I will not support Ruto wakati anakosea. Wakati anakosea I'll tell him to the face. Wakati amefanya vizuri nitampatia 100%. Mwango tuende namna hiyo. Kama amefanya vizuri, amefanya vizuri. Kama amefanya vibaya, you tell us. Hapo hiyo historia ya NYS wakati unatuambia sijui, aliulizwa vizuri sana. You don't come here and tell us this and that. Na pesa ya wananchi imepotea. Cut works and many stories. na pesa zimepotea. Namna hii mara sijui nini. Sasa penye ilikuja ikamaliza hiyo maneno, ikakuja ikamalizika, akaenda akasupport BBI. Kusupport BBI, the same people akina Murkomen and all my other friends wakamuhit back juu amerudi kwa baba. Wewe umeenda huko, pesa za NYS zilipotea. But when he was on this side, haikuwa inaonekana pesa inapotea. So saa hizi amerudi hii side ya UDA. Sijasikia sana Wazimio wakimlia ati pesa inapotea, but I know they know pesa ilipotea, but hakuna mtu anaongelea. So don't be that usifute kamba sana Elisha Mwango wa penya haiwezekani. Tusidanganywe sana kwa muda mrefu. Hata mimi Raila si ati nampenda, kuna mahali simpendi. Hata Ruto kuna mahali nakataa. All of them we have to, tutawapiga pasi mpaka wanyoroke. Thank you very much guys.
Okay, asante sana Captain. I wish Mwango ungejua ya kwamba kusupport UDA si lazima useme uongo. Unaona Captain ni supporter wa UDA. But anapopeana anagonga baba, unasikia anagonga baba, anasema mahali ambapo si, but he doesn't speak lies. Hakuna haja ya kudanganya ndio support mtu wako. That is what we are trying to say. Now kwa wale ambao wako kwa comment sections, ngoja kidogo Mwango. Wale wako kwa comment sections, tafadhali usiwe ni mtu ambao umekuja kwa channel kwa insults. Ukiona nini si nzuri, you can always sleep. Kama uko Kenya lala, kama uko kwingine ingia shughuli zingine, fanya kazi zako. Si lazima ukae hapa kuleta insults. Be respectful. Sikuwe na bundles, uko na wifi na umeamuka umekosa usingizi ukuje kutusi watu. we don't want that, you know. Two wrongs don't make a right. Hatutaki mtu aanze kuweka watu kwa box, you know. We don't want people trying to profile others. Ati hao watu wakurusha mawe, sijui hao watu kama vile Mwango amekuja hapa with the same thing we are refusing. You know, a hooligan is a hooligan. And Mwango kindly mute. A hooligan is a hooligan and it doesn't matter which side. Kwa sababu hata Ruto alienda Embu na kukakuwa na fracas there, you know. Wakaenda nini juzi Bomet wakaitana madoadoa. We don't want that. Those are things we want to refuse. You don't start saying that these supporters are for this person and these supporters are for this person. You also know that Sonko said that the last time waliweka magari wakapaint ODM alafu wakasema kwamba ni baba ametuma watu. Sonko said that and you want to run away from that. Ni wakati wa siasa, we should condemn any political violence whatsoever. And Ruto, how do you know? Kama Ruto aliplan hiyo kitu yenyewe ndiye aweze kupaint baba as a bad person, you know. So you don't come to a forum like this then you start calling people sijui watu wa kurusha mawe na watu wa kufanya nini. Those are things we are not going to accept. So kwa wale ambao mko kwa comment section na mko na matusi, we are not going to allow you. What we will do, we will simply block you so that ufanye shughuli ingine or you go to another platform that encourages insults. Mwango utangoja kidogo, acha nilete watu wengine pia waongee, alafu then we will have an open session. Bro Benson, karibu.
Asante sana brother Themba na watu wote, nimeshukuru kwa muda huu umenipatia. Mimi sina mengi la kusema, ila tu ni kuchangia tu kidogo kulingana na magavana ambao walikutana wakasema kwamba baba ametosha. Mimi naona hiyo ni kama itakuwa mzuri kwake, kwa sababu hao magavana unapata kwamba wanaelewa eneo ambao wao wanatoka, au watu wanataka nini na ni kitu gani ambacho aswa inatakikana. Kwa sababu for instance ukienda inaweza kukupatia mpaka Kisumu kuna village managers. Unajua kitu kama hiyo iko Kisumu, and these village managers they bring information to the county government. So unapata with that kwa kitu kama hicho watajaribu kueneza uzuri ama hizo campaign policies, and hiyo italeta watu pamoja. Na pia watu nasema kuna magavana ambao wanatoka, kwanza wengi wao ambao walikuwa wameenda ni wale ambao labda muda wao umeisha, washachukua term zao mbili, muda ya pili inaisha. Lakini kumbuka hao watu wako na wafuasi wao. Unaona kuna watu ambao hawako katika uongozi, lakini watu ambao wanawaamini na maneno ambao wanasema, kwa sababu ni watu labda ni mtu ambao anasema ukweli. Tuseme for example mtu kama Kivutha Kibwana akiniambia bana, leo hiyo hospitali tutaleta hata vitanda 3, kwa ukweli, hata kama unaweza kosa kuamini kweli kulingana, kwa sababu you will judge this person based on what he has done, and based on what that person has done, it's kind of giving you hope like this thing is possible. Yeah. Na tuseme kama kuna mtu ambaye labda uongo ako na hadi ambazo hazitimii, unajua, na kuambia bana, we twende tu support huyu, bado utakuwa na shauku ndani yako, unasema huyu mtu ashatuambia vitu mingi lakini haijatokea, unaona. So naamini kuwa governors ambao walimtembelea kama watafanya campaign ama watamfanyia campaign, at least atapata idadi ya watu kuja kumsupport katika presidency wake. Hiyo ni ya kwanza. Ya pili, unajua sisi hapa kama tuko hivi tunachukua mtu ambao unampenda kulingana na vitu ambao unataka kuona pale nchi yako itakuwa. Na imaanishi kuwa mimi niko pande ya Azimio, imaanishi kuwa sasa lazima niseme kitu ambacho hata najua labda si ukweli, lakini lazima niiseme. Mimi na kwa mawazo yangu naona kulingana na zile vitu Azimio wanasema, nadhani itanipatia Kenya mzuri, ndio maana na support. Na sina tuseme kwamba sina chuki na deputy president, kwa sababu naona sera zake haziingii na maono yangu, ndio maana. Lakini kupenda naye nampenda, simchukui, lakini sera ambazo anaeneza ama sera ambazo anasema ndo nasema anipatie Kenya ambayo mimi nataka. Lakini kwa kweli mimi nampenda na ni wetu, hakuna mahali tutampeleka, ni ile tu baada ya serikali akichukua atatuongoza, na akikosa kuchukua huyo mtu atachukua pia ataongoza Wakenya wote. So tusikue na chuki, ni ile tu tuseme tu hivi ndio vitu ambazo sisi tunataka Kenya ikue. Kama ni UDA, sema sisi kama UDA tukipata hii ndio kitu ambacho tunataka kupatia Wakenya, na tusiseme kwamba Raila ni mbaya, hapana. Tuseme tu sisi hii ndio tunataka kupatia Wakenya, na tunahope kwamba ikiwa hapo Kenya itakuwa mzuri. Ndio sasa wananchi wataamua kama hizo sera zenyu ni mzuri, sawa, kama sera yenu ni mbaya, ni sawa. Hiyo ndio kitu ambacho mimi naweza sema.
Okay, asante sana bro Benson. Wacha tusikie Bantu Warrior. Bantu Warrior, unmute kisha uongee.
Asante sana Temba, na kusalimia ndugu yangu Jakindube na panels wote. Asante sana. Mazungumzo ya leo ni kulingamana na magavana ambao ni 30, na pengine magavana wote wa Kenya ni kama 47 hivi, na baba ameshachukua 30. Sasa hao waliobakia ni pengine ni 10, 15, 16 ndio waliobakia. Mimi nataka kuelezea ndugu zangu wa Tangatanga, ningewaomba msipoteze wakati, manake itawaumiza sana kwa muda mrefu sana. Inaweza kuchukua mwaka mmoja, miaka mbili by the time mtarecover, kwa sababu baba ndio atakuwa the 5th president. Hiyo for sure, mimi nawaambia. Tumeona mbali, tumetoka mbali. That is for sure. There's nothing's gonna change. Iliyobakia ni sisi kumwombea Mungu, tukae saa ingine tumwombee Mungu pia vile vile, ili huyu mtu awe na afya nzuri, astawi vizuri na awe na hamasa mzuri na kusitokee na shida yoyote, ili ile lengo lake atimize, kwa sababu tumebahatika sana kwa wakati huu wa sasa kuwa na mtu kama huyo. Ukiangalia katika East Africa hakuna mtu kama yeye dakika hii ya sasa, warrior. Ukija Kenya hakuna warrior mwingine at the moment, ni yeye. Ukienda Afrika hakuna warrior, ni yeye. Kwa hivyo huyo jamaa ataingia. Kwa hivyo msijiumize roho, mtachukua muda mrefu sana kurecover. Sisi wengine tuko right. If you have eyes you can see, and if you have brain you can use it, and if you have ears you can hear. Usijidanganye roho yako, fanya bidii. Asanteni sana kwa sasa.
Asante sana Bantu Warrior. Harun, vipi mkubwa?
Niko fresh Mr. Speaker sir.
Hebu kidogo. Mwango nimesema ngoja watu waongee kwanza jamani. Ni nini fujo kuinua mkono? Siwache kwanza watu waongee, kila mtu aongee.
Swali zitapotea.
Alafu
Sasa kama Bantu Warrior amesema vitu zingine hapa where I should rebut. Sasa itapita tu.
Don't worry, just write down so that write down, usisahau. Andika chini ndio at least kila mtu apate. Unajua ukianza kuuliza maswali tutaanza rebuttals na nini, alafu kidogo sasa itakuwa sasa tena imekuwa Mwango na Bantu Warrior. Andika tu chini, wakimaliza wote ambao wako hapa, imebaki tu wawili, Harun na kakangu hapa Alex, mzee wa nguvu. Wakimaliza then utakuwa na nafasi ya kutoa hizo maribattle zako. Harun, karibu kaka.
Yes. Thank you Mr. Speaker sir kwa kunipa nafasi angalau na mimi nichangie. Yeah, in fact ningependa kumwambia yani kumpongeza Bantu Warrior kwa kusema bayana kuwa wenyewe Baba Raila Amolo Odinga is the 50th president of the Republic of Kenya. So hata mimi sasa hivi in fact zile vidonda ulcers ambazo zilikuwa zimenisumbua tangu 2007, 2013, 2017 sishapona kwa sababu baba automatic ndio atafanya nini, ndio atachukua hicho kiti. Ni sababu gani nasema namna hiyo? In fact tukiangalia the issue of devolution, baba wakiwa na Kibaki ndio walipigania hiyo mambo ya devolution, that is 2010 ndiposa tukafanya nini, tukaipata. So in fact hii devolution ni mzuri, reason being wanga inatupatia sisi watu ambao tuko pale kwa local level, pale kwa locality huko chini kwa society, an opportunity in fact ya kupeana maono kwa zile vitu ambazo zinatuaffect sisi without serikali kutupatia any permission. So hii ni jambo la muhimu sana. So our 30 governors ambao in fact leo wamekuja kumwendorse baba ni kitu ya maana sana. Reason being baba the fifth, yeye ndio father of devolution. So au ni watoto wake leo 30 wamekuja kumwambia dad, thank you so much kwa kutupatia hii devolution, kwa sababu matunda yake yameonekana na yamekuwa felt. Hilo ni jambo la kwanza. Alafu jambo la pili, these governors in fact they are going to be so be vital in terms of organizing in terms of mobilizing resources at grassroots level. So for supporting Baba, that means wakati Baba atakuwa anatembea kwa hizo hizo 30 counties zao, in fact atakuwa anatumia structures kama hizi halls, atakuwa anafanya nini, atakuwa analipia. Reason being hata wao watafanya nini, watakuwa wanarudisha mkono. Alafu nikimalizia kuna wenzetu ambao wako kwa njia, kuna amba ndugu zetu na madada zetu wa UDA ambao wanasema kuwa in fact most of these governors ni wale ambao wana serve the second term. No problem, hata kama wana serve the second term, wako tu kama hawa members of parliament ambao wako UDA wanangoja re-election. Reason being hawajui hata wao the likes of Alice Wahome, the likes of Gachagua kama watafanya nini, watarudi kwa parliament. So same to this second term governors, wao wameangalia wakaona kuwa in fact tukiachwa nyuma, Baba akiingia pale tutakuwa in the cold. So the best thing, wacha kwa sasa hivi wao wako na muda, hawana chochote chenye wanagombania pale chini, because they have served their second term. So wao watapigana waone Baba amechukua hicho kiti, ndiposa zile positions ambazo ziko mingi kwa government wanaweza amua kuchukua moja ama nyingine, ndiposa na wao wapate chakula cha tumbo. Thank you Mr. Thempa, back to you.
Asante sana Harun. Mzee Alex.
Habari Themba.
Mbona una smile hivi sana? Leo umeshinda jackpot.
Inabidi. Unajua jana ilikuwa siku ya makasiriko, show ilikuwa nzito sana. Leo show ni nzuri sana. We are talking of something that is different, that is equal to everybody. There is no need for us to fight today.
Good. Karibu.
So mimi nasema if we go to the genesis of devolution, the one thing you will realize is wakati devolution ililetwa na viti za ugavana zikawekwa senator na ABCD, there are people who had the wrong notion on the seat of the governor. Remember the likes like Orengo, Kiraitu Murungi, Anyang' Anyong'o, all these politicians who were supposed to become governors went for the Senate seat. The reason they did that is because they did not understand what devolution was. And the few people who understood but surpassed it ni mtu kama Kivuta Kibwana. And later on, the transition committee ambayo was supposed to put things in place so that devolution could start made many mistakes that we should never forgive them, because by the time our governors won election, they did not have an office, they did not have structures, they didn't even know what they were going to do. In fact, for like 1 year, they did not even have a bank accounts where money should be sent. Remember the fiasco that they went through. But through the collective wisdom of Raila and his people who worked through him, they helped each governor. If you don't know whether they were on this side or this side, Raila helped each governor realize what devolution was. And I give credit to one man called Isaac Ruto. Isaac Ruto may have been on the other side, but he helped devolution go to a different direction. So when you see these governors today come to support Raila, they are not supporting Raila because Atiye is the father of devolution or anything. It's because they understand that Raila fully understands what devolution means. And when Raila says now we have surpassed from the initial stage, whereby we are getting the 15 to 17%, now we should go to the 35%, he understands that was the gradual process whereby the governors were to be empowered. Today we have governors who cannot even pay employees. We have governors who cannot expand development which they want in terms of their own manifesto. We have governors who have bills that are pending years, like 2-3 years, they have not paid what? Their own contractors. So when these governors are coming to say, we want this man to be the president, they understand that they trust a man they can work with, so that collectively the county government and the national government can distribute the resources, the cake that we have, so that in terms like Nairobi, Machakos, Makueni, who are going on a positive note, there are counties still which are sub-counties. So I like what these governors are doing. They are putting their political, even Kivuta Kibwana today put his political ambitions down and say, we need a man who can actually actualize devolution to the fullest. When they are doing this, wanaweka ubinafsi kando, alafu wanaweka watu wao mbele. And that is what we need. If we actually do devolution, even the 40% that was initially proposed, even 40%, this country is going to move ahead in miles and miles that we will not even worry who is going to become a president. Even if Ruto became the president, the kind of development, the equal development, the job creation, and the peace that we are going to have, people will not even worry who is going to become. The problem that now we are contesting the person becoming the president is because the resources are still centralized in Nairobi. And I think Baba wants to actualize devolution before he gets out of politics. And I think we have the greatest chance. And I know there are people like Mandago, there are people even within the Rift Valley who have been agitating and saying, honestly, the money we have is not enough. And I think it is the right time we must give Baba the authority, a constitutional authority, to lead us. And these governors have realized being a governor just in a position, but you're not able to execute devolution is just a burden. Let's talk about, for example, the devolved function of healthcare. You see, that was a pain to many governors until today. We have workers who can never be paid sometimes for 3 or 4 months because money is being given very late. The former chairman for the governors, who was Oparanya, at one time said, Uhuru, we have a handshake with you. Do you want us to strike? Because you're not giving us money. So I think when Raila becomes the president, according to these governors, they have faith that that 35% that Raila has proposed, if it goes to the counties, it is going to do a lot of development and pay people, and also actually stimulate development by paying people in terms of contracts and other things. Without that, if Ruto becomes the president, I think he will never devolve by giving us the 35% we desperately needs in the county. If you look at counties that had totally nothing, that had to start from bootstraps, for example, counties that are in Northeastern, they had to start building everything. These counties still are having a lot of debts. So the amount that I think they are fighting for, and I don't know why Uhuru was so stingy not to allow this, and I think he regrets a lot. So in the event that Raila becomes and this money comes out, he's going to be given a lot of accolades for no reason, but just because he put a signature for this. And I think the governors in their right minds know that if they will be given the 30% that the BBI was proposing, it is easier to run the counties. And again, There is another thing that Raila has said and we have missed. And I think the county officials who are our governors are seeing. The proposed human capacity development in the counties was supposed to be, even if the majority people in Kisii counties are Kisii, you are not going to employ the 11 CS to be from Kisii. We said that you must balance, bring people who are capable to manage there. But because of the politics, myopic politics, we have found that our counties have become too tribal. And that is one thing that Raila is saying. Let's put professionals so that they can manage. I hope a day comes where Raila will convince people that a Luo doesn't have to be a governor of Kisumu. If we get a Kikuyu who can govern and give the people devolution that they need, I think that is what we want. And I think that can only begin when the father of devolution, who understands it, will be given the opportunity. But I don't have any faith, even of 1%, if Ruto gets this thing, he will be able to support our governors. So, and that's why now the governors are saying, no, we have two horses. If these are the people we have, we rather go this way so that our people will benefit from devolution. Those are my comments in terms of how the governors and why they are supporting Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex, for that information. I mean, you ably prosecuted some of the things that we really want to get out there. We love devolution. Devolution is the best thing that ever happened to Kenya. And excuse me, Corona. And anything that suggests that we can, it can be fought. Would someone is not muted? Captain, mute.
Captain.
Thank you. So anything that suggests that it can kill devolution, we don't want that. And therefore, 30 plus 5 who sent apologies went to see Baba today, and they say that they feel devolution is under siege if it is left in the hands of one Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto. And indeed, we believe that he has never supported any constitution making anyway in Kenya. From first party, multi-party democracy, never supported. He never supported the 2010 constitution. He's never been on the side of constitution making anytime. So and even in his utterances, how is he going to give the 50 billion, 160 billion for this, 120 billion for this, 500 billion for this? How is he going to give that if he doesn't support the constitutional arms that have been set out? And one of them is devolution. So we'll be back to where you're going to the State House to beg for development like they used to do during the Moi regime. And that is something we don't want. So as we continue discussing, kindly, if you haven't taken your vote, kindly go and register as a voter, because that's the only way you can assure your leader becomes a victor come 9th of August. So please, if you haven't taken out your vote, you can't take it by making noise on social media or by insulting people. You will insult, make noise, but at the end of the day, if you don't have a vote, then you'll make no decision. Kinywa Eric, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, karibu toa maoni yako tafadhali.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Niko kuangiza kidogo. You have to understand me a little bit. I've missed the show since Friday. Saturday.
Karibu.
Yeah, Saturday
karibu.
I couldn't manage.
Hold on a little bit. Now, Harun, are you here for the next 1 hour?
Yeah, Nico area.
Can you moderate for the next 1 hour? I want to get out of here so that I We'll join you. Now, for those who are on the studio, kindly do not drop, because if you drop, there'll be no one to bring you back. Okay? So where's Mwango? I wanted Mwango to stay here so that he's Mwango, come back. We want you. Our captain is here for the UDA. At least that one is sorted. But Mwango should have
But
been
I
here because I
wanted,
want.
Temba, I wanted Mwango. I want Mwango here because I think Mwango is still in darkness for me.
Mwango, kindly
The way
get
I
back so
saw,
that we.
I want him here. So you
Mwango,
have to
get
wait
back.
him and bring him back, and then you go.
Mwango, come back. I bring you in. Mwango, where are you? Sasa watu wanakuja kujaza studio bwana, tunataka Mwango.
Point of order, Temba.
Yes sir.
Nilikuwa tunamtaka Mwambo, maanake alikuwa na maswala atakuniuliza. Mimi niko tayari kumjibu. Asante.
Mwango, kindly come back. We want you on the studio. We want you here so that Mwango, tafadhali, kama uko hapo, ingia kwa studio. Captain anakutaka hapa, watu wanakutaka hapa. Let me give you some I'll wait for Kinywa Eric to finish. So Kinywa Eric, continue as we wait for Mwango.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Demba. I greet you all. So at least today I've managed to come into studio, and the topic I've just added is about the governors who are supporting His Excellency Raila. And to me, it's a good chance. And those governors, you can see the type of governors who are supporting Raila. They are people with mind, people with good thoughts, people who value devolution. You know, there is one thing I gonna say here. Ruto doesn't value devolution at all, at any time. He doesn't value devolution. Remember at a conference in Makueni, Ruto didn't attend, and he was invited as a guest to close the devolution conference. He didn't even bother. By that day, he was campaigning at Nyandarua. He had to send a chief of staff in a national function. Mr. President was outside the country, but he managed to have time to talk to governors. But Ruto was around here in Kenya campaigning. He couldn't even manage to go to Makueni. So that's a leader who we don't want, because to be sincere, Ruto doesn't support devolution. Hiyo ni kitu moja. On a serious note, we as Kenyans, we are supposed to look at it. Now, well knowing devolution has created a lot of jobs to youth there at the county levels. Devolution has given us good roads, hospitals, things that we couldn't even manage to get from national government direct. And you know, the governors who are supporting Baba, most of them, they are serving the second term. But still, ask yourself, they were elected the first term and the second term, meaning if there is a third term, maybe they can be re-elected again. People still love them as leaders. So the direction they give their people is the direction the people will go. Not that because they are outgoing governors, hawana usemi wowote kwa county. Wako na usemi mkubwa sana, because we have been electing them as per record for the first term, second term, and if there is another third term, they might be elected again. So let's not downplay, people don't downplay the governors who are supporting His Excellency Raila Odinga. That's a very nice stab yenye amefanya. Na 35 governors supporting Baba, and you see all those governors, si watu wa kupayuka ovyo. They are people who knows what people want. You just let me just say, like look the likes of like Waitito. You know, someone like Waitito supporting Baba, I could have said it's a little bit of failure. You understand? Some like Sonko, those people are there for votes only, but not for development, for votes only. to have votes, and that, but for development, they couldn't have managed anything. So the governors are correct, and trust me, those governors will deliver in a way that nobody will be able to explain vile wamedeliver, because it will be a huge percentage of votes they are going to deliver to Azimio. Secondly, what I'm going to say is about this issue of fight. There is a lot of fighting between the UDA fighting Azimio. I think the deputy president, yeye unajua ni mtu anataka kupiga siasa yeye mwenyewe. He doesn't value even the leaders from your region. Anajileta yeye mwenyewe na anajikampenia yeye mwenyewe. And I'm going to say this again. If Ruto goes home and decide, I want to go and live for 1 month, no politics, hakuna watu wa UDA wanaweza simama kwa barabara kupigia Ruto campaign. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja utapata akipiga campaign, juu wanafanya kazi na kifua. Remember the likes of Alice in Kitale. They went to Kitale, ni kama vile wanaenda huku kwingine wakiongea vile wanataka. They thought things will go well for them, but the meeting was cancelled. You know why? Because hawapei viongozi wa huko heshima. You know, hata kama tunapigana, ukikuja kwangu kuwa na heshima. Usikuje kwangu kunitusia kwangu, usikuje kwangu kunimalizia kwangu. That doesn't work. It's like you go to a man's house and a man find you with a wife. Do you think that man, hata kama yeye ni muoga aje, atakufanya nini? Secondly, I was told even the dog, yule muoga kabisa, mwenye ni muoga sana, ukimkimbiza afike mwisho aoneana njia, yeye ubadilika, na akibadilika anakuwa mkali sana. So you will have to run for your life. So baba ako sawa, by the chicken seller, wacha aende tu na siasa zake. MP alisema ako nao, siwaonangi. That's why he's fighting everything that is being done by government. Now, you know, these things government is not doing for themselves. The government is doing for us. But now, UDA brigade, they are trying to block those things. BBI, it wasn't for government. That one, it was meant for mwananchi. When saying that you will give 10 billion, 100 billion, blah, 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 all those, a lot of money, without a budget. Hiyo pesa itakuwa ya kazi gani? Haina budget. So what is there? Ruto yeye ni uongozi tu anataka tu akuwe president. He just want to be president but not a leader. And we need a leader who is going to secure the devolution. The devolution has done a lot of things, and I feel so annoyed when UDA people insult rich people. And I wanted to ask, like Mwango, if he's back, I wish he could be back. Nimuulize ameajiriwa na nani ama amejiajiri. He tells me, aseme, because it means if you get rich in Ruto's camp, wewe hautakikani. Ruto anataka maskini peke yake. So meaning hao maskini hawata waikuwa empowered, watajirike njuu Ruto apendi matajiri. You know, that's the narrative. And if you are not wise, we listen to yourself, people gonna make big mistake, lifetime mistake. Ruto anataka mtu maskini ndio uendelee kuwa maskini, ikuwe yeye ndiye anasema kila kitu. Because once you get rich, you are the enemy of his government. Wewe ukisha kuwa tajiri, wewe unakuwa adui wa serikali yake. Now one thing, rich people, they contribute a lot. I'm talking this to UDA people. Rich people, they contribute a lot to our economy. Because you will find one person employing over 1,000 youth. So let them not start fighting rich people because they are rich. That's a bad one. That's a bad business with the Ruto. So please, guys, I don't like such people. Then Mwango said, someone talked about, let me say this, the last point, about 6,000. Captain talked about 6,000. 6,000 kwa vijana. 6,000 si pesa ya vijana. I think you guys could have followed Baba Thika the other day he was at Thika. I was there. Na alisema na akarudia 6,000 si ya vijana. So msitukoroge, tunajua 6,000 it's the poor families. Ile jamii haina mapato yoyote kabisa kabisa, and that is like 2.5 million families ndio watakuwa wanapata hiyo social protection ya 6,000, and to calculate you count is like 200 per day. So hautawaikosa chakula kwa nyumba ya kukula ndio upate nguvu ya kwenda kutafuta kazi. Hiyo ni ya kukula tu kwa nyumba ndio upate nguvu ya kwenda kutafuta kazi, si ya kujenga. Hiyo 6,000 si ya kwenda hospitali. Hiyo ni pesa yako ya kukula, usilale njaa, ukuwe na nguvu ya kwenda kutafuta kazi. So Captain, I think hapo nitakukosoa hata ukiongea 6,000 si pesa ya vijana. Actually, I'm not expecting 6,000 for me. Ni kijana na sitegemei hiyo pesa njoo unafanya kazi. 6,000 ya poor families. So for now, that's my contribution. I'll do submission later. Thank you guys.
Thank you
Kinyua,
so much, Eric
swali.
Kinyua, for that, and thank you for even submitting. Umenikumbusha kitu hapo ya kwamba Ruto doesn't like people who are rich the world over. They say that if you are the firstborn brother na umesoma, jaribu you empower your other brothers and your other siblings so that muwe wengi ambao at least muna contribute. But for those who are selfish, they just want the others to continue being poor so that you can rule over them, so that you can go begging. Ruto doesn't want people to be rich. That's why he's condemning the rich people, and he himself is a rich man. So kuna mtu alisema hivi 2022 come 9th unapangwa ni kudecide which side unataka kupangiwa. Unapangwa ukiwa wapi? Unapangwa katika system ya majambazi. Ona mtu ambaye anaitwa Waititu aliiba pesa ya Kiambu County na bibi yake na mtoto. Ona Juan Obado aliiba pesa ya Migori County na bibi yake na familia yake na watoto wake wana support Ruto. Ona Juan Kirinyaga governor Waiguru aliiba pesa ya county, akachukua pesa yake kwa akaunti yake. Alipoulizwa ati akasema aliweka alafu akarudisha akiitishwa. Hakurudisha na ile interest alikuwa amepata kwa hiyo account. Look at the people ambao wanatembea na Ruto. So wote ni mabilionaires, you know. So billionaires wa hii side wanakashifu billionaires wa hii side. Chairman wa UDA is not a poor man, that's a billionaire. UDA is owned by billionaires. Na by the way, all the tickets zimeshaenda tayari. Watu wameshachukua. So si ati upangwingi unapangwa ukiwa pande gani? Unalimba hapo upangwingi is you are deciding which side unapangiwa. Napangiwa kwa ule mtu ambaye anakupangia Karen. Afadhali upangwe na watu wengi kuliko kupangwa na mtu mmoja. That's a dictator. Ugatuzi itaisha, itakufa. Kwa sababu Ruto anasema tutatoa mabilioni without any structure. Bilioni kwa mama mboga, bilioni kwa nani? Mpaka the other day alipeana mabilioni ya mashamba, but is in Jacaranda mahali hakuna mashamba. Yeah, so when you're confused, Azimio la Umoja is not fighting William Ruto. It is not. He is not even part of the agenda. Azimio la Umoja has 10-point agendas. Ruto ni hasira. So the Hasira Nation is very annoyed. Na imetoka imeanza kujionyesha in every other campaign platform they are in. So let's discuss. The governors have already decided that no, devolution can only be protected under the presidency of one person who has stood for devolution from the word go. Up to right now, he still stands for devolution, and that is Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you so much, those who are in the comment section. Stephen Mutumbu, thank you. Ibra Sanchoa. Geoffrey Ruto, asante sana kuja huko. You think Raila is a conman? Kuja kwa studio tuambie why you think he's a conman. Yecha Kasam, thank you. Kuja kwa studio, we have the link there. The constitution that we got during Kibaki time was fantastic. This guy could have been a problem. Yeah, kuja utoe maoni. Kuja toa maoni yako kwa studio. Mwango inakaa alipotea, alitoweka kabisa, but it's okay. We will get to see him if he wakes up late again today. So Harun, I'm handing over to you. Naona Stone PK amefika. Tafadhali wale wako hapa, don't drop off, because if you do, there'll be no one to bring you back on in the next 1 hour. So just stay on. Let's engage. The topic of discussion is 30 governors plus 5 who sent the apologies, 6 others who sent the apologies. That's 36 out of 47. Only 5 have confirmed supporting William Ruto. The rest have said they are comfortable with a Baba presidency in protection of devolution. And of course, the other side is not happy. So kindly, let's discuss that. Let's expand it. Let's use it as we come back. Harun, Stone PK, alafu, you can now start another round. Asante.
Stone BK, karibu, angalau upeane maoni yako baba.
Stone PK, tukusikii bwana. Umemute ama nini mbaya? Stone PK. Your audio is terrible today.
Stone PK, rudi kwa kitanda.
Inakaa sauti yako inatokanga ukiwa kwa kitanda. We can't hear you. Okay, go out and then you log in later so that before I step out, because I know if I step out utakuwa umekwama, utakuwa uko nje for the next 1 hour. So you can start another round. Harun, utaanza huko juu ukikuja hivi chini. Utaanza Jakindu, Captain Benson tukikuja hivyo.
Baba Jakinu Bey, chukua uwanja ni wako sasa.
Asante sana Aaron. Nimefurahi sana, isipokuwa ninasikitika sana kuona hawa jamaa zetu ambao wanasupport UDA wamejaa na uongo mtupu. Sijui kwa nini wanafanya vitu kama haya, kwa sababu sijui kama mtu anasema Raila alikuwa anawatetea hizo siku zote, alikuwa anatetea wanyonge. Sasa saa hii Raila si mzuri kwa sababu anatetea matajiri. Na aizuru, Ruto mwenyewe alikuwa akitetea watu gani? Tangu wakati huo wote alikuwa anatetea, manake sijasikia rekodi yake. Yeye alikuwa akitetea watu gani? Hii hawasemi. Hakuna mahali ametetea wanyonge wale matajiri au sasa yeye amekuwa akitetea nani? Saa hii ndio anajua kuna mama mboga, ndio anajua kuna bodaboda. Hizo siku zote alikuwa makamu wa rais, ama wakati alikuwa
Jakindu, hebu kidogo. Stone PK, hebu ongea nisikie kama uko sawa.
Unanisikia sasa?
Uko sawa sasa. Haya. Sawa basi. Haya.
Asante.
Mute Jakindu Bey.
Jakinu Bey, go ahead baba.
Sasa wakati huo wote, hizi miaka yote amekuweko kwa serikali, kwa sababu Ruto amekuwa kwa serikali kwa zaidi ya miaka 30. hizo miaka zote hizo zote miaka 20 na maybe na 6 ama na 7, no 28, 27, alikuwa ajui kwamba kuna mama mboga, kuna mtu wa bodaboda. Amefanya nini? Hakuna. Na ukitaka kusema wale wanamsupport, wakitaka kusema amefanya kitu, alifanya, hiyo ni history. Sasa wanataka history ya Ruto tusikilize, lakini ya mtu mwingine tukisema ya Raila wanasema hiyo tumechoka na history. Alafu ukitaka sasa mjadiliane vizuri wanakimbia. Sasa mimi ninasema vitu za kusema uongo na uwezi kujitetea, uwezi kusema, uwezi kuthibitisha, una ukweli, haina. Nimesema siasa ya uongo ni hatari na ni mbaya, ni hatari. Siasa za uongo zote ndio ilifanya Waamerika wakaenda wakavamia Iraq na Pakistan, kwa sababu siasa za uongo. Waliua Gaddafi for nothing, waliua Saddam for nothing, kwa sababu ya siasa ya uongo. So tusijaribu kusema eti siasa ni mtu anasema tu uongo. Hiyo ni hatari, ni hatari kwetu. Manake uongo italeta vita, na mmeona uongo inaletaga vita. Na hata tukisema tu huko kwa mambo ya kila siku, uongo huwa inaleta vita, mnagombana kwa sababu ya mtu kusema uongo. Kwa hiyo tusikubali mtu yoyote kuja kutuambia uongo, ambapo Ruto anasema uongo na wafuasi wake wote wanasema uongo. Wanazoea hiyo kusema tu uongo, kusema uongo. Tulisikia hearsay haitusaidii, tunataka uje usema fact, kwa sababu devolution wakati wa multiparty, wakati tukitaka multiparty, Ruto alikuwa anataka serikali ya mabavu, alishirikiana nayo na akaisupport. Na wakati tulipopata ile section 2A, baada ya kuwa na maafa mengi, watu wengi kujeruhiwa, mambo mengi, tulikuwa tunakaa kama unakaa gerezani, huwezi kukohoa, tulikuwa ni ngumu, hata hamwezi mkazungumza. Bado alijiunga na 92, ile youth 92. Hiyo ilikuwa iliharas watu. Hata siku moja walipiga gari ya Kibaki huko na mawe. Wao ninyi ambao mnasema ati watu wengine wanapiga mawe, ni kwa sababu watu hawasimu kweli. Wao ndio alikuwa mtu wa organizer ambaye walimpiga Kibaki wakati Kibaki alikuwa na campaign ile siku za kwanza. Hiyo 92, hiyo youth for KANU 92. Tulipotaka constitution, katiba, alipinga. Kila kitu ambayo tunataka anapinga. Ugatuzi alipinga. So hakuna kitu ambayo anataka progress. Na mimi nasema saa hii mnasema ati sijui ugatuzi hamtaki history. Ugatuzi sasa imeleta mafanikio kila mahali, kila sehemu ya Kenya. Mtu ukitembea, hata zamani ulikuwa ukienda katika sehemu zingine za nchi yetu, unakuta maduka zile zilijengwa wakati wa ukoloni ziko na mabati zimeshapatwa na kutu na nini. Wakati ule devolution imekuja, hizo sehemu zimekuwa hizo mabati zimetolewa, wameweka mabati mpya, wamejenga. Kuna ni kusema kwamba pesa imepelekwa mashinani. So ni kitu tunataka tuiweke kwa uzuri, na ndio maana tunataka kitu inaitwa umoja. Azimio la umoja ni jambo la muhimu. Wakenya mtusipuzie umoja ni nguvu, umoja ni nguvu. Kwa hiyo sisi wote, na mimi nawahimiza na wasisitiza, nasema tuwe wamoja kama siku ile tulipata uhuru. Wakati tulipata uhuru, mimi nilikuwa kijana mdogo, lakini ile furaha tulikuwa nayo, niliona mambo mengi sana wakati huo. Ile furaha ilikuweko na vile raha ilikuweko katika nchi yetu, mji wa Nairobi ama miji zote, kulikuwa na raha sana, tulikuwa na raha, kulikuwa hakuna wizi.
Baba.
Asante. Tulikuwa na raha, na kwa hiyo nawahimiza tujaribu kujenga umoja ambao Rais Uhuru na Bwana Raila wanajaribu kutuhimiza tujenge huo umoja. Na hiyo umoja ndio maana unaona hata hawa magavana wanaona ni mtu gani ambaye anaweza kutuletea umoja kati yetu, kutuhimizia, kutusaidia. Kuna msemaji mmoja amesema hapa kwamba Raila alienda katika kila sehemu ya hawa gavana kuwasaidia kuanzisha, kufanya, kuwasaidia ili huo gatuzi ifanye kazi, ili wajue watafanya nini, watafanya kitu fulani, watafanya hivi. Raila aliwasaidia, hata kama alikuwa ni wa Jubilee ama alikuwa wa ODM, aliwasaidia. Ndio kusema huyu ni mtu ambaye anaweka nchi yake mbele, sio ubinafsi. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka kuacha na tuwe na utu, undugu, umoja, usawa na uzalishaji, ndio tufanye kazi kujenga nchi yetu. Asanteni sana.
Yeah, thank you so much Jakindu Bey. By the way, wakati William Samoei Ruto anaposema kuwa track record yake ni mzuri kuliko ya Raila, hiyo ni history. So wakati anapotuambia kuwa hataki kusikia mambo ya history, kuna kitu anatuficha. So ndugu yetu Captain, naomba uingie dakika zako 5, alafu nilete Stone BK na Kennedy kwa sababu hawajaongea. So please Captain, kwa sababu wewe ni uko pande ya Yuda, kuja dakika 5. Stone BK ukiona dakika 5 imeisha namna hii, take on. Thank you so much Captain, go ahead.
Asante sana Aaron, lakini sasa unapima sana bwana, kwa sababu hata ningekutumia tu dakika 2, sasa itabidi hata nitafute maneno tu nifiksie hapo 5 minutes. Anyway, no problem guys, we are together as one.
Sawa, so mahali itaishia kama ni dakika 1, nitaleta Stone BK baba.
Unajua dakika 1 imeisha tayari, sasa hata sijaongea. So panelist wote nataka kusema hivi, nikiona kwa screen vile tuko sisi wote, nafikiri ni watu tumekomaa kidogo, si sana ama sio vile tumekomaa. Tukiangalia Nairobi, vile Nairobi tulikuwa enzi za Kibaki, alafu Nairobi ya wakati baba hajaelewana na ile serikali labda ilipata kura, and then thereafter tukakuja tukapata Nairobi ya corona. Kwa wale watu wamekomaa kiakili, wanaweza na wako na labda wana watu wanawategemea kama familia, hapo mliona utofauti kidogo pande ya kusimamia familia wakati hakuna vita na wakati kuna vita na wakati kuna corona. Hapo kulikuwa na mushkili kidogo, tulikuwa na shida sana. So wakati Jakindu amesema mambo ya amani, ndio mimi niko hapo nikasema hivyo. Amani ni kitu muhimu sana. Watu walipoteza wakati wa hiyo wakati hatukuwa na amani. Karibu zaidi hata hatujamaliza mambo na amani, corona ikaingia tena. Ikawa ngumu kurecover sana. Sasa wafanyabiashara na wale watu wengine wote, hata wafanyikazi, kuna wafanyikazi wengi walisimamishwa kazi. So tusimamie amani. Nasikianga
wakati wangu umefika.
ndugu ya
Aaron,
Yes. Captain,
Bado
one
dakika tano bado bana. Dakika
yeah,
tano
Harun, unanisikia?
hata tatu imeisha kweli.
Captain Stone
Sijaanza hata
BK
kuongea bana.
Harun,
nakupata.
Wacha
Aaron,
Haruna amalize, wacha captain amalize.
Captain akimaliza
ama
ni wewe
iko namna
unaingia
gani?
baba.
Yeah,
Harun,
captain
unanisikia?
finish.
Okay.
Okay, because what I was trying to say is when you see William is saying tunaleta wote wa Kenya wakuwe kitu kimoja, tulete wa Kenya wakuwe pamoja. Azimio pande hii pia wanataka tukuwe pamoja, so tukienda na hiyo njia, nafikiri sisi wote tuko pamoja. Pale tu kwa upande ya UDA kuna maneno kidogo kidogo ambapo sio mzuri. Inyo hapo amejaribu kusema uwezi jibeleka mahali kama Central, kama ule mama anaitwa, kuna mama fulani hapo anakuanga na Alice Waume Gachagua, haezi enda pale kumkampeinia kama William Ruto yuko. The 48 laws of power, law number 1, do not outshine your master. I think that is what is in UDA. Hawezi outshine their own master. Na hata pia unajua William Ruto naye anakuanga na ile sijui lugha gani ya kuattract watu wengi, wanaleta watu hivi hivi mpaka wale wengine hawataki kusikika. Kuna mahali umenitajia hapo kinywa ukasema hapo shilingi 6,000 kutoka kwa baba. Sijui wewe ulisikia mwanzo ya hii shilingi 6,000 ilianzia wapi na ni nani alisema? Mimi nafuata penye ilianzia na vile ilisemwa. Mimi vile nilisikia, any youth mwenye hana kazi atakuwa anapata shilingi 6,000 kila mwezi. Penye ilianzia, sio sasa hii ya Thika hapa juzi. And even some of the panelists can confirm for me, labda
Captain,
niko mbali kidogo,
from the
labda
word
sikuwa
go,
nimeielewa.
from the word go, hiyo pesa haikutajwa ni ya vijana. According to interpretation, watu wa the
Wewe ulisikia
opposite
jana hapa
side,
Thika.
listen, si jana sasa ilikuwa anashindanga kurudia. The opposite side,
Kinyo mute amalize dakika moja nitamjibu.
Wacha nimalize alafu wakati inajibiwa utachangia. So hii ugatuzi ni kitu mzuri sana, ilizaa vitu mingi. Hata chama cha mashinani ya Isaac Ruto imezaliwa na hii ugatuzi. Hata hiyo jina yake mashinani hiyo imekuja kwa sababu ya hiyo ugatuzi. Ndio maana unaona kila mara aelewani na ndugu yake deputy president. Isaac Ruto can be a very clever man, and William Ruto doesn't like that. Somebody say that William Ruto does not like rich people. Let me tell you that William Ruto does not like somebody who is clever than him. Apendi hiyo kitu, utamshinda. Ukikuja tena matajiri, mtapigania ile utajiri na yeye. Sana sana upande ya media ako interest pale. Hizi biashara kubwa kubwa, ma insurance nini, ako interested pale. So when he sees you that you are trying to come up this way and that way, he has to hit on your head na unakuwa umeinamisha kichwa. Sisemi kwa ubaya, I still support him. He is my favorite presidential candidate so far, but sometimes ni mzuri kuambiana ukweli. Thank you very much, guys. Let me not take, I had a lot of issues, but so now because I've been limited by Haron, let me keep that one for the next time.
Utakuja baba. So in fact, Mr. Captain, before latest on BK, wakati hii issue ya 6K ilipotokezea, baba alituletea profesa mmoja na daktari, alafu wao wenyewe waka break down hiyo 6,000 vizuri na wakatuambia kuwa hiyo pesa inastahili iende kwa those people who are the poor among the poorest, yani zile familia ambazo hakuna mtu yeyote ameajiriwa pale, hizo ndio zitapewa 6,000. Alafu kutoka hapo wakati baba ataweka zile measures ambazo kama ni industries, then kutoka hapo wale vijana wenye wako kwa hiyo boma wapewe nafasi ya kufanya kazi hapo. Hiyo familia itakuwa inatolewa kutoka kwa hiyo 6,000, then kutoka hapo sasa kijana atakuwa analisha kama ni mamake, kama ni babake, ama bibi yake, hivyo hivyo. So hiyo 6,000 by the way haiko si ni ya vijana ambao hawana kazi. Kama we captain hauna kazi, usingoje 6, yani kama kwa familia yenu hamuna kazi kabisa, automatic mtapata. Lakini kama wewe kuna mtu ameajiriwa katika boma yenu, wewe hauna kazi, hakuna do itakuja hapo. Wewe utangoja structures ziwekwe kama ni industries, then kutoka hapo utakuwa fixed, utaambiwa ingia kwa industry, pata mshahara. Mr. Stone BK, take the stage baba.
Kwanza hii pesa sisi wote kama familia tutapata, kila mtu atapata, ama ni mtu mmoja, ama as a house or as everybody in the family?
No, it is household. It is per household, not an individual. Kama mko watu 10, 20, no, it is per household, whereby in fact 200 per day, because household haikuangi na watu 100, ni mtu 4 mpaka mtu 6, at least shilingi 200 mtanunua unga, mtanunua unga pakiti hapo hivi, kasukuma, na maisha itaendelea, because hatutaki mufe. We want you continue staying alive. Ndio kutoka hapo serikali ikiendelea kutafuta mbinu ya kuwatafutia kazi yenye itawapatia mshahara wa kudumu. Thank you Mr. Captain. Stone BK.
Thank you Harun, and before nilikuwa ninasalimia wale wengine wote, Jackie Dube, Captain, Bro Benson, Harun, Alex, I saw there, namuona ameweka curtain. Bantu Warrior, karibu. Kinywa Eric, na kuona Kennedy, na kuona. Amjambo nyote. Mjadala wa leo ni mzuri sana. In fact, I'm very happy that Mutembei, the panelists, as you can see, those of us who have been here, akina Kedumbe, tumekuwa tukibuild momentum towards this very good topic. And indeed, I would say tsunami, ile baba alisema ni kweli ni tsunami. Unajua tsunami inaanza na ile upepo anaita na Kiswahili, anaongea Kiswahili ingine safi sana, kama wa coast. Adiita nini Bantu Warrior? Ile baridi upepo kabla ya tsunami. Duruba. Aha. Sasa bado tuko kwa duruba tu na watu wameanza kutetemeka.
Duruba ya.
Sasa kabla nije kwa devolution, manake nataka kuongelea juu ya devolution, ningetaka tukumrahisishia nani captain, namna Harun amejibu about the 6,000. It is very simple. Hiyo ni hela ambayo iko kwa program ambayo inaitwa social nini? SPP. Yeah? It's a social provident program. Social protection program. Ama fund. You can call it fund or program. Manake ni ya kusaidia household ambazo kwa wakati mmoja kunawezekana hakuna mtu ambaye ako na income, ambapo tuko na such cases. You know, mtu familia mtu mmoja ndiye ambaye alikuwa na kazi kidogo akapoteza kazi kwa muda ule, ambaye familia hizo hawana mtu yeyote ambaye analeta income, watakuwa wakipewa hiyo hela ya kusaidia. You know, it is a stop gap. It doesn't mean that sasa kwa sababu household inapewa 6,000 vijana wasiende kutafuta kazi, ama baba wa nyumba asitafute kazi. It is a stopgap, and it's a program that iko mpaka US. I saw it can tell us that even in Australia. Okay, so hiyo hula baloo ya UDA kuja kuongea 6,000, they just want to rubbish it because it's something very very practical, something that is happening. Kwa hivyo tusiengage sana. It is as simple as that. Itakuwa inaenda kwa household and it is doable. Excuse me. Kama kwa mfano namna wazee wanapewa ile hela ile 3,000 I think per month, So hiyo hela inawafikia wale wazee over 70. So there's nothing difficult about that money, because baba nini yake ya kwanza ni kufinya ile mianya ile inapenya na hela za nchi, na amesema anajua kule watu wanaiba, he knows how people are doing it. Kwa hivyo ataziba hiyo mianya yote na pesa itakuweko ya kufanya hiyo. It's a very simple program, by the way, for this country. 6,000 per household ni pesa kidogo mno. Kwa hivyo hiyo watu wa UDA mkae mkijua hivyo. Coming to devolution.
Na sahizi kwa hii serikali ya sahi hiyo pesa inakuanga.
Hebu uliza tena.
Nauliza sahi kwa hii serikali hii sasa hii inamalizika hii. Hiyo pesa zinakuanga?
Pesa gani ya wazee iko?
Hiyo si hii ingine 6. Juu umesema inaitwa SSP what? Sijui what.
It's a new program, Captain. Kwa sasa kuna hiyo ni sisi tunaleta. Yeah, hiyo ni sisi tunaleta. Ni baba analeta kuokoa nchi. Yeah.
Nimesikia.
Kwa hivyo furahi,
tena kuna pesa zingine
Captain, ngoja kwanza. Nataka tukimaliza Januari, February uwe huku umekuja upande yetu. Si ndio tunaongea mambo ambayo ni practical.
Hiyo ni kama kuchanganya mafuta na maji bwana.
Hapana,
kuchanganya na mafuta na maji.
We ni wetu. We mute kwanza. Sasa, coming to devolution. This was a disappointment to UDA. Really disappointment. And unfortunately, Baba ameanza kuunleash hizi missiles. Sorry. Pole. Huku kumenyesha leo sana. Anyway, so I was saying Baba unfortunately ameunleash hizi missiles too soon. Ameunleash hii ya Thika ambayo ilikuwa ni bombshell, okay? Kidogo, and I think those of us who are kwa Mtembei jana tuliongea tukisema we don't know what is coming next, because after Thika walileta hii mambo ya Jacaranda kujaribu kudistract Baba and the Kenyans, ndio waanze kudebate on useless things. Little did we know that leo Baba ataamkia Naivasha with 30 present and 5 confirmed in absentia governors ambao wanaunga mkono hii azimio la umoja. Kuna watu wanajaribu kurabish but it is only people who don't understand kwamba hata ingawa they are finishing their terms, these are people that have been in position of power in the counties for 10 years. These are governors that have worked with the counties. They still have command in the counties. You can imagine them forming a team that will be seriously campaigning for Azimio at the county level. You only assume them at your own peril. That is a huge power. These are people who have been, they have been respected. The only thing is that they are limited to 2 terms. Most of them would have gone back. We are talking of people like Kivuta Kibwana, who even the Makueni people are regretting, and they are wondering where they are going to take him, because they still need him. He's so respected. He's the best performing governor in this country. He does the best public participation from grassroots, kutoka kitongoji. Alifanya, akakaa nao, wakamwambia wewe nenda ufanye kazi na Baba. You understand? So we are talking of a very, very indomitable power of 35 counties behind Azimio. That is number one. And that has sent William Ruto crazy. I mean, he cannot believe what is happening. Okay? And he will even be more confused now, other than hiyo ya Jacaranda na ile ya Kiambu. He will get more confused because these are things that he did not expect. You know, one weakness, my very good deputy, one weakness he has is that he does not look at the other side of the coin. Kama hivyo captain amesema, I'm happy you know your leader very well. He is one-sided. He believes yani ni kusukuma tu, anataka kubomoa, and then he says you'll use wheelbarrow. You can't go far with the wheelbarrow. Angechukua caterpillar if he wants to really push his way. Now, when you are in a competition, you're supposed to always look at the other side. You look at the best case scenario, and then you look at the worst case scenario. You don't stand and expect that I'm going for a meeting in point A, uwanja itakuwa imejaa. Ask yourself, nikifika pale kuwa hakuna watu, what will I do? You understand? You should always expect the other side of the coin. For now, in his strategy, he does not even look at what if I don't make it? How about if I'm not elected? Hataki kuangalia hiyo. And this is a competition. Okay? Now, he does not even want to say, how about if all the governors don't support me? He's just saying, Mama Mboga atani support mama. Even sisi huyo Mama Mboga hata sisi ni target yetu. They are Kenyans. So everybody is wooing Mama Mboga. Everyone is wooing Baba Boda Boda. So instead of knowing what kind of program, tangible program, can I put together to be able to convince these people? Anasema tu tutawainua hapo juu, wale wengine wako kule wanapanga vile watatunini, watajua hawajui. And I'm telling you, by February, even these Mama Mbogas will just start saying this guy does not have anything tangible. That is one. The other thing is that the reason why Baba will be so strong is because the smallest unit of empowerment, it's the ward. Okay? It's the ward. Pale mashinani, if the money is at the county and it has good managers, which we will make sure Baba gets good managers from MCAs all the way, then automatically we shall have the industrialization that Baba is talking about, because the counties will be able to start what we call localized cottage industries, because every county has its own niche, it has its own what they have locally, and industries should be developed that way. Wale kwao iko mawe mingi, they just do some of the industries, kutengeza mawe of all types, granite and all that. Okay, wale wako upande wa samaki, they improve on that, they do storage and improved value addition and all this. This will work very well with the already existing framework, devolution. So that's why you'll find Baba getting very, very, very strong. Lastly, when we talk of this kind of the campaign strategy, the movers, Baba already, from very reliable sources, he has now the governors who have their networks of already existing MCAs and the most popular people at the village level. Okay, he has a machine, he has a system, he has a team that is going, listening to the ground. They are doing their silent surveys, and they are able to identify the people that are very, very respected at village level. That again, hiyo itakuwa ni kumalizia tsunami, because once you go to the village, kama leo kuna huyu mbunge wa hapi, huyu mbunge the latest mbunge wa huko Western, today he was doing his public participation, and he went to 3 different they showed 3, but he went to 5 different places in Kakamega. Anawauliza 3 questions. Question number 1, do you want us to go? Anauliza, how many of you want to go to UDA? Inua mkono. Only a couple. Akauliza, how many of you want to go to Azimio? Everybody was saying Azimio kwa Baba. So that kind of public participation, because those are the voters. And once you collect people apart, up to 100 people, and they give you the direction, that is a reality. And he was not dishing out money. It was all over news today. So Kakamega is gone. All right, and that is the strategy. Okay.
Yeah, Stone BK. 1 minute. I bring Canada. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm done, and then I'll come back later. Thank you.
So Captain, swali ya Stone BK iandike chini, nikileta Kenneth before brother Benson, then you will ask. Kenneth, go ahead.
Sawa.
Unmute. Mr. Kenneth, unmute. Unmute.
Mr. Kenneth, kuna kitu
Angalia
inaitwa mic
ako,
hapo, MIC. Finya hapo.
angalia hiyo MIC. Yeah.
Mnanisikia sasa?
Kabisa.
Okay. Nashukuru sana. Can I say it? Good morning kwa Kenya.
Bana, hapa ni usiku.
Sawa, mimi niko South Africa. Tunaelewana?
Ya, salimia Shivambu.
Mambo, mko vizuri? Sasa wacha tuende kwa points za kweli. Let me just go straight to the points. Me, I'm supporting Baba. And I'm supporting Baba for one simple reason. Baba, tukianza, when we start from 2010, wakati tulikuwa na constitution mpya, ndugu yetu Ruto was against the constitution. Bila tunaongea saa hii, he is still, but he's always against, but he still lives in the same constitution. Sasa mtu kama huyu ni yule tunasema ni mtu anakaa someone mwenye amejifaria ngozi ya kondoo, kumbe nani ni umba mwitu tu. Kwa hivyo sio mtu mwenye tunaweza amini. Historia yake ni ndefu, najua Wakenya mnaelewa. Kwa hivyo kitu mimi naweza omba tu ni ile to support Azimio la Umoja, to make sure Baba ameingia State House. Baba anatetea devolution, pesa ingie mashinani, watu wapate pesa, watu wafanye biashara, watu wakuwe na umoja na upendo kama Wakenya. Hiyo ndio kitu ninaweza omba. Msisikie tu mtu anaongea sana. Unajua sometimes empty bottle makes noise. To me, mtu kama Ruto is an empty bottle that makes noise. Sio mtu unaweza amini eti ni mtu mwenye anaweza peleka Kenya mbele. Huyo ni uongo kabisa. Amedanganya Wakenya mara mingi. Aliwadanganya watoto laptop 8 years, 10 years now. Alidanganya Wakenya stadiums ngapi? Hata hakuna moja nimeona imechengwa huko nyumbani. Hakuna. Kwa hivyo mkiangalia mtu kama huyu ni mtu anadanganya watu. Hata mkisikia hiyo pesa na promise billions, maana anasema bilioni 50 billion, anafika anaongea 100 billion. Mkianza kumaccount mtu anaongea nini, amwezi muona anaongea nini. Ni muongo. So we need to get accountable. Vitu zingine ni bandia, mkorofi kabisa huyu. So we need to put him in a place where we need to make him account. Unaona baba ametulia. Baba ni mzee. Baba ni mtu kama baba yangu, inamheshimu sana juu I know he's got nothing wrong against anyone. Yeye anataka kuona Kenya imeenda mbele. Amepigania constitution, amepigania vitu mingi, amekaa chera. Ruto amekaa chera ya nani? Ataka ni mwisi. Na mimi namuita mwisi live. Kama ananisikia na ananiona sasa hivi aniangalie, namuita mwisi live. Mwisi takataka kabisa. Ana mpango. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba Wakenya wenye wananisikia,
Mr. Ken, naomba utumie language tu mzuri kidogo. Is okay, is okay.
Okay, sawa.
Lakini Aaron, hakuna shida, unajua ni mgeni hapa na bado ako na hasira kidogo, itaisha tu. Utamfanyia panel beating hapa pande hii namna hii, atakuja laini. Wewe usijali, wacha tu aongee.
Sawa captain.
Ni ile ninakashirika nikiona vijana kama mimi eti tunashangilia ukumbavu. Easy come easy go. Mtu akikupea pesa kama cha kupea kitu cha kufanya wewe ukue na hiyo pesa kila wakati, hiyo ni uongo. Lakini mtu akikuonyesha hii ndio njia ya kuingiza pesa, basi hiyo ndio mzuri. Kama pesa hiyo mzee anataka kumsaidia watu hapa 6,000, hiyo ni sawa. South Africa hapa kila mtu I swear to God in heaven, I swear, kila mtu hapa mwenye afanyi kazi anapata 3,000 kila mwezi tangu walianza corona. Enda Canada wanapata pesa every month, hawaendi kazi lakini pesa inaingia kwa account yao wanakula. Kwani Kenya kuna nini? Watu wanalipa ushuru, hiyo pesa inaingia, alafu baadaye inarudishwa, mnakuja kupewa kama nini inaitwa handouts. Alafu watu wanapigana kule, vijana wanapigana kule, alafu baadaye wanasema eti Raila inatafutia watu vita. Hiyo ni uongo kabisa. Watu kama vitu kama hiyo tuache. Watu waache watumie akili mzuri, waangalie. Hapana, tukue timamu, tuangalie vile tunaweza fanya Kenya ikuwe pamoja, tuendelee pamoja, tupendane, Mkisii, Mkikuyu, Mjaluo, Mkamba, wote sisi ni wa Kenya. At the end of the day, that's home. Lakini sasa tukiangalia eti vile huyu mwingine anakuwa na hasira alafu anaongea vibaya, haitatusaidia, hatutaenda mbele, tutakwama pale pale. Kwa hivyo waangalie, mimi naomba tu wa Kenya wenye wananisikia saa hii, penye wanaweka kura yao wajue wanaweka kura kwa nini. Wasiangalie karibu. Easy come easy go, easy come easy go, easy, just like that. Kwa hivyo wasidanganyika hapa hivi, waangalie mbele sana, waangalie ni nani anatuambia vile tunaweza enda kwa tuende vizuri mbele. That's all. Otherwise mkiangalia tu hivi karibu hivi, sawa, mtadanganywa hapa sasa hivi mpewe randi Kenya shillings kama let's say 1,000 rand upige kura. Ni kama umeuza kura yako. Huyu mwenye anawalipea hiyo pesa ataenda kuitafuta, ataichukua juu ametumia pesa yake, ama bila aliipata na ataitafuta hivyo hivyo. Kwa hivyo watu wanasema wafikirie sana. Je, hii ni mtego gani tunawekewa hapa mbele? Tusiangalie tu hapa karibu, tuangalie mbele. Hiyo ndio mapenzi yangu, naomba. Niachie hapo, nisiharibu.
Captain, uliza au ndugu wawili Stone BK na Kenneth kama uko na swali, tuende kwa alafu tuende kwa bro Penson.
Wacha nikuje kwa Kennedy Omweri. Kennedy Omweri akielekea kumaliza amesema tukiwa na hasira hatutasaidika. Nikarudi pale pale nikiwaambia hiyo hasira yake tu ni hasira tu, baadaye hapo kidogo itaisha. So unaona sasa amemalizia hapo akisema hasira haitotusaidia. Hapo mbele alikuwa amekasirika, unaona hasira yake sasa ya karibu ilete shida bure. So Kennedy Omweri,
hapana,
hakuna maneno
ni ku express point. There's different ways. Hata ukiona Ruto akiongea anaongea na hasira sana kunishinda.
Unaona sasa hapo kwa hiyo hasira hiyo inabidi tupunguze kidogo, kwa sababu kuna mtu sasa, unajua sasa another panelist mwenye hajaongea ataogopa kuongea akijua kuna mtu ako hapa ni mkali sana.
Mimi sio mkali,
so,
mimi mpole sana.
Hiyo hasira hiyo. Sina maneno kwa Stone PK. Stone PK ame streamline maneno yake vizuri. Najua nikiwa ndani unaona like yesterday and the other day mlikuwa na vita hapa. You say I was not around. Nikiwa hapa maneno iko sawa sawa. Nanyorosha maneno.
Yeah. Thank you so much Captain. Thank you Mr. Captain. Thank you Stone BK. Thank you Mr. Kenneth. I request you to mute so that I bring on Mr. Mr. Brother Benson. In fact, Captain and Buzz uanga nyinyi ni watu wa UDA na watoleanga kofia sana because your reasoning is very very good. Brother Benson, uwanja ni wako baba.
Hello, mnanisikiza? Hello?
Tunakupata vizuri sa.
Unanipata?
Kabisa kabisa.
Okay, asante sana. Mi unajua naona kama hata point zangu zimeisha, lakini bado tunasisitiza pale. Unajua venye tuko hapa, mi leo ni captain, nadhani wakati niko kwa captain nimekuwa tu ako ndani kama mimi niko nje na watch from outside. Lakini kitu ambacho nashukuru yeye ni kwamba the way anaongea na mrengo ambayo yeye yuko, hiyo inatufunza hata sisi ambao tuko Azimio la Umoja, inafaa kuwe wasomi kutoka kwake, kwa sababu kuna yale mbaya ambayo anasema, kama ameona mkubwa wake hajafanya vizuri anakana, pale mkubwa wake pia amefanya vizuri anakana. Hiyo ni kitu kizuri sana, na tukikuwa na kama mtu kama huyo, basi Kenya tuko kwa njia mzuri. Ya pili, bado nawahimiza tu watu ambao wako hapa, tukue watu ambao wanasema vitu ambazo zinaweza kuwa zinaleta watu pamoja, ingawaje tunaweza kuwa katika mrengo tofauti tofauti, kwa sababu ni wakati wa siasa, na ni kama wakati wa siasa tunataka kuongea njia ile itafanya captain arudi wa Azimio ama mimi nirudi katika UDA, unaona, na inaitwa lugha nzuri ya kutongoza mtu. So kwa sababu sisi wenyewe ni watu ambao wako na weledi, ama tunasema aje, watu ambao wamesoma, watu ambao wako na akili timamu, tuongee maneno, tusitusiane, tuseme tu vitu ambazo saizi ni kule kuleta tu watu kwa Azimio. Sisi hatutaki vitu mingi, tuseme maneno mazuri ya kuingiza hao. Hata kama kuna makasiriko huko, sisi tusikuwe na makasiriko, kwa sababu I'm seeing the histories on our side this time round. So the only thing that we could do best, let us just rejoice and talk polite words. Mr. Kennedy, history is on our side. Hata sasa hiyo mambo ya kumita mwizi wachana nayo, history is on our side. Usikasirike, kwa makasiriko tumetoka. Because the reason why I'm telling you this, the conversation has really started, and if you hear on how people converse, it tells you we are going somewhere. And all in all, starting to talk about devolution, people have exhausted everything about devolution. People have talked of everything. Let us just keep peace, especially like people who have decided to be in Azimio. And like right now, I will not talk and compare anything that Azimio is doing with my beloved president, deputy president, because his ideas and ideology does not match mine. You know, we don't agree on his policies, ideology, and everything. But he's the deputy president. I still have that respect for him. But I see in Azimio, I see like the Kenya that I want, and sometimes how they talk, it tells me we are headed somewhere, even if it's not 100%. But I'm seeing there's a good path that the country is taking, you know. So I will not compare Azimio to DP do this. No, let him. The more he's going to make so many mistakes, because we've seen once something happens, what comes is a big mistake, you know. So with us, we are in the right track. Let us keep praying, hoping, and pray for peace. Kenya is the only country that we have. There's no any other country that we have apart from Kenya. That is the only country we have. And we love it. Nobody's going to take it away from us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Brother Benson, kwa imizo mzuri. Captain, kuna kitu imekufurahisha unaweza zungumza, then nikileta Mr. Alex kupitia kwa hayo mambo mazuri yenye naona Brother Benson amesema.
Wacha nizungumze, nasikia Benson anaongea vizuri na nimeona ni mtu, hii ni kura moja iko hapa. Nataka kutafuta tu njia vile nitamleta vizuri pole namna hii. Naona kuna kura hapa. So for
vile
now
nimeona
guys,
ya captain.
vile Stone Piga ananiangalia kwa umbali. Kitu tu nilikuwa nataka kusema, sitataja labda vile Benson ameongea, labda Kennedy ama nani, but I wanted to ask the Temba, of which najua labda anasikiza penye yako ama atapata ujumbe from here, maybe I want to exit. Wakati William Citizen wanaenda kwake ama any other media station anaenda kwake kumwoji, because for me I don't have those guts to ask him to come here. The media guys like Temba and others can request him to come here one day and tell us and speak for himself. Wacha hii tunamwongelea juu hii ni kitu tu, kuna simu yako unaingia tu, kuna laptop yake pale ataingia. Mimi nataka kumwambia penye popote anasikilia ama wenye wanasikia sahihi ya kwamba Ruto tunamuomba sana. Kama kuna wakati mimi mwenyewe namuomba, kama kuna wakati mmoja anaweza pata nafasi aingie tu hii Mtembei TV, StreamYard, whatever, akuje pale achangie na sisi. Hapa hahitaji ati wakuja wanaweka sijui station hapo, sijui TV pale nini. Kitu rahisi tu, akuwe na bundles yake na akuja hapa aongelesha wananchi. Kura ya Benson isiende hivyo. Stone Piga kura naona iko sawa sawa, hiyo ni yetu hiyo. Kina Bantu Warriors, even though I know Bantu Warriors is out of the country, hiyo ni kura na kina kinywa hapa. Those are votes. We are missing a lot of votes, my deputy president to be. These are votes. And again I can tell you my deputy that kuna vitu mingi sio sawa pale. Wakati ulikuwa nyumbani ukasema utashughulikia kiti ya juu, wengine hiyo viti ndogo ndogo kama governor, member of parliament, senator, MCA na hizo zingine zote wananchi washughulikie. Lakini for your information sir, let me tell you that kuna watu tayari imesemekana wako na certificate, na hiyo ni kilio yangu kila mara. Why don't you make UDA to be transparent? Why can't you make UDA to go nominations? Wale wananchi wanataka wamchague. Mbona unataka kureward your loyal people who have been loyal on your party? We will not go like that.
Nikwambie ukweli.
Even that, just wait, I'm finishing something. Even those governors who are with Baba today, si ati wako pale kwa sababu labda ya nini. Wengine hata wanaogopa kuapproach kwa sababu ya ile lugha wewe pia unaongea ukiwa mkali sana. That is what I can tell my deputy. Jaribu kupunguza kidogo, kuja in like this TV like Mtembei TV, ongelesha sisi tuone vile itakuwa, kwa sababu nikiongea naweza sema labda na yumba. I love you from my heart, I can vote for you, but if things go like the way they are going, I might change my mind and not to vote. Mzungu ukuuliza hapa penye niko kuuliza mzungu, when are you voting? Mzungu aliniuliza, what is that? When are you going for your elections? I don't understand what you are telling me. When are you electing your president? Our president is there. Electing what? So sisi tulifunza mpaka watoto wetu wale wadogo, akiona tu pale kwa TV yone fulani ako na ile hatred kwa sababu imetokana na labda alisikia kwa fulani anajua fulani yako hivi, fulani yako hivi. Umoja I can say me, hata watoto wangu sometimes na kukuza hawa wasione mambo ya siasa. Grow up in a different environment, where expand their minds into other things. Kennedy, tell me now.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi, mtoto mleavyo ndivyo akuavyo. Usisahau Ruto amepitia mambo ya KANU. Tulikuwa na one party. Tingiza kidore. Kama utingizi wewe hauna mpango. Kwa hivyo usisahau hiyo.
So that is why you want to bring in Gideon Moi. Gideon Moi is the product of the same.
Gideon, achana huyu kijana. Huyu kijana pato achafika mahali, mwache huyu ako mbali. Tafadhali hata msimlete karibu na kitu.
So mtu
aongei
So mtu
atasema
tu
chochote.
anawatingisa sasa, saa hii ni William peke yake.
Yeye anajua mchezo wake, anacheza wa chini kwa chini, juu anaelewa, anatafuta njia ya kutoa ile madoadoa ya baba yake.
Yes.
Huyu mwenye anayo ndio huyu mwenye anakuja na UDA anasema lazima kila mtu akue ndani. Kama usipokuwa ndani basi
network.
Unanisikia vizuri?
Tembea.
Hello?
Nakusikia.
Kwa hivyo kila mtu yeye anataka kila mtu akue ndani ya UDA. Kama usipokuwa ndani ya UDA basi wewe hauna mpango. Ndio unaona wanapiga hii mambo ya multi-party parliament. Unaona vile mambo inaenda. Kwa hivyo lazima watu tufungue macho bwana.
Of course, haiwezi work. One party haiwezi peleka mtu state of Kenya. Haiwezi.
Si ndiye anataka kufanya?
Unless akutanishane na nani. Haiwezekani. Hiyo ni kitu hata yeye mwenyewe anajua. Maybe for now, he's looking for a way to ask those people to kill their own parties, which is very hard. Mtu kama Isaac Ruto unamwambia sima CCM na aliona vile Jubilee URP ilisima ikameswa na Jubilee. Where are we now? Hatuko hiyo Jubilee, hatuko UDA vizuri, hatuko URP vizuri, tunayumba hapa katikati.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Kenneth.
We need to reason.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Kenneth and Mr. Captain. Naleta ndugu Alex kwa sababu naona baada ya kukuanjia na yeye achangie mada ya leo. Mr. Alex.
Yeah, nashukuru kwanza Captain yuko hapa. Unajua Captain simjui vizuri sana, nimekuwa nikimsikiza for a very long time, but I can draw 3 or 4 things about him, but the main is Captain ni mtu amesoma, na ya pili Captain ni mtu wako very very exposed. So tunapoongea the social protection program, I'm not sure why mbona hiyo kitu hajawahi understand, and it is a pillar in every capitalist country. Any true capitalist country that knows that capitalism is man-eat-man society, whereby you fight for education, for health, and for everything, but there are those who are the least in the society ambao wanataka boost. Unajua gari yako ikiisha juice, kama battery imeisha, iko unataka una jump start. So that's a jump start. It is not a handout, and wacha leo tuongee tukubaliane. Hii inaitwa social assistance and protection. It's a protection. It's not even assistance. It is a protection scheme that guarantees you common security. And the security is like education, is like healthcare and food, the basics. So, and they are non-contributory. Hawa ni watu ambao hawezi contribute towards the society because they don't have anything to give back. So those in the upper large usually form a sort of NSSF, kama naweza sema kama Kenya NSSF. NSSF sio ati ile pesa yenye ulitoanga 1980 imewekwa mpaka saa hii. No, mimi nakatwa saa hii pesa yenye iko taxes inaenda kwa NSSF kwa sababu wale wa 1990, wale wa 1980 kuna mtu alikuwa anafanya kazi hiyo wakati akakatwa hiyo pesa. Wale ambao walikuwa na retire wakapewa. So it's shielding those who do not have anything, those who don't have land, those who don't have capital, and those who don't have a job. They have the labor, but they cannot do it. And it is done, Captain, in many ways. It can be done through real cash or in kind, in vouchers, through school fees, public programs. Una waive fee kama mtu anatakana kwenda kuchukua ID, unapata hana pesa ya kuchukua ID, you waive those fees. Inakuwa vitu kama basics kama school lunches. Unapata we have very many children ambao captain we mwenyewe unajua wanaenda day school, hawawezi kula lunch kwa sababu hawana pesa ya lunch. Either waende huko nje wanunue miwa ama wakae hivyo mpaka jioni. So the social protection program is a shield, is a security for commonality, for everyone who is the least in the society. So when we start socializing that into a communist and bringing so much fiasco, kuwa is bringing a different kind of also handout. No, that's not a handout. People are not fighting for it. People are guaranteed kuwa ikiwa mama yangu na baba yangu atakufa, I become an orphan, I live in an orphanage, I must be paid school for with that social protection program. But ikiwa CDF is able to pay that, kuna vitu CDF haifanyi kama kununua uniform, kuna vitu kama CDF haifanyi kama kulipia nini mtoto lunch. So the social protection vile amesema, it's a guarantee ile ya 200 a day. That 200 a day tunaiweka ya chakula mostly. But there are so many things. Mtoto kutoka shule, kutoka kuseme, if you want to go to a better school, kuna mtoto ambaye atapanda nduti ndugu yangu. Unaona? So let's not even argue about that. We will be arguing about the best thing that can ever happen to those who are least, so that someday they can be better than us. Because when those people increase in terms of their capital, hata sisi wanaweza nunua our goods, watanunua mahindi yetu, watarent nyumba zetu, watanunua nguo zetu, watafanya chochote, so that the money circulation, the vicious circle of the economy will keep on going. Captain, you need to understand, you're an learned man. You have understood issues of anger. Mpaka hapo katuambia, hii hasira wacha ishe, hata William pia wacha awache. The issue of social protection program is not a handout. It's an equalizer. The same way education is an equalizer. Haya, wacha niende kitu ingine Captain. Captain, wewe ni mtu mzuri sana. Kwa nini? Ulisema jambo hapa siku moja ambalo lilinishtua kama wewe ni mtu wa UDA. Ukasema, wacha niseme ukweli, UDA iko na watu wao. Na ukasema kitu kama ushingisho, tuko na shida kwa sababu Kostani anasema he was the first one kuingia UDA, so he wants direct nomination. and you know that is going to happen. So Kostani asipopewa hiyo kitu, inaenda kukua ni shida kubwa. Unaelewa hivyo? So, I mean, when we nurture such kind of democracy, yenye tunajua already tickets have been given and there is nothing you can do, I think that is a form of pseudo dictatorship ambayo hawa watu hata wakipewa ugavana, they feel that it is their merit, they were not even elected. So even in terms of governance, na umeona hii kitu ya nini imekuwa na shida sana. I've been following it because I used to love Sang when he was a senator, whether he was in Jubilee side. Sang was a very young man. He is an accomplished lawyer at a very young age. So when he became a governor of Nandi Hill, I followed him. But ukiangalia sahi Cheregai, the way he is disconstructing him, ni ukweli kwa sababu the guy was given direct nomination for no reason, and amefika mahali he is only helping his own clan. So let us not play the politics ambayo people are favored. When they are elected, they think that because they did not compete, they did not go everywhere kuuliza kura, they were given just handouts of nomination. So they feel entitled only to help their own people. When we do not have competitive politics, a politician does not see the need of other people. Wacha tuache kitu ikuwe very, very competitive. Because ikikuwa competitive, a politician remembers how it was competitive. Now next time, lazima arudi ground to the same people. Hakuna mtu atampea hii kitu. So I think the DP na wewe kama uko na mtu ambaye hako karibu na yeye, hii kitu ambaye already watu wamejua, hata sisi tumejua hapa Mtembei kuwa Gachagua atapata ticket, Wahome atapata ticket, Sudi atapata ticket. It is a wrong notion. hiyo inafanya hata other governors ambao wangetaka kuingia UDA wa compete because wako na watu wao wengi in UDA. Let's not lie. Like in Kisii, we have so many people in UDA. Sikudanganyi, young people in UDA. And hata unashangaa kwani hii wave ilitoka wapi? When Kibagendi gets to Kisii town, you wonder where these kids get from. They are supporters wa mzee wengi sana. But when he decides ni Osoro, ni Kibagendi, ni all these people peke yake, you know that competition goes off. And what happens? Dictatorship starts. And that is how he gets to trust people and awapea handouts. And those handouts, they end up starting fights. Start fights. His own people ambao ameweka chini wanaanza kumdanganya, oh, ni watu wa ile side. Badala waseme, na wewe mwenyewe ulituambia hapa ukweli kuwa iko watu ambao ni dealers, na ukasema vizuri watu kama Boni Alwale. And that is, we want an opposition, a united, vibrant, very, very articulate opposition. When Baba gets in, tunataka William Ruto, who is going to challenge Baba so that Baba can deliver. We don't want an opposition that is disintegrated kama sahi Mzee Penny anasemanga ukweli hata kama tunakataa, without opposition, especially when ile bili ya VAT ilikuja. Ile bili ya VAT ilipokuja, kuna watu wengine kama mimi hatukuitaka. But sasa Baba is compromised, Mbadi is compromised, Mbadi is working with Tuju. Sasa hiyo kitu inaenda tu hivyo. But when you have an organized, vibrant, robust opposition like Omweri, you are in South Africa. Hii watu ya EFF, they are not even more than 100, lakini inapeleka watu mpaka tunashangaa. And that is what we expect. And if Baba is not going to be challenged, if Baba is not going to be challenged, if Baba is not going to be challenged, we are going to be disappointed. So tunataka Ruto akue strong. Why? Because Ruto is going to be, itafika wakati hata sisi tuna support Ruto. Tunaambia Baba wacha ujinga, tulikupea president ufanye kazi. Akianza kuleta ujinga, we have a very strong alternative. But hatuwezi kuwa na hiyo alternative because wacha kumbuka captain. Ruto hata asipopata sahi na kuambia Ruto is the next president after Baba. There is nobody in Kenya ambaye ako na nguvu kama Ruto ako nayo. So let Ruto also put people close to him ambao sisi tukiangalia tunasema Ruto is maturing. Ruto is our savior now. Because Baba as a president is going to make mistakes. Nani atatutetea? Ni Ruto. So ambia Ruto atupee watu ambao hata sisi tutafurahia. Lakini the likes like Gachagua, like Wahome, full of hatred. We can't even listen to them. So captain, wewe tunataka kukuweka mtu yetu hapa uongeleshe hiyo jamaa yako, kwa sababu sio sisi tunaenda kuongelesha. Wewe mulete hapa, sio sisi tutumulete hapa. Asante.
Au umeongea.
Alex,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Captain, Mr. Kennedy, mute, nilete captain, aripato kama anaripato mambo ya Alex, tulete Pantu Warriors.
Alex, kidogo sijui kama ninaweza mpata kwa sababu penye niko mimi si unajua, hata wewe unajua niko mbali sana. But I'll try my best to maybe nione kama nitapata timing sama za shaka ni masaa kama ndio naweza mpiga simu atachukua. Alex ameiweka vizuri sana. Kiona mtu anajua the quotes from the Sun Tzu book, hiyo sio mtu rahisi. Ameiweka vizuri sana. We have problems like somebody when we gave out direct nomination to someone like Sang. You see how the Nanti county is, they are crying like right now, wanalia kabisa. So sitakuwa na neno ingine ya kuongezea, ni kupigania. Hata sio mimi peke yangu, hata wewe Aaron, kama uko na network vile unaweza pata William tuletee hapa, we'll appreciate. We'll put him on toast here. You want to be told the truth? You want UDA that it has to lead this country to a better position. One thing that that people, maybe especially my people from UDA side, they don't remember is this William Ruto is a very young and energetic person when you compare to Baba. Let's take by accident William Ruto achukue serikali hii mwaka. Definitely he will be an incumbent president 2027 or whatever. Ataingia tena mpaka 2032. Where will we be as a Kalenjin after him? Who will be our leader of Kalenjin? No, some of those are, wakati una hesabu mayai hii itakuwa kuku ngapi, angalia pale mbele. Hii ikishaangua ile nyingine itaangua siku gani, nitakula nini? Naona? We have to look there hapo mbele kwanza. Itakuwa namna gani? Because for me in Kalenjin politics or Rift Valley politics, we will not have any other person who will beat the politics of William Ruto. Hakuna. Just like Nyanza the way it is right now. Hakuna mtu anaweza piga siasa ya baba. Baba akiondoka tu hivi siasa ya Nyanza finish. Sisi pia ni hivyo, tutakuwa tumemaliza siasa yetu. Stone piga, ngoja kidogo. Kuna jamaa anarusha mawe pale kwa comment section. Geoffrey Ruto, you have said William Ruto cannot come in a forum where people are not patient. Let me tell you, Geoffrey Ruto, if you are looking right now this live TV, we are very much organized until even you can see Stone PK anainua mkono yake anaomba nafasi kuongea. These people are very patient, anaongea, anangoja mwenzake aongee, akimaliza anapewa position. Even me, as you have heard Haron saying, thank you very much Alex, maybe Captain, if you have anything to rebate. That is why our patient is. Not unless you mean another patience that I don't understand. We are patient in this forum. Only that if you come here and you are not that patient, ungoje hiyo wakati you have that energy that you have from UDA side, you have to be given position. No, we are not working like that. Thank you very much. I see Aaron is gone. Stone Pika ulikuwa unaongea. Sasa ndalan mpaka Aaron arudi. Stone PK, unaweza endelea. Naona Aaron mwenye anarando Pika is not there.
Aaron ameepa kidogo. Okay. Thank you Captain. I just wanted to bring one thing out of hiyo vile mmediscuss about the tribes feeling insecure baada ya umepeana example kwamba akitoka uoni mahali his region will be in terms of leadership, or maybe ukasema baba akitoka Nyanza itakuwa haina viongozi. This kind of misconceived perception ndio hatutaki na ndio baba atamaliza. In fact, what will happen in the event that baba becomes the president, the 5th president, which he will, one of the things that Kenyans will celebrate is that it will not matter who will be the president after Baba. Why? Why am I saying this? Because Baba, if you listen to him, not in public rallies, for those of us who have managed to sit in smaller groups, mahali anaongea, and when he gives you what he envisages, and if you even track right from when he started fighting for this country, ukifuatilia vizuri, hata ukisoma journals zake, utaona huyu mtu lengo lake ni kutengeza systems. Kwa mfano, one of the biggest system amepigania ni constitution, and that's why he wants everything to be embedded in a constitution, ili kwamba hata ukiwa Mturkana, ukiwa wapi, kona yoyote ya Kenya, huwezi kudhulumiwa, manake umesimamiwa na katiba. Ruto wants hizi anaita gentleman agreement, ati unajua sisi ni wangwana tukikubaliana. Those are childish things, sorry to use that term. Mambo ya nchi huwezi kusema ati mtakaa kule kanisani bwana asifiwe alafu mkubaliane kama nyinyi ukunywa kanywaji mko kwa bar you cheer and then that is very mediocre, you know, and that's why you see, sorry to say, he will by the time tufike mwezi wa 4 atakuwa amesambaratika in terms of, because he has no strategy. Yeye mambo yake wanaamka wanabumburuka asubuhi, wanasema wanaenda rally. You hear the things that come out of their mouths they are very disjointed. So Baba, for his 5 years, Mungu amjalie, he will put everything back to order. The constitution, BBI will come. You know, kila kitu itakuwa imeandikwa kikatiba. Ukinyanyaswa, sheria iko. Kama ni hiyo social whatever program, itakuwa iko kwa katiba. Ikiwa wewe huna kazi, jamii yako hamna, unaenda tu unasema, because he says when one member of the family, I'm giving this as an example, when it's in the system, si kwamba itabidi ni nani ndiye yako pale county, ama ni nani utaenda kumuona ndio family yako iwekwe kwa hiyo program. Hapana, itakuwa ni katiba imesema. Wewe kwa mfano, ikiwa the family doesn't have this, you are upgraded to that, to enjoy that program until one of you begins to get an income. So basically, and this is what I want UDA people, sober people like Captain, because Captain uko sober sana. Nimesema ikifika by 1st of February tutakuwa tuna celebrate pamoja. Wewe uko sober. And na ningetaka tu sasa usichukue ati William ni rafiki yako nini na nini. Chukua William ni Mkenya kama wewe. Alright? Na hivyo nimependa hivyo unasema mahali anakosea unasema amekosea. Let us all look at it this way. Tuseme huyu mtu ambaye hataki systems. You know he is allergic to systems. Same thing with Moi. Moi was allergic to systems. Moi alikuwa anataka systems zake kwa barabara. Anasimama hapa anasema leo nimesema kudoga leo hii barabara hakuna, and there will be no road. Hapa kudoga leo hii shule ya wasichana itakuwa boarding kuanzia kesho. Hakuna mabweni na nini. So we cannot run a country like that. We will have no problem after Baba ile system atakuwa ameweka. It will not matter which region the president will be coming from. That I can actually even swear by the Bible, knowing what Baba stands for. And that's why we want that, because I don't want by 2027 we are having this kind of tension we are having. I mean, really, why should we have tension? Saa hii watu hawazungumzii kitu kingine bana. People are worried. Sasa mimi nitakuwa wapi na watoto wangu baada ya tarehe 8 iko hivi, because there are Kenyans all over. There are people who are all over. People should be comfortable. Anybody in whether you are in Rift Valley, whether you are in Nyanza, whether you are in Nyamira, whether you are in Mbere or Embu, wherever, as a Kenyan, you should be very comfortable. Come elections, election pass and go. And that cannot come until we elect Baba. This is for true and it is for sure. So, Captain usijali, hata in terms of leadership, you have so many leaders from that region. Ni vile huyu jamaa ni dictator. In fact, you should ukifurahi unatakiwa ufurahi aanguke hii election ndio ujue hiyo kiburi. Hiyo kiburi unasikia akisema ni yeye ako nayo. Because why would you think that if it is not you, it must be you and you only? I mean, really, Kenyans bwana. Hata mimi nikitaka kusimama rais naweza simama rais, and maybe I can make a good president. Unaona? So hatutaki Kenyans unasema it must be me. Hii governor lazima iwe mimi. And that is, we are seeing it in his party. Why are you giving people straight ticket? Why? Okay, you can do consensus, but do consensus with the people on the ground. Si wewe unakaa hapa unasema hii chama nilianza mimi na huyu rafiki yangu wa siku mingi, ni hata nini. Anyway, so Captain, I just wanted to come in there to assure you that Baba will put systems such that it will not matter who becomes the president. Now, another thing I wanted to point out, maybe some of you might have noticed, one of the very good leaders, Captain, you know him, Buzeki amesema kwa machungu sana. Akasema, I would have liked to support the DP. And he's been saying that since 2013. But DP njia yake ni ya kupotea. You see, if people like Buzeki, renowned businessmen, wa Kenya halisi, watu roho safi, wanaona huyu mtu hafai kuwa rais wa Kenya, Sincerely, Captain, what is it you guys are seeing in this gentleman? Yeah? Sincerely speaking, mtu ambaye Buzeki amesema hata afanye nini hawezi. Na si chuki, ni ile anaangalia policies zake, yani the thinking. There was one meeting that Buzeki was talking and he was saying he really doesn't understand, and it lined up with my thinking. When people say Ruto is shrewd, Ruto is very intelligent, he could be intelligent on botany but not politics. Sincerely speaking, I don't see wizardness ya Ruto kisiasa. Sioni mahali ati siasa yake huwa ameiunda ati unaona mambo inatokea, unaona hii kweli imefikiriwa sana. No, sincerely, because what I see is mobilization using money, pulling people, handing out pesa, alafu anaenda. Sijaona strategy ambayo unaweza sema haki wallahi huyu mtu akili imetumika kama vile nimeona za baba. Baba manifests himself every other season. Anatokelezea, unaona hii mambo imekuwa imepangwa. Mambo ya governor tulijua jana, hatukujua, tumeshtuliwa tu tunasikia 35 governors wame swear. Kibudha, one of the best, akatoa press statement. I mean, such things. Tuache ku waste time na Ruto, honestly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nimeona speaker mwenyewe ashaingia kwa boma.
Wacha nikumbushe Captain kitu kimoja. Captain, unakumbuka wakati BBI ilianguka, Mandago was in the record saying sisi wengine tulitaka hii kitu ipite na tuulize tena ugavana mara ya tatu. You remember that? So it tells you that there are some governors who are saying they are supporting William Ruto, but who are bitter that BBI did not pass. And they know the reason why. So William should be wise enough to know.
Yeah, Alex, I remember that, Alex. Let me answer you. Even Mandago himself has been on record using local dialect, akitumia lugha ya nyumbani akisema tuangalie hii BBI, hamwezi jua mimi ninakuja tu hapo polepole, tunaona BBI inakuja, labda ninarudi kama governor. So, and for Stone PK, you are talking about Buzeki. Buzeki is one another man, let me tell you. Hakuna tofauti Buzeki na Ruto, wote ni watu wa kifua. Yani wanapiga kifua, huyu hataki kuambiwa hii, huyu hataki kuambiwa hii. Sasa inakuwa wale watu wamezunguka Ruto ndio wanaongea on behalf of Ruto, anaambia Buzeki tumakupatia mpaka mwezi fulani, kama hutakuja UDA sijui nini. Buzeki akauliza, who are you to tell me you are giving me until mwezi fulani nikuje UDA? Is it a must? And for sure I can tell you, kama Caleb Kositany atapewa direct nomination ya governor wa Singishu County, Buzeki will come in as independent candidate, independent governor for Singishu County. Atapigiwa kura na Wakikuyu wote Eldoret, atapigiwa kura na Wajolo wote Eldoret, atapigiwa kura na Waluya wote Eldoret. Alafu sisi Kalenjins tuko na wrangles between Keyos and Nandis. Buzeki ni Mkeyo, atapigiwa kura zote na wake tatu. Tipim, Governor ni Buzeki independent, ngoja mtaona.
Thank you Mr. Captain. Mr. Themba, utaleta Brother Jared. Eric Kinywa alikuwa na kadrop, then Penny. Thank you so much Mr. Themba for coming back.
Asante sana Bwana Harun kwa vile ambavyo umeweza kuongoza meli mpaka tukafika hapa. You know, that's why kwa ndege wanakuwa na pilot na co-pilot. Just in case pilot ashikwe na headache, co-pilot anachukua. Nimeona huko shambamba. Na nimesikia pia captain yuko.
Hata wewe unasema unishukuru. Nilimsaidia, alikuwa ameenda kwa choo.
Ngoja captain, nimaliza, nilikuwa karibu na kutaja. Nilisikia captain pia unafanya kazi nzuri sana, umetosha kuwa captain hapa wakati tuko na nini, tunataka mtu wa Yuda ambaye anaweza kumoderate. Nilisikia sijui nani ulikuwa unamwambia kwamba hii forum iko very fair. Sijui nani alikuwa amepiga kelele aka complain.
Geoffrey Ruto
alipiga
kelele. Geoffrey Ruto pale kwa comment section.
Nilisikia umemweka mahali pake, nikasema basi sasa tukitafuta mtu wa UDA wa kutusaidia pia, wasiseme ya kwamba sisi tu inakuwa tu watu wa Azimio ndio wana moderate. Captain, tafadhali unakaa hapa, tunakuweka ndio waone ya kwamba hii platform iko very fair, hatuko unfair to anyone. Samson Kiprotich anasema Alex Polepole. Steven Mutumba anasema siafungue Citizen yake. Anne Gashoki anasema Ruto hana sera, tumechoka kusikiza matusi zake. Bantuaria alitoka, alisema ya kwamba kuna jambo limfanyikia akahepa. Nyab Fred anasema Waki na Matiang'i wapo from Nyanza. Okay, karibuni wale ambao mnaweza endelea kutoa maoni yenu hapo chini kwenye comment. Tafadhali endeleeni kutoa maoni yenu kwenye comment. Jared, karibu. Toa maoni yako kaka.
Asante. Let me also give my piece of mind. I know I've listened to a couple of speakers there on the panel, and I've weighed on both sides, and I wanted to say maybe one or two things. In 2009 in the US, when Barack Obama was elected as a president, it's because of Barack Obama that today we have a black woman as a vice president. And I've seen that people are tiptoeing on this issue. I do not think that Ruto is a party candidate as people want to portray. But let us face the reality and ask ourselves one question. For 60 years or so years, we have been ruled by two communities. That is a fact. Now, as the young people who are here, who will aspire tomorrow, when will that change? That's a question which is very fair to everybody. You know, when will we change? Okay? And with the numbers, okay, as they keep growing, there is no single day that a Kikuyu will be out of power. Not in a bad way, because they have the numbers and they have investment which they have to take care of. So you expect the Kikuyu to play around the vice president. It is maybe a public secret that these two candidates, top candidates, Raila Amolo Odinga and Ruto, more especially Ruto, at no option would have to pick a Kikuyu candidate. If 2022 August comes 9th or 10th, Ruto is the president and another Kikuyu is the vice president. You know that presidents, incumbent, they don't lose. So they go there 10 years. By 10 years, the Kikuyus could have been out of power for 10 years. So they would have the numbers. So at what time will you inspire somebody who is in Form 4 now, who is in school now, a young person, that one day somebody else will be elected to be a president, not based on the community, but based on maybe a track record? I hope that in 2027, 2032, it will be governors who will be jostling for presidents, where we can go back to their counties and say, this is what they have done to their counties. Then if we change the scenario to that will move us from which tribe we are from and or which numbers you have, because then we will look for the development record. Now, let's come to the two candidates. I've had the argument, Ruto has done this, Raila has done this. I think it was a little while, I think it might have been 90-something, when Bill Clinton was a president of the United States. And the banking sector, I hope you give me time. I'm trying to pass a point across. The banking sector was discriminating against the blacks. So because of the bad credit, they didn't have a good job. They were not able to buy houses. So the Bill Clinton looked at how do we get this minority or this other race to also own houses. So they brought a bill where they would guarantee the mortgages so that these people can secure a house. That is what later on, which was a good intent, but unintended consequences happened because people think of different things. And in 2009, that's how the housing market collapsed. Now, when I look at the 6,000, it's a very fantastic idea, so that those who are in a community, those who don't have, can also have, because they are also Kenyans. But what are unintended consequences? How do you divide a house? How do you divide a home? A home is a man who is married and doesn't have a pot in the household. They don't have a job. So then if we have finished university, we don't have a job, we can come and stay so that we can qualify. So there will be something. So I'm looking at how to implement this program. Might be the difficult part of it, rather than the intent. The intent is very good, but how do you implement? Another point I want to put across is when we say one person is doing this and the other person is doing this, let's face it, the two candidates are there for the interest of those who they are there for. If there are people financing Ruto, there are people who are financing Raila, and those are the people they are going to take care of their interest, not a common person. If we lie to ourselves that there is a common somebody, a candidate who is going to take care of one chief, let us be very clear. We had a constitution 2010, which was going to take care of a lot of things, but we did not follow that, and maybe we were not ready for it. When I see today a president goes anywhere and says he's giving a project somewhere, or governors or MPs going to the president asking for development, I ask myself, why did we have the Constitution 2010? The Constitution 2010 was going to cure by devolution, that's one. Two, by Parliament passing development agendas. Parliament should be the one which will allocate which road is going to be built, where and when. But when today, you see, today Ruto is giving a project here, Raila is giving a project here, the president is launching it, it's because we are used to the hold. We don't want to change. Otherwise, the president should not have powers to give any development if it has not been allocated by Parliament. But what is happening? What is happening is because we have members of Parliament who are followers. It was NASA, it was Jubilee, now it is Asmio, is UDA. But do we audit these members of Parliament that they can go there independently to protect us? No, they go there because of party wave, but they don't even know what the constitution should be. I've never seen in this old parliament, which is now going to finish 5 years or even 10 years, holding anybody accountable. Even a minister, they can make noise on rallies, but they can't bring a motion to say we want to challenge this one if he has done his work. And that is where we're going to have issues. I wish our people will know that actually, if we forget about the presidency and we concentrate on the MCAs and the governors, that's where development is going to come. If we can hold those people, we elect MCAs who are intelligent, people of integrity, and we hold the governor, and also electing a governor who is development conscious, and we hold them accountable, we will see development in everywhere of the country, and we will forget about who is the president. But because we don't want to do that, when Raila says everybody elect these people, we do that without even thinking. The same way to UDA is because we are going to depend on these presidents. And I hope the panel, if we can help, not only going back and forth what is good in Raila, what is good in Ruto, but educating our people that where development starts is at the county, at the ward level. If we have an MCA who will go and seek development for our ward, if we get a good governor, we will not be worried about up there because the constitution has taken care of how much is coming. I remember one time we had a forum here in the US, and the governors came there, and governors were saying that the monies are not enough coming to the ground. And I remember asking a couple of governors, I said, okay, forget about what is not coming. What can you show off what we have today? They could not answer that, So they woodwink us is that, hey, the money is not coming enough. We need to increase the money. Show us what you have been able to do. Remember, we came from zero, but we started getting something. If you are getting 5 billion, if you are getting 10 billion, how to count employees go without being paid? What budgeting do you do? Yeah? Even us, if you do your saving, you have your saving knowing that tomorrow, if I don't get money from the government, at least I have a salary for 2-3 months to pay. Where you take money? Why are you lasting to development when you cannot take care of the people you have? Those are the things which we need people who can think, so that we don't have our nurses, our people going without salaries. But so there are so many things we can engage ourselves so that we can move our country forward. But we have to start from the local area. Up there, there is no one single man who can do anything. The president is as good as the advisors. So even if today we pick one of you to be a president, and you have good advisors and you can listen to them, you can be a wonderful president. Okay? There's no genius up there. You have to follow. There's a law, and there's advisors. But we need to hold what we are capable between the MCA, who you can say, hey, there's a small taracha hapa ambayo itatengenezwa, or something it has not been done. If everybody will do that, then we can be able to move our country forward. Thank you for listening.
We wish to respond to some of your arguments, but let somebody say, then I need to respond, more especially with your social protection and the housing collapse in the US.
Okay, thank you so much, Jared, for your contribution. And I know let's hear people rebutting, because some of your arguments are. Let me hear Stone PK. Stone PK wants to rebut, and then we'll hear Alex also rebutting. Stone PK, karibu.
Thank you, Themba, and thank you, Jared, for your very serious insight. And I have 2 points I want to make on what Jared has contributed. It is true, Jared, and I'm not.
Not sure if you can hear me, but I cannot hear maybe my sound is having an issue.
No, you
We can hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Unmute to hear, unmute to hear. To hear if you can hear everybody.
Jared. I
He's
think it was
disappeared.
his problem. It is, I really wanted him to.
Yeah. He said so many things that we need to respond to. But Son PK, you can go on. Hopefully, he'll get back.
Okay. Yeah, for the sake of the rest of us. Yeah, Jared has expressed very, very strong strong areas, and okay, it's good. He's just coming because we've been touching most of these things. Number one, why we really feel Raila should be the president is because he's the guru of devolution. And the reason, yeah, Jared, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, super. Okay, I'll repeat what I had said when you were away. I'll talk on 2 points, maybe 3. One, it's only that you just came in, but what most of these panelists here, why you hear them talking as mostly supporting Raila, it's because Raila is the guru of devolution. He believes in it. Why does he believe in it? And why do we believe in it? We share your point that the smallest development unit, it's in the community, and that's the ward level. The ward level. Now, Kenya has gone, this is the 10th year in devolution. And we've seen how bad it has been run in some counties and how well it has been run in some counties in only 10 years. In 10 years, there are those counties that have gone into waste. The money has been lost. Mwananchi has suffered. As we are talking now, there are some hospitals, county hospitals, referral hospitals that have no electricity. People are dying. It's because of mismanagement. And here I agree with you. Yes, we are supposed to focus so much so right at ward level. And that's why, for your information, this time around, people vying for MCS seat, we have a lot of mature people, because we have learned that the counties that had proper leaders, mature leaders, experienced, exposed, and passionate, they are doing very well. So, and it has been recorded every time we've been seeing statistics showing this county is doing this. Like, for example, Makueni has always been on the limelight, how they are doing their things, how they are doing public participation, what you've just said. Mwananchi being asked pale chini ya mti. You should see clips of Makueni governor, Professor Kivutha Kibwana, seated deep in Makueni with that mama ule analima kule, to hear what she would want to see and to understand the problem. So this cannot be pushed by anybody else. All the candidates that we have, the presidential candidates that we have, all of them are mediocre, including Mudavadi, because Mudavadi talks of economy being superfluously, restarted at national level. Mudavadi does not talk about devolution so much. Why? Because they have their egos. They don't want it to be, to be said that like it has done very well, because they know Raila is the father of that. So quickly, I can assure you, after the 10 years, we've learned our lessons. And when we get Raila, then we go for another 5 years or 10 years, we shall have grown now to an extent that in future, correctly as you have put it, people will not be even caring who the president is. This will be anchored in BBI, because BBI is coming. Even if it doesn't come back on these 3 days at appeal level, Baba akiingia, BBI will come and it will strengthen the counties, and then Mwananchi will go looking for proper leaders. Hii maneno ya suti, at UDA anasema suti, Mwananchi this time around they are rejecting. The counties that will go suti, they will still suffer. But like in my county and most of these other counties, Mount Kenya and everywhere else, they are feeling insecure. So they want to have proper proper people elected right from county level. So your fear, I can assure you, utaona, there will be a lot of changes. And that's why you people in the diaspora also, you're supposed to support us on the ground. Let's have those people, good leaders, even if they don't have money to campaign. Let's help them so that our communities can have good leaders. Thank you.
Should I get in?
Yes, Alex, go ahead.
I'm in the dark, but let me quickly say two things. The first thing I will say about the issue of the housing collapse in this country. And whatever genesis he has used chronology to try to explain is a fallacy. Affirmative action was not the precursor of what happened in this country. There were so many factors. And that's why the Dodge law that was signed, it was both democratic and Republican law to shield some of the loopholes for years had been there for people in terms of how houses were bought. And if you were in the housing field, which some of us we were, there were so many loopholes that needed to be sealed because they created the housing collapse. It was not the affirmative action, as that you are saying. Secondly, when we comes to the issue of the social protection program, as you have said, remember, Raila is suggesting that we need a social protection program, just as Obama, and I'm going to explain it using what was done in this country. When Obama came in, he said we needed a healthcare, and he called it universal healthcare, because there were so many versions of healthcare that people wanted, even within the Democratic Party. But the one he had as a candidate was universal healthcare. And by the time it was debated and passed by both members in the Congress, it was something else, which was affordable care. So what Raila is suggesting is that we need to shield the 2.5 million people who, according to him, are the least in our community. And he has given us the reason why. He said these people need at least food to eat to go to work. And the amount of money they need is 200. And when he will put that as a bill to Parliament, it's something that is going to be debated. It's something that a structure is going to be put. And before it becomes a bill and a law, there will be structures how everything will be done. It is not just going to become a Raila thing, be passed like any other thing, and then become a law. No, this thing must become an act of Parliament. Any social protection bill like NSSF, NHIF, and so on and so forth, these are bills that go through the social committee in the House and are debated robustly. So you cannot just say that we are going to have loopholes. No, we might have challenges in executing it, but the fact that there will be challenges does not make us be cowardice in refusing to try to shield. And the last thing you said that governors came here and we tried to ask them about 1 or 2, 3 things, and they could not show what they have done. Only a blind man could say that the counties have done nothing. There must have been wastage, but if you know how the counties are operating right now, and they have said the wage bill, the amount of money that is going to pay the county human capacity development is too much. And that's why the amount that they are being given is too little. Because if you see the people that the county has employed on a level that is minimum for services, most of them are very, very essential. So, and you cannot remove them so that the county cannot work. So devolution on its true nature was supposed to be progressive. And if you remember, the transition authority, Mr. Jared, did a very sketchy job in trying to help the initial first-time governors so that they can start as being governors. By the time they became governors, they had no structures, they had no bank accounts, they didn't know how to operate. It took like 2 years for even a governor to have a place to call an office to operate from. So these are people who worked through bootstrap with nothing. So I can say without a doubt, even if we try to criticize them a lot, devolution was never in Kenya before. They tried as first-time governors because the transitional authority that was supposed to help them had wrangles, because remember, the first-time governors, most of them were from ODM, and this other government realized they were too powerful for them. And what did they do? They kept the provincial administration to take some of the responsibilities of the governors. So you cannot blame the governors. Let us know that politics entered in. Had the governors been given everything that they needed, today we could have even much more. So the governors did what they could do at that time because politics played. In fact, until today, if we are true, some of these county commissioners are unconstitutional because they're earning money, because they should be first off. We got out of provincial administration, now we are in the county level. So don't blame the initial governors. They have tried so much.
Can I respond to?
Yes, you can respond.
Yeah, Alex, you have brought a very good points there. And I know that maybe there might have been a generality. You have brought a very good point. We are 10 years into devolution, my friend. Why a surgery can be done in Mandera or Samburu, and the surgery cannot be done in my county, home county of Nyamira? Why is we see in Makueni that there are industries there, plants doing something, and in another county there is nothing? So when we are saying, we are not generalizing, but there are some places where things have not gone right. And the one thing, I agree, one thing, that when they started this, majority of people, actually the first timers, I can also agree with you that first timers, actually, if you saw, many people went for the Senate because they believed the Senate was upper house, and the people were shying away from coming to be governors. Now that's why you see now every senator is coming back to be a governor. But the question we are asking ourselves is 10 years down the line, there were no structures. The same way there were no structures in Makueni, there were no structures in Machakos and other counties. Leave alone this one. We're not talking Mombasa and Nairobi and all these other places which already had some structures. What is the difference? What is the difference? What happened? That's one I would say, Alex. And I know you touched a little bit of my example of the housing, and we don't want to debate because the facts might not be all that. But what I was trying to put across is the unintended consequences of some other things which are done in good faith, but other people come around and scheme around it, and then it turns to be a monster which cannot be. You agree that the mortgages, actually, it was made for affirmative, but now, because there was guarantee, people were buying 3-4 houses which they could not even afford, because there was a guarantee. The mortgage company was looking, hey, we're going to be paid. And that is where people went to 3-4 houses which they could not afford anyway. Right now, if you try to buy a house, you know what you're going to go through. That's what I was referring to. So when we come to, let's just listen. When many people have said, when we have this corruption is done during budget process, the budget making process. So by the time the bill is coming through, these people who we have taken to parliament to make laws so that it can protect us will make laws which will benefit them. So my question I'm asking is that how do you define a home which does not have any income? You know, is a man and a woman who just got married. They just finished school and they got married. They have both of them. They have no job. Is that what you're gonna define, or how you gonna define that? So it's something which, of course, is a good intent, and that's what I said. Is a very good intent. It's a very noble idea, but the implementation is where I'm seeing challenges. I didn't say that we don't do it. It's a noble idea, but the challenge is how are we going to implement?
Oh, thank you, David. David, thanks for coming. It looks like Themba is not here. David, thanks for coming. Who was next? Diana, Princess.
It's me. It's Eric.
Oh, Eric, endelea ndugu yangu. Themba is not here.
Umenieka pembeni sana.
Kinywa.
Now, let me just get direct to the point of. Yeah.
Kinywa. Ugatia.
Yes. Debuega. So let me just go direct to the point of devolution. I think that is the one thing that we're supposed to discuss mostly. The devolution absolutely it will work, and depending on the president we put there, devolution will work, and that's why you see the governors are running to the side that they know that devolution will be safe, because if someone doesn't support devolution, you don't have to trust him or her with that docket. So for devolution, things will be okay, and devolution it will work in hands of Baba. Devolution itafanya kazi vizuri sana. Then point number 2, let us not wait tuletewe. Like we are supposed to be very keen on MCAs and governors we elect at our county level. You know why? When like Mzee Raila going to counties with governors and MCA, he knows those are the leaders from the ground. And even the promises are coming direct to those leaders, the grassroots leaders. Do you know why? Because if my MCA tells me we are going Azimio way, then I follow that way. If something happened wrong, I can ask MCA, ni wewe ulinipeleka huku, kwa nini? But if a leader, a president come himself, vile Ruto anakuja yeye mwenyewe kujitafutia kura yeye mwenyewe, haidi vitu akataye kufanya, hautamuuliza swali, utamuona wapi? Hakuna mahali utamuona. And that's why we go back into 2013. 2013, the promises we were given about Stadia, about a lot of things. Because those promises tulikuwa tunapatiwa direct na president na viongozi, but they didn't do them. Huwezi fikia huyo mtu kumuuliza swali in any manner. Huwezi fikia huyo mtu kumuuliza swali. But for our MCAs, mimi nitaamka asubuhi niende kwa MCA njoo unajua kwake, nimuulize what is not happening. Hii barabara ya kwetu hapa mpaka saa hizi haijatengenezwa ni ya county. I will be in a better position for that thing will be resolved very well. But if we listen to the president, the one who is coming direct to people, anasema yeye anataka kudilu na watu mwananchi, huyo mtu hata akienda State House kitu ikuwe mbaya hawezi muuliza, hauna avenues za kumuuliza. But for our MCs and governors, they are the people tunaishi na wao every time. You just go meet that person na unamuuliza life na kuna kitu unaweza fanyiwa. So for that purpose, we need to be very keen on that. Then another point number 2, history ya Asla na dynasty. That thing is, if people can't listen very well and try to understand, hiyo ni kitu inaweza leta shida kubwa sana. shida kubwa sana, and there's something we must forget, because inafika point those who have and those who don't have, they start fighting. Like, I'm going to give a scenario right now. A week ago, I fired one of my worker. Reason, nilimwambia aende afikirie for a week or two, because ya kuandika kwa grupu ya wafanyikazi vile matajiri ni wabaya, hawataki matajiri, hawataki uongozi ya matajiri. So the moment I noticed something like that, I called the guy na nikamwambia, you know what, wewe ni wa yule mlengo watu wapendi matajiri, so as from today you are fired, go home. Ndio ukae ukiwa sasa hustler wa ukweli. Do you know, it's a week now, the guy doesn't have any job to do.
Usinifurahisha bwana.
Yeah, I did that. So leo ananipigia simu.
You need impunity.
No, not impunity. No. You know, Kenyans, if you don't, if you love,
tukiendelea hivyo nitapunguza
to follow the law, give the warnings
enough,
and give the person the hearing.
No, listen, I'm trying, you know, sometimes it's good people to learn from their mistakes so that they understand. Hakuna haja ya kufuatanga mtu vile anaimba huko hasla, atutaki matajiri, na wewe ujui unamfuata anasema hivyo na njia gani. You understand? Then you come into a point of disrespecting your boss. Me as the boss, and I need disrespect. So I had to fire him. After 1 week, he suffers. Then he come back to apologize. Do you know why he apologized? Because alienda akapata hakuna maskini anapeanga maskini kazi. So these rich people, they matter a lot in the community. So please, let us not go with this issue of, I would like people to forget about the rich and the poor, because no one is poor and no one is rich. Both of us tunahitajiana sana. Na kitu ya kwanza, these rich people, they do a lot in the country. We pay taxes a lot than someone who doesn't have anything. I pay you money, you don't pay tax. Mi nakulipa pesa, aulipi tax, ni mimi nalipa tax.
Are you sure? Well, are you sure nobody pays tax in Kenya? We have direct and indirect taxes. Why are you cheating the public?
No, cheating the public. Listen to me, David.
There is no Kenyan who is living in Kenya who doesn't pay tax.
David, calm down.
David, calm down. I want to explain it to you. I want you to understand, David.
Eric, kinywa ngoja kidogo. Please. Hold on, Jared. Just mute. David, calm down. Kinywa is just expressing his views. Akimaliza, relax, David.
We have done accounting, but nobody doesn't pay tax.
Relax. You will have your time to rebut Eric Kinywa. Today we have been really civil hapa kwa So calm down. You'll have your chance to rebut what Eric Kinywa said. Eric, proceed on.
Let me finish my point. You know, when I pay you, maybe I pay you on a daily basis. You know, I pay you at 1,500 in a day. I don't pay you through bank. I pay you cash. Hiyo ni pesa, haijakatwa kitu yoyote, na kupea pesa tu hivi unaenda nayo, unaenda kununua sasa sukari yako na unga yako na vitu zako. But at the end of the month, I'm the one to pay taxes. I file returns, because kama sina hiyo pesa ya kukulipa na kulipa tax, do you think au matajiri wote wako Kenya ikuwe hawana pesa? Do you know we cannot even survive in this country? Because tutafanya kazi kutoka wapi? So please, I hate this issue of Ruto ya kuita watu mabwenyenye na matajiri au ati yao si watu wazuri. Huyu mtu I will be fighting him forever, because anataka tukue maskini kabisa ndio akuwe anatutawala vile anataka. We need to get money on our own so that we make our own decision. Captain akasema Ruto ni mtu wake sana, lakini Ruto apendi mtu wise kumuliko. Anatakanga watu si wise, wenye ata control vile anataka. Ruto hataki mtu anaweza tajirika, juu kitajirika hautamsikia. anataka mtu maskini ndio akuwe na kucontrol, and that's what we don't want. That's what we don't want. So for that purpose, and then I've been fighting about this issue of rich for long because I know it hurts. I know many people who are employed by these rich people. I know them. A lot of more than 10,000 people, they are employed by individuals. Then those wandosi wanaanza kuambiwa ni wabaya. It doesn't help. So that's the point that we should know. We need rich people in this community. And this presidential seat, kila watu wako na interest, especially businessmen and women. Because lazima wakuwa wanataka kujua biashara zao zitakuaji kwa the next government. Kuna mwenye anaweza ingia aseme hakuna kampuni ya Kenya itauza kitu huku, vitu zote zitakuwa zinatoka nje. You understand? So they must be very keen on who they see wako safe, the business ziko safe na yeye. Once Baba normally say, buy Kenya, build Kenya. Buy Kenya, build Kenya. Why do Baba say that always? Because Baba doesn't want this issue of importing everything. We're importing everything, like everything. And in Kenya, we have a lot of things, minerals, we have a lot of them, but we keep on importing. That's why we need someone who will be safe, and the devolution will be safe kwa mikono yake. Hii mambo ingine ya kudanganywa, vijana hatuwezi danganywa. This time around tumejanjaruka sana. We are very keen. We are watching at a cross range. Pesa ikikuja tunakulanga tu. Uhuru alituambia kuleni pesa, ikikuja ni yenu. So ikikuja tunakula, ikikuja tunakula, but knowing very well where we are going to cast our vote. Secondly, I'm going to say this. There is this Trans Nzoia. There is Natembeya. Natembeya is coming with the fire. And Natembeya said, ataenda mahali raisi atamuelekeza. Na raisi yako pande gani? Ako Azimio. And I'm saying Natembeya will take this seat of Trans Nzoia very early in the morning. So thank you guys. That's my submission.
Okay, before I bring wait, Kenya. Wait, Jared. Before I bring you guys on, before we throw stones at Kenya has brought something that is a double-edged sword. Number one, watch what you post on social media. If you post on Facebook, if you post anywhere, watch what you post, because what he's saying is true. Nowadays, even employers, check out your perception, your attitude, how you behave. They ask you on your social media. So remember, interviews sometimes nowadays take place even on social media. So some of you become very, 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 very vengeful, and you are posting stuff on social media, and you think your next employer is not watching. He might be watching, and some of that might cost you your job. So be careful, be civil. Usipeleke matusi social media. Don't be so excited with the stuff, and then you start posting things on social media that might cost you your career. Unless you are you are eating out of social media. If you look forward to being employed, if you look forward, I know of people who have lost even contracts and jobs because of what they posted on social media. So be responsible social media user. If you're going out to social media, don't just get excited. Number two, on what Erica said, I think for me, I would have acted differently. Probably I would have called the employee, and some of the rules.
Temba, you are the chair. Kawaida, the chair talks from behind to align ideas of panelists. So if you speak, you want to speak after
David,
you.
Wacha niongee.
Wewe ni mwenye na control meeting. So if you talk, what are we going to say? The rest of us. Wewe ni mkubwa anaongea baadaye.
hata kama nimesema kitu na unataka kuirudia time yako, we rudia hiyo whatever I've said, even irudia na hata uiongelee zaidi. It doesn't mean I don't have an opinion, hata kama mimi we nyamaza. Now, if it were me, I would have at least, first of all, first warning, second warning and stuff. But casual labor has those casual labors, especially some of the ninis in Kenya where there's no contract. You can go anytime, you come in anytime. There's no warning, there's no contract that says anything. So that sometimes is the jeopardy. But what I picked from what Erica said is that watch carefully, especially this time of politics, what you post. Now, I want to respond also to Jared. Jared, you said some things that I thought were a little not informed with what the Constitution says about the relationship between national government and devolved units. You alluded to the fact that there are things that probably the national government is not doing, or even the county governments are not doing. I just wanted to say that the Constitution as it is, it's about 10 years Constitution. So it is going through those implementation, and you're seeing where things are wrong and you want to correct. So it's a Constitution that is still being, as they say, Constitution is a living document. So you're experimenting, you are anchoring other things in the Constitution. As the Constitution says, if there is any loops, the Parliament is going to create legislation to anchor some of the things in effect. So what we are seeing is as a result of a Constitution being implemented. And I believe that eventually when the Constitution has been anchored, and the devolved units are strong enough, we'll see more of resources coming from the counties. You have seen what has happened in Kitui County, Makueni County, where there were very strong structures that had already been created. And instead of devolving even corruption, they devolved development. And you see what has happened in those particular counties. Other than just some of them which are fighting for leadership, and even some of them fighting to get more from even the county government. So we are going to see lots of development when devolved units are more strong and arcane, which is the way to go. And then the other thing I wanted to fault you is that we are not going to a president because of tribe. We want a Kenya that will now cease to think of people as either Kikuyus, Luos, Kalenjins. We want a Kenya where even in future, anybody can be the president. And that is the future that we are looking for. We want to move away from the debate. The debate that you're talking about is when the president mentioned that even he can talk about, the Kikuyus have ruled for a while. It was after the other side had already started talking about, the dynasties versus hustlers. Then he said, okay, fine. We can also say that Kikuyus and Kalenjins have ruled for a long time. It was a rebuttal, but that is not the Kenya we want. We want a Kenya that is a respecter of everybody. That even a Kikuyu will vie for president and they can be elected. We don't want tribal negotiations and talking about leadership in Kenya, and that's where we want to get away from. Raila is not being elected because they're not relative to a Kikuyu. No, it's because of what he's going to do for Kenya, and we need to start, preparing the minds of younger generation to stop looking at people as Kikuyus have ruled us. There are Kikuyus even today. They have had a president, but they have issues. They are even living in power. I remember issues of Jiga. The Jiga Foundation was in Moranga, and Moranga is in Kikuyu land, central whatever, and they were going to remove Jigas from Moranga. So as much as, and even Kalenjin, there are people who have been Moi was in power for 24 years, but there are people in Kalenjin land, Captain can confirm to you, who did not even benefit from it. So I think this thing of thinking, Kikuyus have ruled us, Kalenjins have ruled us, is something that we need to start creating a different debate around it, as opposed to looking at people as Kalenjins and Kikuyus and whichever other tribe. That is not a debate that we want to promote for the next generation. Thank you. Now I want to bring David so that he does his rebuttals before he fires me again. and then I'll bring you Jared. David hasn't talked.
Yeah, I was almost firing you as the chair because the chair speaks last. But anyway, that one is forgotten, is behind us.
I know you have interest in Nyamira County.
I
But,
just wanted to say that Kinyua has raised very serious issues that any rational mind can rebuttal and put the record straight. Eric Kinyua, we have different forms of taxes. There is a direct tax and indirect tax. There's no Kenyan who lives in the land called Kenya and then other person, even if a foreigner, who doesn't pay tax. And that's why everybody has a stake in what takes place in that country. All the goods you use, services you get, the government gets money from you. So the notion that your employee is not paying tax, maybe you can look into it. The other one was what the Temba raised. I think your employee will look at it that you are intimidatory and you are forcing him to be in your camp, in as much as we don't advocate for writing funny things on media. But the way you have put at it, mimi ningekuwa employee wako ningetoroka tu, hata singengojea unipe kazi zingine, because you have shown that anybody who doesn't subscribe to your ideology does not become your employee. So you are employing that person not because he's able to give you a service, but because you are sympathizing with him. I think we should move from that level of reasoning and treating people like we are employing them because they have no alternative. You know, when you take someone on board as your employee, is offering you a service and you give compensation for the service.
Point of correction a little bit.
So our fellow Kenyans, I understand they are really suffering. There are the masses of employers, an example of Kinyua. So Kinyua, please.
No, point of correction. I think you are misinterpreting me.
Let me finish, buddy. Let me finish. The chance is from Temba. So if you cut me short, I don't give nafasi. So if someone listens to what you have said and picks that employee and goes to court, I'm sure we can mean something small from you. I think you've said you have some good money. I'm not advising anyone to come up, but be sure you will give something small out of your pocket by your actions. Nevertheless, that was on the light touch. One thing I want to agree with you is that the rich have stakeholders. Even in companies, the person with the big share tends to be the management, because if the company fails or fails to perform, those who suffer are the ones with big shares. And I want to believe that some of your people, of course, have really invested a lot. And that's why they have a high stake in terms of leadership. We agree with that. But then that should not push you to a level where you feel that they are the only ones to be there in power. But everywhere the rich have a say, because they have a lot that they are putting in their country. Lastly, because I was not actually commenting, but I was just rebuttaling, there's what we call the benefits of supported by the governors. I think, in my own considered opinion, that the governors supporting Baba, they have simply seen where the wave is looking at. They want to be in the right side of history. We are not supporting Baba because he's not a Kikuyu nor a Kalenjin, because if that is the parameter we could use, we could not even elect him, because he's also come from a family that has been near power or to power for some time. But we are voting him based on a number of factors we have explained here, far from Kikuyu. Just the way Themba said, we should not vote someone because of a tribe or or a family or a committee. Let's rise above that and see who can perform this task given. I think that is most important to me than from where you come. Because we have had Gikuyus performing very well, and we have had others who haven't performed. Like now, the current president, honestly, we don't want to say much about him. He was given a country that was financing his budget up to a tune of 98%. Now, look where we are. We are not even, we have borrowed a lot. We have a big, big burden. Even the Raila presidency, we will talk about that once we have closed the chapter of elections. There is a baggage of things to do. We are not even able to finance our budget 50%. We have a bloated wage bill. We have so much loans. The counties we embraced are even too many. I know some people may say no, but there's a challenge with that leadership, but we say, let's cross the bridge when we are there. Kinywa sikuwa na kupiga mao, lakini kwa just kuweka point of correction. Thank you.
Let me just get back to you 1 second. I want to correct this
the same
issue.
on Kinywa.
Yeah.
Come on. Can we speak some?
Captain, wait. Let me first deal with David. Captain, just a little bit. Okay, David, my point was this. I was trying to drive in the point of respect. You know, respect comes with a lot of things. If you don't respect your boss, then you will have a chance to talk anything you want. And that's why the people, the youth who are following that direction of not respecting the leader or your boss, those are repercussions. Look at this now. You know, this is my friend, Deputy President, disrespected the president as a boss. What was the repercussions? You know very well. Then ikakuwa Matiang. Let me tell you, you have to respect your boss. Without respect, that way you'll someone. Me, I'm a profit-making institution. I'm not the government. So if you alter any wrong word in a group of my workers, it's like you want to finish me. You understand? So what the best idea is to remove you from that position.
Kinywa uko tu sawa. Hauwezi ukatusi sahani ambayo inakulisha. I mean, it is that simple. Why is that too hard to understand?
David should understand. It's
I mean, you can't wake up and you know even me. I mean, this is the sahani. For as long as this sahani bado inanilisha, ni C2C. Huwezi ukasema huyu mdosi ndiye anakulipa, wewe unakuja unasema wadosi ni bure. Na huyo mdosi ikifika nini? Wewe David, and then you can then kwa koti ile mtaenda mnasumbua watu hapa.
Alitusi nani?
Can we also
Eric amesha make point. Wacha tusikie Captain David Nyamaza, wacha tusikie Captain.
I was going to respond to
Ngoja kwanza Alex bwana. Captain alikuja mbele yako.
Ngoja Alex, hata Jared ngoja kwanza kidogo. Mimi natoka hata sasa hivi.
Hapana, unaenda wapi?
Unaenda wapi Captain?
No, wewe kaa hapa. Iko kitu imeangalia juu hapa.
Bibi job.
Yeah.
Okay, sawa. Wacha
bibi kazi. Unaona masafa imefika.
Okay.
Kinywa Eric, as much as you are the boss and you have all the rights reserved on you to do anything you want to own your employees, but maybe imetoka mbali kwa muda mrefu hiyo kuwa na hiyo shida na yeye vile anafanya kazi hadi unaenda mpaka kwa pale social media. I think those are some of the things bosses should avoid. Even some of us, you don't know, maybe we are bosses somewhere, but we cannot chase somebody kwa sababu ameandika kitu pale. You call that person somewhere muna discuss, munaelewana, munamaliza hiyo maneno,
Hapana
lakini
wewe
kumfukuza
captain,
nyumbani wiki moja
wewe jua
hiyo
mahali sahani
haiwezekani
na
bwana, hapana.
kulisha. Wewe jua mahali
Captain,
sahani na
We
kulisha.
Captain,
ngoja kwanza
Temba,
Temba.
you're
Just
out
wait
of
Temba,
order.
just wait. Let me finish. You are out of order Temba. We just wait. Like now for me, the other day,
The speaker
wakati tu,
the speaker cannot be out of order, my friend.
sometimes some speakers are out of order and they are removed from the seat.
A speaker cannot be out of order.
When okay, let's agree that way. Let's
Heshimu
agree
sahani
that way.
ambayo inakulisha. Wacha
Captain,
Captain, wacha kuencourage watu hapa
Uh,
tio sijui hata kama
Captain,
sijui kwa social media.
let me
Social
tell
media
you,
siku hizi ni media. You
Captain,
cannot
mine
wake
is
up
a
and talk bad
Let me
about
finish.
your boss. Yes.
Let me finish.
mine is a
Let me finish this way.
okay.
The other day,
Wacha captain
Kinywa, let me
amalize.
finish. The other day when BBI was launched at Bomas, you know how it was a problem even for William Ruto to sit hapo. Akikaa ilikuwa shida sana. And I was watching the thing with my wife hapo sitting room. Hiyo ni news ya saa moja. Ilibidi hata mpaka bibi ananiambia kwisha amemalizwa, muti yako ndio hiyo, finish. Are you seeing? Nilichukua tu msichana wangu tukaenda tukalala bedroom huko tunatulia. Msichana sasa ananiuliza baba, mama anakuongelesha vibaya? Nikamwambia hapana, si mama, ni TV ndio inaongea mbaya. So I cannot chase away my wife because she is supporting the other side where I don't like of the dynasties. Ati kwa sababu tumekosania ana support uko. No,
Hiyo
he's my
si
wife.
social
That is your
media.
worker.
Hiyo si social media.
Anakugeneratea profit.
Well, Captain,
No,
let
ni
me
social
just
media
tell you
because it's
something. Captain, let me
let
tell
me
you
finish.
something.
Captain is bringing
mine
a
is
different story. Even me,
profit-making institution.
even me in our house we don't support the same
Yeah.
team. Nasikia? Kuna mimi ni wa Arsenal, kuna wengine wa Man U,
Okay.
lakini hiyo si shida. Lakini zile vitu na post kwa social
Kinywa.
media.
Mine is a profit-making
Yes.
institution. It's not a government.
Kinywa.
So, yes, Alex.
Kinywa, if you know,
But
yours was
mine
in
also is not a
subordination.
government. It's my private house.
Kinywa, yours, your
Okay.
employee
Alex, you can
was
continue
handling
from there.
you with insubordination. But again, Kinywa, we have political freedoms. I mean, but it's political freedom. No, let me just speak. For me, I believe that was gross insubordination because.
No.
Let me finish. That is
Alex, point of correction.
Eric sikiza Alex anasema ni employee alikuwa na gross insubordination, lakini hata Alex unaposema kuna freedom of political decisions,
let me finish.
Social media policy kwa kila kampuni.
No, we are a very politicking country, and we have to
go just posting anything. Wewe mali unafanya atuneno una post nudes on your you have social media.
No, Temba, let me finish, Temba. We spoke
Temba,
here.
if we allow Kinywa to do this, atamaliza hiyo kampuni yake.
Captain, give me a minute. What I'm saying is,
do you know how many Kenyans are looking for jobs?
Yes, we have to acknowledge kuwa what the politicians have done. They have radicalized people in a way that even those people who are not exposed are buying some things that are not right. The best way is not to fire people. We can have a conversation the way you did. But I think you did not fire them. You gave them an opportunity to think. I don't think you fired them.
Did.
Yeah, that's what you did. You gave them an opportunity to rethink that, look, we are not bad people. We are not us against you. We are here to help each other. And I think that's what you did.
Definitely. That's why I wanted to correct.
Yes, but I don't think you fired them. If you fired them, you could never have given them an opportunity to come back. And I think firing such kind of people is wrong. Let's have a conversation because they have been radicalized.
Already given the position to come back, but at least you stay out for 1 week and learn. You know,
no, I agree with that. I agree.
You know, then my point, I didn't do this because of politics.
What what
Kenya,
you
you are
did,
No,
changing the
what you
goalposts.
did.
You said you
no,
fired.
I'm
You
not
didn't say
changing.
you
I'm saying,
suspended.
You
please.
said you fired him.
Fired and suspension are two different
Yes.
things, my friend.
And
We
You
can
said
go.
one week.
you
We
fired.
can go back. Media's not lying. We can play the clip.
Yeah,
But
he
you
played
said you
back.
fired them.
Okay.
You
Listen,
lost a
listen
job.
first. Then my issue wasn't about politics. Mine wasn't about politics.
Kinwa
I have a lot of
immediately said you fired.
Okay,
David
hold on.
said
Hold on,
that
Kinwa.
mine.
is
I have
impunity.
Captain, let's
What is
mute all of us.
dynasty and whatever? Those are politics, my friend. Dynasty and all
Mute.
things.
Let's mute. Let's mute all of us. Thank you. I mean, wacha tuachane na Kinywa. Kinywa mute.
Remember.
Kinywa mute.
Hello.
Yes. What is it, Per Nyagaka? What is it?
You give me a minute. Let me speak something.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, asante sana. Nilikuwa nasema tu jana huko lakini vijana yangu wa Kisii walisema maneno ngumu sana, lakini nawaomba sana warudishe hiyo chini, kwa sababu matusi sio kitu mzuri. Matusi ni mabaya, lakini mkiwa vijana vile mko mulisema, lakini yeye iko mzuri sana, lakini nimeachia hapo, muone vile mtafanya. Na kweli mambo vile mnasema mengi yanaudhi kwetu kama sisi sana, kwa sababu yani mnazungumza kama huyu Ruto mbaya sana, na unaniambia kila wakati wewe sema maneno mzuri ya Ruto. Hakuna taabu hiyo, mimi nitasema, lakini msifanye kama mtu ni animal. Sasa kama mimi sasa kama sitaki Raila, sio lazima ni useme maneno mbaya sana ambayo nimesikia kwake. Hiyo sio good future. We're not building a better future by demonizing whoever we disagree with. So I will beg you kindly, because I've listened and I listen a lot. The more you really talk bad about Ruto, the more I love it. Because number one party, he has never said you want one party for the whole country. He has said he will build a one large party, you guys come up with yours. You never say that. You say that Ruto wants to bring dictatorship back in Kenya because he wants to build one party. Yeah, we want one large party. Ruto wants to make Kenya feel like the United States. Two ideas competing. That's it. That's all he ever said. And if he ever never said that, I'm gonna tell you that. Na mnasema tunagombana, tunasikia mbaya. About what? Wengi wetu tuko na raha sana. The way the enthusiasm of the young people everywhere, kutoka northeastern to western to Mombasa, Nairobi this week, my friend. This is what I saw in 2008 with Obama. This is what I saw when I was a kid when we were getting independence. People are tired of this idea, tired of this end, and they go somewhere. They know where they're going. In 2007-8, it was young people. Like now you see young people following the next president, Ruto, all the time. What's good about him? Bottom up economics. The only country, I've told you, that has perfected that art is South Korea. Because they went to the big companies. They don't need this handouts and 5 billion. Let's talk the real stuff. The South Korea went to the companies, Samsung, you name it, Hyundai, and told them exactly how much they will pay their people. They go straight to middle class. That's bottom up economics. We're not having people that sleep on the streets, and then we are happy driving by. My friends, let us be for real. Let us stop. The handouts that you are saying is perfected in Russia. They have it, yes, in the United States. But that's why the black community is affected by it so much, because it started in 1964. Go study. But whatever it is, both parties have to agree, and we have to live in Kenya together. Because some of us, I have nieces who have Kikuyus, who, I'm sorry to say the tribes, but that's what it is. We have tribes. And I've never had any problems with anybody. And they do so many good things to me, but I tell my mom, I say, hey, they already know I'm not, the party with them, but they like you. I say, yeah, because on human level, we should like each other. On human level, not necessarily on the political level. Politics, yes, is about cutting the cake and all this other stuff. It's true. But there comes a life, there goes church, there go the market, all this other stuff we do in between will be very important to us. So what I mean, yangu ya mwisho ni ya kusema kwamba tulia bora Tulia Boli, Root at the Rule 2022. Thank you, Demba. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Pen, for your views, and you can mute. Thank you. We understand you. If there was anybody that we try as much as possible not to insult anyone here. Kindly, we can make our points without insulting anyone, and we'll still be understood, and people will hear us either way. Less energy in insults. So just put your point across. I mean, we will still get you. Jared, what is it? You are so eager to talk.
Okay, yeah. Now that you have left Kenya to leave, but I think you have given him good points.
No, Kenya is here. Kenya is here.
No,
he's not going anywhere.
I think that so many people have boxed him. But what I wanted to say, Kenya, is that what I can say in your organization, I understand what the employee might have done, but what you need is a policy, an employee policy. Like many companies at workplace, there are things which we are not supposed to discuss. Either we don't discuss our salaries with our co-employees, we don't discuss politics, we don't discuss regarding God or whatever Christianity you might fall on. So those are some of the things you put in the policy, that you have a right to be a hustler, a dynasty, wherever it is. But when you are within the work area, these are things which we don't tolerate. Then you can say you violated something. You can be not only the high moral and say, hey, because I don't like this, but it has to be supported by a policy. And if you make a policy, then you can say you closed out this policy. I think that's what you could do. But filing, and I know you recanted that one, was going too far. If you suspended, I agree.
No, Jared, okay. Jared, listen. This guy posted on a work forum and said, "Mambo the way they don't like the rich people."
Okay, let me
that's a work forum. If you go into other forums and you do whatever you want to do, that's okay. But I agree with you. Let's let it rest that
let's
each
that
company
way.
They have social media policy.
Yes.
I mean, if you have social media policy, there are places here. If you go against the policy, that's it.
I understand.
But you can't allow someone to come on your work forum and then start posting things that are disrespectful.
No.
You fire the guy. Kenya was just okay. At least he was even good.
If there is a policy,
the policy
let's let it rest.
The policy is there.
Let's rest that one. I was just putting a point, and it's already well.
The policy is there.
Yes. Let's let it rest. Yeah. Yes. Let's now just comment on the other thing that I raised about your issue.
I'm back to you. I'm back to you now, because I want to put you on on square now. You know what is we having a problem, and where we are struggling. During our 2010 constitution, there is so much we copied and pasted, but we were not there yet. And that's what we are struggling. And that's where some people have said we need to look our local solutions based on what we are as a people in Kenya. And I think it will be naive when you say, oh, let's not discuss about tribes. But at the same time, you support PPI. PPI was nothing in PPI other than trying to address the tribalism. After they have realized, and I say this, whether you like it or not, our friends, our brothers from Mount Kenya or Central, you can call it, have invested much in that country. They cannot stay far away from power. And that is what he was trying to address. I'm not saying that they are the only ones, but that's what he was going to address by trying to expand the executive.
That is also not true, Jared. That is also not true.
Hey, can I finish my point first?
What's your statistic? What's your data? Where are you getting your data from?
Where I'm getting data? I will get
Yeah.
to. Let me substantiate after I've finished my point. Okay.
No, you don't make a statement that is outrageous, and then you don't give
Actually,
it as purpose.
if you listened, I said because of their numbers, one, because they have a very large numbers. So if they get anybody to partnerize that numbers, there is nothing you can do. You cannot win without that number. The reason
Right now, do you know who are the largest community in Kenya?
I can tell you. I think maybe the Luyas might be more, but because the Luyas, and this is where we don't dissect it very closely. The Luyas, we just say, Luyas are not really a one community, okay? From almost time immemorial, they are Maragoli and the Bukusus are almost two different communities. You know this, if you ask anybody. But we try to say, oh, the Luyas. Yes, they are large, but they are always two different. Let me give you an example. Why will you have this one, Oka, having two principles when called two principles from Ruyaland? Why would they not one go down and support one? If they could have done that, if today the Luyas could have said, we're going to have support Musalia Mudavadi, Musalia Mudavadi will have a big say. But themselves, they cannot, because they understand there are two tribes within themselves. Okay? So what I was saying, PPI was trying, is after realizing that, hey, for our stability, we need to see a face. Why did we not say, okay, don't worry about that. We only need a nice gentleman to be a president, and we will keep crusading around people to agree to that. No, they realize that we need, if we're gonna have a sustainable political, we need to see a face, maturity of the face. If we have 5 positions there, it would cater for a Kikuyu, it will cater for a Luya, it will cater maybe for a Kamba, for a Luo, major 5 tribes. And then the rest now can say the rest. And then we will be, and this was manifested when we had the coalition government in 2007 or something. Everybody was feeling that we are represented there. Okay? So let us not run away from the tribe. You didn't choose to be born somewhere. Be proud of who you are, you know? But how do we address these people? The 2010 Constitution wanted to address that through devolution. But now, the governors continued to worship the president. And that's why we never moved forward.
You know, you see now you are finished and you haven't even backed your statements at all. You know, when you say,
what
oh,
statement
Kikuyus have controlled the economy, how?
Okay.
Do you have data to confirm that fact?
Okay. I didn't want to go back.
Number two, BBI was not what you're trying to say.
What was BBI?
It was not about tribal balancing.
No, tell me honestly. If we are honest ourselves, what was BBI?
It was not about tribal balancing. I mean that's a very cheap way. I mean the cheapest way of looking at the concept of BBI.
Let me ask you a question. Other than the structure of the executive, okay, which other thing there which they cannot do even today? Which one, without going to the referendum? Tell me which one.
Now listen, Jared. I think there's a lot of civic education that needs to be done.
Maybe
to you and people like you.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah, which I think is not what we want to look at today. So let's number one. The BBI was not about tribal balance. Kenya has 43, I think, right now, tribes. You cannot fit them in a BBI, right? So there were other things that BBI was trying to address, but right now BBI is out of the way. It's already defeated. It's the court said it is the process was illegal, so it is rested. Let's wait and see what happens with it, and probably from there we can have now what you're calling now the civic education and the other things that it's trying to address. But for now, it is behind us.
I agree. What is the mini PPI trying to achieve, which is the Political Parties Act, which is kind of mini PPI, or the one we used to say minimum changes which to be done? What is it trying to achieve? What's the main, if you could say, what could be the main reason why you think it's important for us to have that political parties? And I don't want to digress, but I'm trying to bring you that it is a realization that we have to massage some people's egos so that we can move forward. Okay? I might be wrong, but I stand to be corrected.
All right. So I think I'll leave it at that, and just say BBI is behind us for now. Maybe when it is revived, and then we start looking at it from I think that probably part of that was a misunderstanding around BBI, or the bill as it was called, and the things that it was going to bring beyond just what you're talking about, tribal balancing and the five. What you're talking about is a propaganda around BBI that was put forward. That is just about 5 people trying to get positions. I think that's basically what was put and came out. So people didn't understand.
One second, Chairman, please. 1 second, and I will quiet. I want to be on record that PPI will not go anywhere. Actually, I strongly believe the Supreme Court will revive it. And by saying that, I never mean that I didn't support PPI. Actually, to me, I was saying, if you're getting 30%, 35% or 30% to the count, I'm really about the count. I said, I don't care what they do up there. If they give me 30% to my county, I would worry about what I'm going to do with that 30%. So I'm just bringing up, not that I'm against it, but I strongly believe that the Supreme Court will see sense that after passing through both houses, that they will revive it. I just want to put on record, when we come back, we will remember that.
Yeah, we'll be here when we'll be talking about the good things about BBI and the things that were lost, maybe in the midst of the propaganda, which was, I mean, it's part of the process. It's a political process, and we agree with it. I mean, anybody going to court, that's a constitutional right. So wherever it is, now that means that our constitution is working. And for me, I have no problem with anyone going to court for any particular reason. That's a constitution that is working. Anybody saying that nobody should not go to court, I don't think that's right. So we are okay with the process as it is, and let's just follow the process. If it fails, because even if it passes in the Supreme Court, there's no referendum that can take place right now. So that one is already gone, and whatever it is that will happen will not affect the 9th August election. So that's already behind us. It will happen maybe after the election. So whatever happens at the Supreme Court will not change the status quo right now. No referendum will happen between now and August 9th. So there shouldn't be any hopes in terms of a referendum taking place to that effect. I want us to go on to who hasn't spoken. Ziana, karibu.
But again, Chair, can I interrupt 1 minute, please? Let us remind us of our topic today.
Okay, just
we are
give
talking
David.
much about.
Give David to talk.
I'm not talking, but I'm just rebuttaling.
Yeah, thank you, David, for that. We are talking about 30 governors having gone to Raila and believing that he is the one who can protect devolution. Devolved governments are very important, as we have all noticed, and we need those devolved governments to strengthen to make sure that resources are reaching the local mwananchi. And we want the roles of devolved government to still remain. Those things that are being done by the devolved government to continue being like that. And the person that the governors think can protect that is one Dr. Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. But I know the UDA people don't feel the same way. So we are giving our thoughts. Do you think he can secure devolution? And do you think devolution is under siege, and under siege, when the deputy president happens to rise to power? We know that the deputy president has no history of ever protecting or defending any constitution making process. He's fought the constitution since the multi-party constitution, the 2010 constitution, and even the other one, the BBI that was just about to come. He actually was against it. So he cannot secure devolution. And it is through devolution that we all get our resources closer to us. Like someone said, that we need the MCA, we need the county governments to work for the benefits of the people. And I keep saying here, don't think about presidency so much. Think about your governor, your member of parliament, your MCA. If those people are working, then it's going to work. So let's think that nasema uongo, kuja kwa forum so that you can give your view, we listen to you. Ukifikiria I'm not saying what you think. Bring your views, we listen to it. We are here to hear all. So Ziana, karibu.
Patia Daudi azungumze kwanza. Mpe Daudi azungumze.
Wewe Ziana leo unajua unatuchezea sana yani. Ziana anakaa ananiambia nipe link akiingia. Patia Daudi
kwanza. Acha niseme kitu kabla hajaingia. Amekataa, acha niseme kitu.
Leo nina shida ya network ndio sababu. Lakini mpe Daudi azungumze. Na kabla Daudi azungumza, nimeona mzee wetu amelalamika, na jana tulikuwa pale, sikuona matusi yoyote. Sasa sijui ni kwa nini analalamika hivyo.
Mulimtusi? Mimi sikuwa.
Sijui nani alimtusi. Lakini mimi sikuona matusi
Alex alisema kulikuwa moto sana mapema, inaonekana watu walitusiana. Labda alisema kuna watu walitusiana.
Temba, hakuna mtu alitusi mtu. Na nimeshtuka sana mzee akisema jana tulimtusi. We can go back and listen to the whole show. Hakuwa na matusi. Show ilikuwa tu moto na ilikuwa maneno ya Jacaranda na matamshi ya Ruto about treason, which was a little bit heavy for some of us who are kwa hii mlengo. Na for them they were just joking about it. So, and we had a robust debate na tukawakatasha.
Lakini Alex, si jana uliniambia kuna jamaa aliwaambia mnasema nonsense.
Mzee amesema yeye ndio tulimtusi.
Anasema jana kulikuwa na matusi, si yeye.
Amu kulitusi, hapana.
Oh, okay.
Amesema jana mlitupa matusi.
Atoya ndiye alitutusi.
Oh, okay.
Atoya ndiye alitutusi, alisema tuwazungumza nonsense.
Yeah, vitu kama hiyo.
Sasa nyinyi hamkumuelewa Pen Nyagaka, mimi nimemuelewa. Anasema kwamba jana mlirushiana cheche za maneno ambazo hazikuwa nzuri sana. Sasa yeye angependa hata kama tunazungumza tupiane cheche za maneno ambazo zinaweza zikaleta madhara katika uhusiano wetu. Yaani huyu ni mzee mngwana, ingawaje anapenda Ruto kiasi cha kukosa kuona light, lakini ni mzee mngwana.
Shukran.
So mzee Peni, asante sana kwa kurudi na to make that straight point, kwa sababu si tulikuwa tumechukulia mzee kweli. Hata captain aliuliza kuwa mzee amelia kuwa tulimtukana, lakini sasa umeiweka straight. Thank you for doing that.
Asante.
Tunakuheshimu na tunakupenda. Hatuwezi taka utoke huko.
No, Pen tunampenda bana. Ni jamaa wa Ruto ambaye tunampenda sana. Shikilia hapo Pen, usimtoroke kabisa huyo jamaa, hata kama
mimi nilisema
hata akianguka anguka na yeye kama kupe kwenye ng'ombe.
Ndio mimi nasema sisi tunaenda
Nilisema
opposition.
pena nivutie, hii ni kura, anaweza pata.
Huyu aendi kupita Kisii bana, huyu aendi kupita.
Ile kitu mliniambia ya jioni nilifanya ile. Sasa maneno gani tena? Ile kitu mliniambia usiku Saturday nitafanya. Tumalize hiyo.
Wewe hauendi kupita Kisii, nilikwambia. Haya, wacha mimi sipigi kura Kisii. Sasa hata nikisema utaanguka usinijali mimi sipigi kura Kisii. Kisii kuna wale ambao wanapiga kura.
Wewe iko na influence sana. Nikipata watu watano kutoka kwako utasikia vizuri.
Haya, nimeona Masi, karibu.
Asante sana. Yangu nilikuwa tunasikiza the show. Nikasema wacha tu niendelee kusikiza.
Toa maoni yako. Kuna governors karibu 30+ walienda kuona baba wakasema yeye ndiye ata defend devolution. Maoni yako ni yapi?
I mean, in terms of governors going to see him, sioni kama itakuwa na much influence because most of these governors, kusema ukweli, most of them ukiangalia kwa counties, some people are tired of the work they have done. So, and most of them are leaving anyways. So, I mean, to me, I think, when I look at devolution, kusema ukweli, it was the best idea that came because of our biggest corruption that we have in our country is tribalism. Na hiyo tribalism ilikuwa through watu mtu ni rais, anaenda anapeleka development kwao ama kwake, alafu watu wengine inabidi mnabaki mnabeg, which you can see we still have the hangover up to now. And unapata bado governor kama people are still begging, in as much as I think it's 15% imewekwa kwa the constitution. Bado you see kuna hiyo mvutano, and I hope whoever will come in, ikiwa ni baba ama yeyote, hopefully they will, put their word and increase the amount of money that goes to the counties, because to make the counties more to me personally, I think the current administration yenye iko huko still, ukiangalia in Kenya, they still wanted to maintain that strong, the hold still on the country in terms of administration. That's why unaona watu walikuja waka appoint their own kuna county commission na kila, which I think it's okay. Any other federal, hata hapa America, they still have their their foothold in the states. But I mean, to me, when I look at it, kama hiyo swali mmoja about the third governors, yeah, it might have some weight with some governors here. They have some weight, but with some Sidani, but we'll see as time goes, because these guys, me and Aona, most of them are going home anyways. And Wakenya wakiangalia mtu nenda nyumbani, what have you done with the money that you've now come in? Ama wanataka kusema wana support baba kwa sababu ndio ataongeza pesa. Maybe we'll see how it goes, because this is something that we'll see after the election. And I think anybody who's going to come in, despite tumekuwa na constitution for 10 years, I think as time goes we are improving. Watu wanafunguka macho. Hata ukiangalia mambo yenye watu wanaongea mambo ya why the wheelbarrow is so famous, is because all of a sudden people have started to realize, mambo ya resources to the ground and everything else. So the issue about people talking about ideas now instead of personalities is starting to pick up. I mean, we are yet to go over the hump. Enye watu wataangalia tu fulani mtu anakuja kusema hivi ama nini. But people, are starting to look at, hey, utatusaidia namna gani? How is this going to help in terms of resources to the to the counties, and in terms of just personal issues ni watu wako nayo kama ya hospitali, kama ya kazi na kila kitu. So, to me, when I was listening to the whole thing, I heard what Jared was saying. He had very good points, actually. I actually agreed with him. And the way he presented it, I said, we shouldn't just talk about how good Baba is, or how good Ruto is, or how bad either of them is. We need to look at how watu watasaidia namna gani. That's the thing. Kama niyo mambo ya 6,000 yenye watapeana to the people who have no income, yeah, that's a welcome idea. Should be done. It's done almost, in any country, hata hapa United States. But the thing is, I think Jared said, we need to have safeguards and inabada protect ili pesa isikuwe tu I mean, how are we going to disearn who is going to earn? Because hata in Kenya, we don't have like a real, and I can say the best way to make it efficient, have to real, have digital identification of the people. We don't have it. It doesn't, Uhuru came up with the mambo ya huduma number, watu wakapinga. Me actually I'm for the huduma number because I think as long as everybody else gets it in Kenya, any transaction that you do, si ati ya kununua sukari ama, but I'm saying any major transaction, unanunua gari, you buy shares, unanunua shamba, you own this, all of this can be, also it will even, that will enable the government to be able to audit. Hata hii mambo unasikia watu saizi, naona saizi we're just accusing each other, oh fulani anatoa milioni fulani, whatever, but if we had that, then you have the records to show, hey, na wewe pesa yako unatoa wapi, your income is this. How come you're able to have this amount of money? No. So I think, and once we have that system set in where we can have audits, people will be paying their taxes the right way. Money will also be collected the right way. It enable hata mambo ya KRA ku enable our fund to collect the taxes. Lakini saizi ukiangalia, most of the taxes are collected either from individuals that own businesses, kama vile Kinyo alikuwa anasema, ama ama from people buying, foodstuffs na kila kitu. But if we, we have like a complete audit ya vile pesa inaenda, mambo ya money laundering itaisha, mambo ya watu kuwa na this underground economy, it will still exist, but I think there will be more money that will come into the government, and also that money will also benefit the counties after more money will also be devolved. But saizi unaona in Kenya, the reason why umaskini may increase, because there are these people who are in either getting government contracts and everything else. Watu ni kama wameabsorb the whole, so kuwa na kama watu 10 and absorbing like 20 billion, alafu you're leaving 1 billion to be shared by 1 million people. And later despondency, and that's why unaona mtu kama Ruto is able to feed into that anger. That's what Trump did here. Trump just went and told the people, the opportunities that your grandparents had, they don't have it now. The watu wakabaa into that, huyu jamaa ataingia huko, he's gonna drain the swamp, the so-called swamp, Kenya tunaita deep state. Hapa, that was the problem. But the thing is, everywhere in the world, and that's a problem with capitalism. Anybody who has ever done, microeconomics or macroeconomics, is that one of the side effects of, to use that word, of capitalism is that it leads to a huge gap between the rich and the poor. That's always the, it's not like if you go to a country like Sweden or Denmark, whatever, with their social and with their taxation. Here in America, ukiangalia, the rich are actually paying lower charges in taxes, percentage-wise, compared to mtu kama Bill Gates, they pay lower than mtu ambaye ni secretary, ama mtu anafanya kwa fast food restaurant in terms of taxation. And that's why now matajiri will always fight that. So in Kenya, we also need some sort of what they call it fiscal policy reform. It needs to be done. Ijawai fanywa, and I'm looking for a candidate who's going really to address it. Yeah. So, I mean, there's so many things I can talk about, but that's just in a nutshell. But I think the discussion is just good. Mambo tu ya kuongea, sijui nini, watu walitupa mawe Jacaranda, sijui nini. I was listening yesterday and everything else. To me, yeah, that's part of politics. It's not right, but that's part of politics. But the thing is, we need people who are going to address and say, okay, how are we going to address easy loans zimetoka China? How are Kenyans going to pay it? And that's the thing. And I think part of the reason is, if I was a person from either camp, sema kama hasa ni kwa baba, the first thing ni kupropose hiyo mambo ya the huduma number has to come into effect so that you can increase more audit. Lakini there are so many people in Kenya, mtu ana own mashamba na kila kitu, but you cannot explain how they are earning their income. And I'm not saying just because of people just point out at Ruto. No, there are so many people in Kenya, mtu wako na mali yake na kila kitu. And these people actually say the truth. They're actually not paying their fair share of taxes. So in Kenya, we are only depending on mwananchi, ile pesa inatoka kidogo, ile ya sukari. Unasikia saizi kama mambo ya stima rates inaenda juu, mafuta bei inaenda juu na kila kitu. Because the government has no option but raises taxes on this particular individual, because the other group that are supposed, they are not there in the system. We know, yeah, mtu ako na mabasi, ako na malori, ako na mashamba, ako na whatever. But these people, we cannot be able to get the fair share of their taxes back into the system. So something needs to be done in terms of increasing accountability. Okay, increasing accountability. Even there will be a fair playing ground in terms of mtu anajua pesa hii fulani nalipwa na fulani, pesa fulani inaenda mahali fulani, pesa fulani hii ijatumika, let's put it here, let's put it here, let's put it here. Another thing we need to change in our country in terms of policies, and I hope this comes with whoever is going to come in. We need to have, like, it's a sad thing to say. I know people are against protectionist policies, but we need to have some sort. I mean, one thing that makes me so mad, why is tilapia coming from China? How are we going to empower the people, where tilapia, kama wavuvi ambao tuko nao? I mean, the other day I saw Boniface Mwangi has shared this package. Yeah, hizi bands za Wamasai. They're coming from China. I mean, are we serious as a country? And that's ours. Yani, it's our own idea inakuwa made in China, alafu Wakenya wanauziwa. How are people going to get jobs if we don't protect our own industries and create even new industries? We have to figure out where we fit. We have to come up with policies.
Wait, Mercy. Alex here is making merchandise for politicians in Kenya, and he's in America. Can't we have people in Kenya who can make merchandise for people and create jobs?
Yes, we do. And that's
and
why
Alex is importing those things from China. He's not even making them from here.
and that's why, sorry, najua ni hustle yake.
So there's the same people who are not. We can't come here and then we are the same one who are not creating jobs back home. He is making merchandise for some of the politicians.
And again, Temba, the same employers in Kenya are handling employees just like Kinyua said here. We don't value work. We employ them at their mercy. I mean, Mercy was saying right that we need to protect one of our own, but we can't just say don't bring. We only need to increase the taxes for the imports.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
level down what we manufacture local. Like here in the US, if you buy a Chevy is very cheap, but if you go for Nissan and Mercedes Benz that comes from outside US, it's expensive. So you are just discouraged not to buy it because of on cost, but you're not told don't buy from Germany, don't buy from Japan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Take away the taxes.
Yeah, the issue is, that's what I'm saying, we need to come up with protectionist policies like increasing tariffs na vitu kama hiyo to protect especially the things that we can have. You know, I'm not talking about vitu yenye ambayo hatuna, but the things that we have, and then the things ambayo hatuna pia, you know, we need that.
You cannot use the word protection and explain what David just told you. It is fair to have competition from our side, but when you say protection, it means you block anybody from coming to that market.
It doesn't mean it doesn't mean blocking.
Pen, if you had Mercy well, he said protectionist policies.
Policies.
Yeah, he didn't say protecting that nobody should come. He said policies. So policies, for example, increase of taxes.
Yeah,
and even when you say if someone is going to have their company in Kenya, then it has to have 80% local people owning it.
Yes,
that is what they do in Qatar and other places. You can't go there and just start any business.
Yeah,
but like the other day, Matiang'i was following someone who has come from India to go to Kenya to be a supervisor, to be a plant manager. You know, you come from another country to get a work permit to be a supervisor in a company. You know, such are the kind of the things that you know, you need to encourage. What are the things they're coming to do? You know, so that protectionist policy is not necessarily making people not come. Competition is good, but you need to prefer local.
To improve your internal policies, as a country, Kenya, say for example, is A+. But once you use the word protection, maybe this corruption on my head and as far as economic is concerned, protection is a communist kind of type of government. Protect internal policy, there is nothing wrong with that. Any country should have that. And that's what has raised Japan, like I was telling you the other day, Korea.
Ben, protectionism. Have you read about that?
Ben, let me remind you that there are countries until today, they are doing protectionist policies in some things. For example, India did protection to its car industry for a very long time in order to produce Mahindra. And if you see to other countries like South Korea, they have to protect a lot their industry, especially their car industry, in order to produce Hyundai and Kia. So protectionism is not a bad idea at all to some level. For example, there is a market protection policy for sugar and also peanuts in this country. You just can't import peanuts to this country. You cannot import peanuts to this country. You cannot import wheat to countries like Russia. So what we are saying is that there are protection policies.
We are talking about the same thing. I agree with what you are saying. I just don't like the protection. what you're saying is the right thing. I don't like even all these Mahindras. You can give examples and examples. Every country got some kind of policy, internal policy. But once you use the word protection, I'm agreeing with what you say. It's just a protection. Thank you.
So, Mercy, I'm going to follow up on what you said quickly.
Okay.
The courts have been the biggest hindrance to some of the progressive policies that we need. For example, the Huduma number that you just said. And there's a time Matiang'i came to the TV and to the media and explained what Huduma number was. He explained, he said, this is one number that holds all your documents, your passport, your ID, your everything, your title, your car title, and all that. But still the court went ahead to block it as unconstitutional. And you've seen how the court has been very, very reckless in refusing to accept some of the simplest policies that can help in revenue generation. Now, as you said, Kenya will never collect its revenue in full until and unless we become accountable on what we own and how we own it. And that's why people like the DP will keep on having what they have. Somebody like me, maybe I have tons of houses, rentals that have never paid any revenue. And you know that some of us in diaspora have a lot of things that we ought to pay revenue. And that is why we are saying the issue of Huduma number should not be politicized. It was a game changer in terms of revenue. Thank you, Mercy, for putting that across.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I mean, to me, to summarize, you know, whatever you said, I mean, to me, when I looked at I don't know what the factors in ilifanya kotini ikarule at unconstitutional, but for me reading, let me use the social security number, America, that's like the equivalent. You know, that was started in what they call the New Deal in post 1932 by FDR. But what they did, I don't know how they came up with, eventually to come and, establish a Huduma number. But here, what they did, it was something that was fought for. So many people against what walikuja na mambo ya 666 number. If you read the history and everything else, but at the end of the day, it was passed by Congress. Once Congress passes it, so I don't know if Huduma number was passed by the parliament in Kenya or see how it came to, but I think it's like the best, and I think that's the idea. But also, what I think the Uhuru government has also done wrong is messaging in almost everything. So wanafanya kitu alafu sasa it's only conspiracy theory na fly out there. Kama mambo ya reli watu hawajui, mambo ya KEMSA hata hatujui kama pesa iliibiwa ama watu walikuwa supply. Unajua hapa Kenya mtu anasema pesa imeibiwa hapa, kila mtu anasema ni scandal. So we don't have that sort of proper messaging. And if anybody who has done anything to do with the communication or marketing, they know. It's not how good the product is, it's how you brand it. Something could be the best thing ever, but if you don't brand it right and sell it to the people, communicate it right, hakuna mtu atabuy that nini. So I think, to me personally, if I was someone who's going to run, I will make sure that Huduma number, that is the only way. There's no way you can have a country, you're saying you're having a budget, hata ujui watu ni wangapi. That's the truth in Kenya. We don't even know how many people are in Kenya. Wanasema 45, wengine 55, wengine 40 million. Nobody knows. But here in America, ukienda saa hizi, unless kuna mtoto alizaliwa kwa bush somewhere, they can tell you, if you want, by the end of the week, they will tell you how many kids were born today. Because watu wanazaliwa kwa hospitali, the numbers are there, everything, all hospitals deliver this information, they have the numbers. But in Kenya, we don't know. So how can you have a budget for people? I don't even know how many people. Secondly, your mambo ya taxes, it needs to be corrected. And I can guarantee once we have that kind of accountability, the country will move forward. Then we can have, kutakuwa na false start na kadhalika hapa hivi, but in everything, of course, there's unexpected consequences. I remember one time, Temba, the last time I was in the show, I said I'm a big picture guy, and before I implement anything, I try to think about the bigger picture. And I think I wanted to give an example one time. The best example is given about the law of unexpected consequences. You can check it out. About 100 and some years ago in Hanoi, which I think Hanoi is in Vietnam, where it was controlled by, I want to say not the United States, maybe the French then. And the thing is, there was an infestation of rats. So this guy came up with a story, an implementation. The guy who was heading Hanoi said, tukitaka kumaliza hizi panya, I am going to pay you guys, the locals, for every tail that you bring to me, I'm going to pay you. Ndio ifanye watu wanisi. Watu wakaanza kwa nini? Watu wanaua panya wanaleta tail. Watu wanaua panya wanaleta tail. Lakini unajua hustler ni nani? Si anakuja kufikiria naona hakuna haja ya kuua panya. Just cut the tail, alafu the panya zinaanza kufanya to multiply. So the result of it was even more, the amount of rats increased because these people also walikuwa na grow hizo panya in the knee, and then they're coming to bring the tails. It's a true story actually. So in everything we're trying to do, you have to think about the consequences. I know kuna hii political parties bill watu wanaongea. For me, I look forward and I say, okay, now live now. What about 10 years from now? When it came to BBI, I was thinking, what about 10 years from now? What will Kenyans think? So some things, and I think Jared kind of covered something to that effect about we have to be careful about unexpected consequences. But generally, I think we're in the right direction, regardless who's going to win. Watu wako macho saa hizi, social media, we have more information. Sisi 10 years ago we didn't have this. 5 years ago hakuna show nilikuwa nakuja ati sasa kama ya Mtembei ati nikuje nikae ninaongea na watu from different areas na discuss. We can disagree, we can agree, but we are all brothers and sisters. No, but now we have this. As time goes, accountability itaanza ku increase. As time goes, trust me, their level of accountability will start to increase. Kila mtu ana, because we don't want a country where unasikia mtu wako na business. How can you have, there's no business in the world, even if you go to your Warren Buffett or whatever, ata Facebook and kila kitu, ata Amazon, you cannot have a business that's running at a 45-degree angle. Everything iko wakati inaenda juu, iko wakati inaenda chini. But uko in Kenya unapata mtu ameanzisha business, kesho unasikia jamaa mtu how can we have people who are calling themselves billionaire and the rest of the people are so poor? Who's buying these items? If the people cannot afford it, how can you make so much profit? It doesn't make sense. Because the more people get empowered, the more people, wale wanakuwa wealthy, they'll get wealthier. Like, if the rest of the society is so poor and they cannot afford your products, how come your products you're making so much profit? It doesn't make sense. The only way is mtu ameanzisha business. Most of the people in Kenya, businesses wale wanafanya hii matajiri mnaona, the business is a front. Everything else comes a politician. Napata kila politician ako na mali sijui nini billion. I don't want to talk about the country where I come from because the governor, thank God anatoka in August. This guy has become so wealthy. He has married almost everywhere he's been. Amejenga manyumba and people are watching. And unfortunately with our wananchi, our main problem I think we have, and I think the only country I can say that's maybe advanced that I know of has this. There's something in, let me say, social studies or whatever called high power distance. In Kenya, we are a high power distant people. In America, they are a low power distant. A person can sit here and go question senator yake. In Kenya, a senator ni kama kabaka. And if you go most of these countries that are really poor, they have that problem of high power distant. People look at the leader, they cannot question. When the leader says something, the leader is right. Or whatever the leader is saying, it's true. No. That is the main. There's also like a cultural aspect. There's so many things that I can put in Kenya, but to me, I hope if I met any of the, all of these candidates ambao wanaongea saa hizi, the one thing we need to increase accountability. That's how we are going to clear this debt that we are having. Because the next person coming in, they will have to do their projects. Na kama hakuna accountability na watu wanalipa their fair share, they still have to borrow more money. And that borrowing more money will lead to more taxes for the people. So how are the people going to? So it's this cycle that we will never come out of unless we kila mtu and the president. We need a president who atakuwa decide sema hakuna hii huduma number it has to come into effect. Kama utaki, you move into another country or whatever. We have to know. Shamba yako mtu akifanya hivi, your number, I almost used the word social security, huduma number. Akifanya hivi, you own this, you own this, you own this. Ukiba pesa mahali, huwezi enda kupea ati your maid, ama sijui besta yako atumeandika kwa jina yake, because also them, they'll be asked, hii shamba eka moja umenunua hapa, it's worth 1 million. Mshahara yako ni, how are you able to afford it? So it lead to more, people being more accountable and being responsible. And after that, you find the monies that are not being stolen will start to trickle into the areas where they are needed. Because people who want to steal it, they will shy away from it. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy. How long did it take for the US to have their social security number?
What do you mean, how long?
How long did it take for them to implement it?
Well, I don't know how long the implementation took, but I know it was post 1932 when it was finally passed.
Exactly. Let me explain that.
Yeah, okay. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, that is the last improvement to the U.S. social system has been until Obama did his Obamacare. That's the last one. And what
No,
they're doing
you didn't get my question.
yeah. It took implement. No, they were debating for a long time, but it was implemented in 1932, like the gentleman just said, because it took a long
But
time
it took a long time, right?
to get there. But
And there were several trials for it. Some of them are failing, right?
I can't tell you that because the president that had balls to do that was a Democrat, just like Obama just did. And what Obama just did, they have been trying to do it. Miss Hillary Clinton tried, Clinton himself tried, until
You're
Obama
not
came.
answering my question, Pen.
No, okay. If you have to answer it, usually in the United States, when a bill is passed, there's a window where it takes everything to be collected around for final implementation. After Obamacare was passed in 2000.
No, the question I'm asking is this, Mercy, which it's very simple. How long it took for them to arrive at having a social security number that now everyone has to have a social security number? It took a bit of time, a little
Within
of
10 years. Within 10 years, everybody had it.
and of course there were first of all they tried it, and then of course it failed in some of the numbers. There was it's something I've read about. So what I'm trying to say is this: Huduma number will not pick up immediately. Like we come with it, and then it goes into place immediately.
No, of course there are going to be fits and starts.
Hold
But
on.
I'm saying it's a great
Hold on.
idea to start with first.
You give me time, please let me finish that. You give me time. Temba. It's a very dangerous.
I gave you time, but you're not answering the question I'm asking. Okay, go ahead.
You just answered you, but the way you're going to do my number is very dangerous. It's not the same thing as Social Security, like the other gentleman just told you. Uduma number is like a credit card. It has more information, and the information is shared very liberally. The thing cannot even be in parliament. So Uduma number and Social Security number are two distinct, different things. You know, you cannot use a credit card in America and use a Social Security card in America. You cannot even get it. Nobody, not even a government department, can get information about you from the other Social Security administration. They're different. The rules are different. Has nothing to do with the Oduma number. That's what I'm trying to tell you, gentlemen.
Mzee, do you have a Huduma number? I do have one.
Okay,
Do you
that's
have
a good that's a good point. Okay, we respect his opinion and everybody. What I'm trying to say is this: is that before you arrive at something like a social security number or Huduma number as it is, for it to now apply across board, it will go through some of challenges like what Penn is talking about. You know, some of these debates are healthy for the benefit of the growth of having a document like that that is going to help the country. So these debates, some of them who are showing probably fears about what it's going to do. These are very robust debate. They should be listened to. Like some of them, like Penn, probably is saying voice of many people. There are probably many people like him who think like so, which is a good thing to have that debate, so that eventually when and of course even if the court is going to stop it, that's a process. You're allowed in Kenya, even if something has been passed in parliament, you can still go to court, and if the court, if they find merit in your argument, they will rule for you. So if the court rules for you, the court has not made any mistake. It is only saying probably those who are pushing it didn't provide a more convincing argument for it, which is okay. So the court that's a good system that is working. So eventually, by the time you get that document, if we do get it, which is a good thing, we will be able to bring the tax base up. There's a whole lot of Juakali people who are not taxed at all. And it's an economy that is thriving. Like even the border people, they work and they take your money, they take you from this place to that place, but they don't pay tax nowhere. Especially the pay as you earn. They don't pay that. They might pay VAT when they are buying something on but they don't pay as you earn, because there's no formal way of them paying that tax, right? So sometimes they all return nil return. But when they're doing nil returns, they have been making money. So there's a whole lot of a population that is not taxed at all. So that's a problem that we are having. But I'm believing that as time goes by, when you have that number, whenever you click and whenever you see that, okay, this is what you earned. You know, when you go for service and they're able to track your income, they're able to see that whatever it is that you get, you're paying tax for it. So you'll have more people paying tax, which is also likely to help in the country moving forward. So yes, but I like the debate. Even Mzee is bringing a very good concern, you know, because this is the fears of some people. Some of them, like I know religiously, they are told this is the 666, especially for those who go to certain churches. Just like we have anti-vaxxers, they are told, okay, fine, this is now the number that you are told, you know. So let's have that debate, and eventually the society will arrive at, okay, fine, now we have seen it might take 10, 5 years, whatever, but at least eventually there'll be an agreement and you'll have that document that helps us to increase that. So back to our debate as we are moving forward. Keep is gone again.
Yeah, just give me a second. Niko job, so patia mtu mwingine anakuwa next.
Haya, David, karibu.
Thank you, Temba, for the chance. Thanks, Mercy. Mercy can talk. Mercy.
Yeah, thank you.
I listened to you, you know, and I can see that we are moving from one topic to the other. You know, you're a good debater. Anyway, let me comment to today's motion. 30 governors supporting Baba. It has a pro and a cons. And when I'm saying pro and cons, I'll argue both sides. Of course, expecting stones, you know, have a thick skin. The pros are that someone mentioned here in this forum that siasa saizi ndio imeanza, and the politics is a game of the mind. Mutai Ngunyi talked of terrain numbers before, so we can still subscribe to that. When 30 governors move and support a candidate, the pros are that is a plus, and many people don't want to appear like they are losing. Nobody wants to lose. So it's a very strong political statement and a political move in support of the Azimio camp. Again, I want to say that governors going to Baba, they're also saying that Baba is supporting the devolution and advancing the narrative that Ruto doesn't. That can do them a plus in terms of vote gunning or harvesting. But on the contrary, as someone has also mentioned here, some of these governors are retiring. And therefore it might be seen as a way of seeking solace. And because they have seen the ship has moved, they are looking for a place to take shelter. I hope that is not, because as it stands now, in my own considered opinion, the Ruto government surrendered long time ago. In fact, we can simply say we are having kind of a transition. I don't know, because of the illegitimacy they feel like, because I know politics are about getting power and retaining it. But you see, Uhuru has surrendered this. Reason, he knows very well. Maybe Ikiboko court that nullified the elections and those stuff made them to shiver a bit that we are there illegitimately. So we are welcoming Baba on board that take up the already abandoned government, but he has a big, big baggage to sort out. Right from number one, the economic mismanagement, the huge national debt, the soaring unemployment amongst the young people who are supposed to be productive, the runaway corruption.
No, sir.
Okay. Oh, sorry, that's not me. The runaway corruption and what we have just said, if you listen to Mercy, we are not able to collect the revenue. Even when we cry so much that the leaders have stolen everything, those of us tunajiita wazalendo pia hata sisi hatupeani share yetu. So that is some of the challenges Baba is going to face. But in a nutshell, it's a big plus. It's everybody's duty now to move with speed, encourage people to register as voters, and vote come August. Then we solve those problems once we are over the elections. Lastly, Mercy and Penny, we are looking for your votes, and you have a vote. We were once in one camp. Ruto campaigned for Raila, and he wanted him to be president, and he fought very hard. So we are friends. The person he was fighting for is still a good person. He has not changed. He has time. How I wish that we give him this time, then come next time, he will borrow us. You know, in our community, we borrow unga. Those who know what unga means, we come to your house when I don't have unga, you give me, then next time, I give back. In fact, if you give me a half, I'll give you full and pressed down because you gave it to me. So we are looking forward to give Ruto a pressed down unga.
I wish I can answer immediately.
But for now, we need your vote, Mzee Penny. We need your vote on a serious note so that we can settle once and for all the political injustice and the robbed justice that we have experienced for a few days that has made Kenya not actually to work. People are just sitting down and saying, okay, if you have taken it, go away with it. We are not there. We want people to be wazalendo, to feel their rights have been respected. They get up and work, pay taxes as wazalendo, then our Kenya will move forward. That is what I can say in a nutshell. Bwana Temba.
Henry Monda anasema David, wacha mambo ya thick skin. Huyo anachokozana kwa comment badala ya kuja hapa atoe nini. What is it, Penya Gaka? Penya Gaka, what is it?
Oh, sorry.
Ati anajiita majina.
Wanajiita majina ambao hawezi waelewa. Kama wewe ni mwanaume si ujiite David. Why are you calling yourself sijui not a good show? Sijui what?
Hivi uko na uchokozi leo. Yes, Penya Gaka, what is it?
I appreciate David very much, and when today cleared very well that he's in ODM Puri, I was shocked because there are some people you look up to, no, and it's very hard. I think about it a lot. Nina some of my uncles very senior ambao walikuwa na Jaramogi Odinga. Hao ndio walinifundisha siasa. You know, life as we know it. But wacha niseme ya kwamba let us meet after August 8. David, wherever you are, I will be there. I hope wherever I am, you will be there. You too, Nyominasem. Because the arguments are very, very clear. Who is where, who is doing what. Then let it be peace. Sio kuambana, sio matuzi. But let it be peace. And then whoever Jebukati says, this is the guy, that's where we are. We should not look at it as life and death. And I know David doesn't look at it like that. But I'm just giving you as an example that I know he's as comfortable as I am. But David, wherever you are, I'll be there. I hope wherever I am, you'll be there. Thank you, Demba.
Okay. But that is Penyagaka. Thank you so much for some of us in Azimio, we are convinced that the fifth is one Dr. Raila Amolo Odinga, Right Honorable. He's making very good steps that are showing that he's very presidential. Your presidential candidate is messing because he's already showing a lot of exhaustion, his desperation, he's angry. A leader cannot go to a battlefield when he's angry. So we don't think he's going to make it to the tape. Masti keeps saying that, oh, wheelbarrow is popular. It's no longer popular anymore. I mean, where is it popular? We don't have it. We don't see it anymore anywhere. It's only Isaac Maura who is trying to give his people wheelbarrow, you know, but the people are running away from even the wheelbarrow thing because it's imepitwa na wakati. It was popular 1 year ago, maybe early January 2021, but right now it is no longer popular. That's why they are using other tactics. You know, they have started calling people madoadoa. They have started coming up with others to wipe emotions, you know. You change tactics when you realize the other one is not working anymore. So because it is not working, now you start coming up with one that is going to make people angry. And one of them was to call people madoadoa, which they did.
Can I buy merchandise from you guys? Can I buy you merchandise from you?
I'm just trying to poke you guys. So you're getting poked, huh?
I don't think it's working because
you guys are getting poked. You see the way you guys are. You want to really talk. Everybody wants to talk now.
No, what I wanted to say, because I didn't want to say it because I saw Kip was there. I don't know, may disappear tena. But on the I'm saying 1 minute.
Ako job, ako kwa shop. Ako kwa shop.
But
Kip, kwani unauza kwa gas station?
Ni mzuri as long as biashara inaendelea ni poa. I mean, to me, what I think is it's too early to say hata kama ati mambo ya wheelbarrow nani, because as time goes, desperation, politics.
It is not too early. I mean, already they are desperate.
Yeah.
The wheelbarrow is not working.
No, listen, Baba is, I think, okay, you've talked about something that's really been bothering me. Emotions are being whipped on both sides.
No, emotions are not being whipped on both sides.
Sikiza, no, wacha niseme. You've had Kalonzo anaanza kuongea mambo ya Kiamba. I saw Mutai Ngunyi is trying to talk about that issue. Mambo ya kuitana huyu sijui ni muuaji na nini. That is not the trajectory that we are supposed to go.
No,
But
Raila hasn't called anybody muuaji.
It doesn't have to be Raila.
Yeah, listen. But you see, Ruto has called people watu wa kutupa mawe na akaambia baba ati ni mtu wa treasure.
That's my point exactly. I'm saying both sides.
No, you see, Ruto is a president. Listen. There's a difference between the presidential candidate talking certain things and your other people dogs talking something. For Ruto, first of all, it was very, it was goja ziana jamani. When we want you to talk, umenyamaza. Ukikuja sasa unapiga ziana. Uko na impunity. Now,
moja tu kabla network yangu ndio mbaya leo. Penny Nyagaka. Mi naomba tu kila siku na kuombea kanisani, nikienda kila siku Sabato na kuombea tu uruke pande hii. Ni wewe tu ndio na kuombea tu uruke pande hii, na kuombea tu kura moja hiyo yako tu ndio naombea.
Asante sana. Asante sana. I love that.
You know, Anna, let me add one thing.
So Mercy, listen. Yeah. You know, it was a little low on the deputy president to attack a normal mwananchi that he has committed an offense of treason, and yet there's no court that has found him that he did that treasonable offense, and you are the deputy president. So you see, that shows how desperate you are.
I mean, that's the one point.
You see, in Jacaranda, the deputy president didn't talk about bottom up. He didn't talk about Mama Mboga. He didn't talk about wheelbarrow. He never did.
I know, but the rallies, if you've seen, he did before that. Wamekuwa wakiongea mambo ya bottom up.
I mean, that shows even lately. You see, in the other one, Bomet, they talked about madoadoa. Hii ingine ameanza kuongea. Mimi unafikiria mimi ni mtu wa kutisho? What kind of campaign is that?
That's what I'm saying.
Emotions. That's a desperate person.
No, the thing
but
is,
if you listen to Raila, and then Ruto is attacking a community. When you start calling people watu wa kurusha mawe, that was attacking a community, and that's where now people started talking about Kiambaa thing. And we said it here in this debate. We said, when you start profiling communities that ni watu wa kurusha mawe, what if people now profile you and say that nyinyi ni watu wa kuchoma nini kanisa?
That's why
You
I'm
see now
saying.
that's what came up. So we say
listen.
don't profile people, and you see that the Right Honorable has not profiled the community in his comments.
That's what I'm saying. The emotions are being whipped on both sides. I'm with you on that one. And I'm saying that's a dangerous path that we should not go. No, that's my point. Secondly, kuna another argument nilikuwa nimefikiria actually about a few days ago. David alisema a while back, niko kwa issue na leo tena amerepeat akasema, unajua Ruto pengine ako young, sijui nini. You know, that argument has been used before. And if you want, I can give you examples, David. One of the examples was given it was in 61 or 62 when Jaramogi was asked that question. He used the same thing. He's the older guy. Maybe the Kikuyus are both the brunt of in terms of the people who've been killed, whatever. Yeye ndio amekuwa kama, he called him what? I don't want to say he was our teacher. Some to that effect. What happened? You know, in 1992, kuna watu ambao walisema wacha Jaramogi because he has fought for this. Wengine walikataa. This is about leadership. And Uhuru Kenyatta said it's about taking it. Ukianza kusema unangojea, nobody, all of us here in the whole world, nobody has a God's calendar to know if you're going to be alive 5 years from now. Today nazaongea na wewe saa hizi, kesho usikia masi, unajua nini kuliumana ya lala hivi hakuamka. So
in your view, you are thinking that when Odinga, hold on, because now we are trying to interrogate your words and the argument. In your view, you are thinking when Jaramogi was offered when they say that now they're giving Kenya independence, and Jaramogi was to be taken. In your view, he should have just taken it, right?
In my view,
yeah.
Looking at it now, he should have.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, he could have. Watu walisema ati mpaka nani akuwe release. If he became president, he would have released Jomo Kenyatta anyways. Because
and
he was the leader of the country.
In your view, Mandela should not have stayed in prison for 27 years, right?
In my view.
But the white people wanted to give Tom Mboya. That's why Raila...
Wait. We are following. You see, we are trying to follow logic.
Listen,
argument.
You're not getting my point.
Was it right for Mandela to stay for 27 years in prison?
Is there anything that's right about that anyways? No.
No.
For 1 year.
If that was took, when he went to jail, he said, "This I believe, and I can die for it."
Yes.
So if he served 27 years, so be it. He had given up. He had accepted the reality.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. For Kenyatta, for this argument on sema ati nani ati alipewa nini. Sometimes in leadership, kama hiyo ya Oginga Odinga, if Oginga Odinga had taken over power, he still would have released Jomo Kenyatta from prison.
In some leadership, let me tell you something, Mercy. Now that's the difference between different people. In some people, in some sense of moral development, they move beyond self. You see what happens? Now wait. I want to take you through something. Some people don't think about when you're moving beyond self. You are not looking at the gains thereof. I mean, you can move beyond self, but you cannot determine how someone else is gonna respond. You can only move beyond yourself. So when Jaramogi was saying, "Okay, I am not going to allow this," it was not because he knew that this is how things were going to turn out.
It was I know it was about a bigger picture.
Yeah,
and that was the right thing to do.
When things turn out different, it doesn't mean you're wrong. It's like educating someone and then that person turning against you. It doesn't mean you are wrong to have done it.
That's what I'm saying.
You can actually take someone to school and you free them, or you decide that I'm paying for your school fees. This guy gets educated, and he never remembers you. Were you wrong to have taken him to school?
No, but you're taking a wrong narrative.
No, you see, you don't judge people on the basis of the behavior of the other people. You know, you don't
Listen.
start judging that Jaramogi was wrong simply because someone was
No, I'm not saying he was wrong.
not deserving.
You're talking about
Remember-
morally right and
remember.
morally. Ben, watch the Jibwe. In terms of being, morally right or morally wrong, at that particular time, it would not have looked or appeared right that he took power. Now, watu wengine bado wamefungwa. We get that, and that's why he did it. But his argument then was because Kenyatta is our teacher, and the argument that because the Kikuyus had borne the brunt of the colonial whatever, which actually it's almost 50-50.
Which was true, man. You see, now
Let me finish my statement. Even if it's saying to board the brunt, even if you go to the Kenya National Archives and look at in terms of number of people, the communities actually, which is ironic that this happened in Kenya, the communities that suffered the most in terms of the brunt was the Kikuyu and the Kalenjin. Most people don't know that. The Kalenjins were slaughtered because they fought for 10 years. They were slaughtered in tens of thousands. They were killed even 1,000 in a day. Which is ironic now that you find power now, it's kind of shift between the two. But that's the truth. But the thing is, when you come down to it, I know why Jaramogi did it, which was the right thing. But I'm saying, I was talking about David's argument. Don't say because huyu jamaa hasa huyu ndio mzee kuliko sisi pengine wacha tumwachie. When it has come now in terms of leadership, it could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing. Let us now not use age and say, Raila, let's give because at the Amezeka and
even those arguing about age, basically, even the person arguing about age, those are just people who are trying to find other ways.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a winning argument. Temba, I'm with you. I'm saying it's not a winning argument. Right now, when I look at Raila, I don't look at Raila because of age. I look, hey, huyu jamaa atafanya nini? Because he could be 90 years old, but wiser and smarter and the best more than a 25 or a 30 or 40-year-old. So that idea of using age sometimes to say, oh, kwa sababu fulani najua labda amesumbuka zaidi ama ndo alienda detention. It has happened everywhere. Mugabe these people went through hell. What did he do to the people? Nyerere, most people talk about Nyerere in glowing terms. Most people don't know Nyerere was the despot. He was. He jailed people and everything else. Kaunda fought for independence, did the same thing. So mtu kijaribu, to me that is. Ukianza kusema, because Baba fought for our freedoms, that's how I look at it in terms of, yes, that happened then. Moi was a despot and everything else. But now, I'm looking at the picture now. Saidi. In Kenya right now, nasikia watu wanaongea juu ya third liberation. I think alikuwa anaongea mambo ya the economy and everything else, which is okay. That's how he looks at it. For me, I don't even think we had even a second liberation. That's my own point. The second liberation was just about the Mount Kenya Mafia getting the power back from Moi, who they had lost in 1978. That's how I look at it. Mi siangalia tulikuwa sasa ati hiyo mambo ati Moi alitoka. No, the status quo came back now that was there. And that's what now you see with Kenyatta coming in. So I don't know, they're the ones now, I don't know if they're backing Raila or not. We'll see as time goes. But everybody has their own interest. But I'm not trying to deviate. I'm just saying, let's not use this thing of age. Watu wanasema, Ruto, unajua atuwacha akae miaka 5. If you do that, what will Musalia say?
No, the thing is, you're right. You know, one thing you're right about is age shouldn't be a factor.
It should not be a factor.
Mobilize, organize. If you can be able to get it, so be it.
Si baba ako anafanya baba ako ana mobilize saizi. Kuna mtu I was arguing the other day aniambia mambo ya age, nikamwambia angalia baba is 77, I think he just turned. Na hii watu wengine wa Oka, sijui ni rally moja nimeona nani akizunguka huko Meru, sijui Kalonzo. I mean, it's a sad story. So if you try to bring age, na kuna watu ambao
what I would say is
wanataka kupewa.
Like Miguna says, organize, mobilize, and get out there so that you can get there. I think we can start taking closing remarks, and we'll start from
Keep ndio huyo.
Keep. Unauza utaongea kidogo naitwa hapo na akataa uende kauze nini hapo.
Okay, wacha nijaribu nimalize before watu wakuja. So conversation imekana deviate kidogo kwa some points yenye nilikuwa nataka niseme about the huduma number. Huduma number as a concept yenyewe, I don't think Kenyans are in disagreement with it. Lakini ni vile ukitaya sawa kitu kama hiyo huduma number na vitu zingine now the balancing effect inakuja sasa, mtu anaona which one is the, kuna package kubwa kuliko yenye unga manufaa kwa one item, yeah. Ingine ingesaidia kwa hiyo taxes, collection of taxes, because the way huku wamefanya hiyo social security, kuna jamaa alisema uwezi kuwa na credit number or credit card or some as if ni independent huku, as long as uko na hiyo vitu yote uwezi sasa pata credit card au kuapply kwa some other things kama hauna hiyo social security. So inasaidia ku track people kwa it's kind of accountability, maybe most of the time accountability, lakini sasa kwa endeleeni.
Ako job. Okay, Pen, maoni yako ya mwisho.
Oh man.
246.
Hey, Pen uko?
Yes, niko.
Si uongee basi.
Yeah, unasema vile huyu kijana amesema, social security card na credit card. Credit card ndio inatafuta social security card, sio social security inatafuta credit card. The relationship is like opposite. Unaona, ni mzuri sana na kuombea sisi na vile maisha yako Amerika. Maisha ya Amerika is the simplest and the cheapest and the easiest. Our President Obama.
Hapana, pen hapo nadanganya. Lazima uwe na social security ndio upate credit card.
Yeah, but the social security card is the other way around. Hawa ndio wanajua ati ukiwa na social security then you are worth something.
Huyu amesema kwamba ukiwa na social security ndio unatafuta ndio unapata nayo credit card. Wewe unasema unapata credit card ndio upate social security.
Okay, sheria ambao zinaandikwa kwa social security card ni tofauti ya hiyo vitu vingine unasema.
No, what Kip is saying, Pen, what Kip is saying ya kwamba hapa huwezi pata hata nini kama una social security. Sasa hiyo ndio hiyo huduma namba. Na hiyo social security inakufanya upate services. Kwa mfano ukienda mahali, kila mahali ukienda unaulizwa social security number. Hiyo ndio sasa inakuwa nini? Wewe unasema hata credit card huwezi pata kwa hii nchi kama una social security number.
Wacha nikwambie, hiyo mimi nakubali. We need a certain card. We need that.
Yeah, that's what Kip is saying.
Let me finish what I was saying. Let me finish. We need that. And there should be safeguards. Written by the court and the parliament. There must be safeguards. Period. But as far as what you are saying, what Kip is saying is true. The more organized you are as a society, the more advanced you are. Simple.
Let me address that in a second, Muse. There was a service that I did in the original setup of M-Pesa in Kenya when it was being rolled. And the fear that, the first fear that even Safaricom had when that app was being rolled out was money laundering. And the government agencies, including the security and intelligence agencies, had to confirm that it was a system that will not allow money laundering. First of all, your identification and other things were taken into consideration. Today, as we are talking, and I'm seeing one of our boys there, one of our men, not men or boys, let me use one of our Kip is here, he will tell you. M-Pesa has become a phenomenal and even something that many countries, including India, including Liberia, Tanzania, and other countries, are aping because of the security system it has to prevent money laundering and people even to hack into your system so that they can take your money. So in that kind of system, I don't think Kenya is going to roll out a number that they have already a capability and a standard gauge for them to use, so that when they are rolling out their Huduma number, they have precautions. And if you listen carefully, when Honorable Matiang'i spoke about the Huduma number and what they intended in terms of security, they said, hii maneno ya kwenda kotini, unapata faili yako imepotea, unaenda kutafuta kitu yako your title deed, you don't get it. We want a one-stop thing that is secure, that it's going to identify you in the simplest ways, but also secure enough so that the government and also other corporation and intelligence services are able to function in a cohesive way. We understand your fears, but I think Kenya has already set up an example that it's capable of doing secure system, even through M-Pesa. So your fears should not even run here, because the way you are saying it's not the same. Huduma number and social security, there is no big difference. You may argue as long as you want, but once you have your social security, when you give birth to a child in this country, and you know, Mzee, you have stayed here for a long time, even before you get a birth certificate, you just get your social security. And your social security is able to be integrated with everything of yours, so that it's a one-stop thing. And that's what we are talking about. In a political sense, there is fear because there is a way elections are being stolen because of statistics, and people have been doing things that are not been right. And apparently, this may stop this kind of politicking and stealing of elections. So from that point of view, I see that politicians are going to politic about it. But Mzee, understand, Kenya has systems that are secure enough to prevent your fears, because they have already shown that. Thank you.
Can I say a word?
Okay, finish. We are finishing.
Asante Demba. Thank you for starting us. Hata mimi sitaki kuzungumza all the time, lakini hivi vijana yangu wanani challenge sana. Mimi sikatai anything they are saying. All I'm saying is that the law has been followed the constitution. The moment we agree and tell what's going on, there's no problem. You know what? The stuff that these young gentlemen are telling me, come on, BPI, what is not, simple. But that's a debate for another day. But if you in December, Demba, let us stop as if we are brothers and sisters. Like most of you, you are my sons. So let us talk like that. But Kushinda Ruto this time is going to be hard. But Mukishinda here, I will be where you are. As how you present. I want to go to Kuja China wherever Mukishinda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can mute now. Mercy, your final words.
My final words. I like. I joined the discussion late. But I think we are making progress. I think Temba, we've had this talk before. As time goes, things take time. Mambo ya devolution, tulikuwa naongea mambo ya huduma number. Of course, it's going to have problem. Even here in the US, tumeongea story, watu walienda kotini, nini, mambo ya religious right. Kusema ati itakuwa 666 number na kila kitu. But as time went, people came to realize, hey, hii kitu inasaidia because your number, pesa kuweka, your social security benefits, retirement, pensions, inaitwa Roth IRA, whatever you call it, 401k. So some things take a while, na watu sangine tunakataa. Hata mimi kuna kitu mnaweza anza saa hizi nikatae. But as time goes, if like I did a course in management where sometimes if you want to establish something in a big corporation, let's say even like a country or a big company, and you have this monumental something, you want to introduce, it could be a new program, software, kila kitu. The best way to introduce it was introduce it in a one wave, kwa vile utapata blowback, what they call blowback from the people wale wako use the system or wataki changes. Una introduce, unaenda kutafuta one department. Unaanzia hapo. Baada ya hapo watu wataanza, na kweli hao watu sasa wameanza kupata hii benefits na hii kitu imewasaidia nini, then now it creates acceptance because some people they want to see something working fast and if it's going to be their benefit. So hata mambo ya huduma number, if you know, I know it was supposed to be it's national and everything else, and I know it's a really good idea, and that idea if I was someone, hata kama ningekuwa na pesa yangu, hata kama ni mabilion, I would invest in leaders who are going to say we have to have that because that is the only lifeline Kenya has. We cannot have a country that you're having a budget, you're borrowing money, ujui watu ni wangapi. How can you make a budget? Every one of us tuko na kwetu, kila mtu ako na kwake. If you're a person by yourself, uko na budget yako to you, uko na watoto watano, you have your own budget. You cannot have you cannot have strategize to have even income when you don't know how much the expenditure is from the people that you're catering for. You have to know how many people are there. In Kenya, hatujui. Hata watu Turkana na wangapi watu hawajui. Hata in Nairobi, we don't know how many people are there, how many people coming in and they, so we need to have that sort of accountability. Na najua hii kitu si hata ya huduma namba. I think this thing is being fought. And sorry to say, I love the courts in Kenya na kila kitu. Na najua kuna corruption na kila kitu, but I do believe hata mambo ya huduma namba, there are some elements that don't want it to be implemented in Kenya because it's going to create more accountability. That's just how I see it. That thing we need to have that's something I'm going to live and die for. We need to have huduma number. Once you have that, kila mtu, hata mtu akiwa Turkana ako na kasimu yake. Okay, anyways, I know what Penn was saying. There's that fear of abuse. It happens that up in America, people were scared of so many things. That kama wakati Obama, it might lead to abuse and everything else. It happens. If you remember, for those who know about Corona, what was it called? TPP loans. Some people even took advantage. Kuna team kama inaitwa Los Angeles Lakers, because it was considered a business with a certain number of people, not more than 100, working for it. But when you look at the revenue, they're getting billions. But there was that loophole. They were able to get the loans. They didn't need the loan. The company makes billions. So there's always going to be a person or whatever is going to exploit. Hata mambo tulikuwa naongea mambo ya 6,000. Even without the huduma number, how's that going? We need to have people, so you know people's income. Because that is 6,000, Raila anasema, mimi naenda huko nyumbani niseme, I'm not in the Kenyan system. They cannot prove how much I earn. Mimi sina pesa. Okay. So, but anyways, the debate is progressing. I like the way we are doing. I know it's going to get more heated the more May, June, July, but I love it because it's better we're having this discussion than killing each other. It's better that we're talking, and I love it. So thank you. And thank you for having me here. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mercy. Let's have the last one from Ziana. Last one. We ameenda. Keep. Last one. Keep anauza.
Alex. I'm Alex Almaliz.
Hata Temba hata tusikii sauti yako pia.
Yeah, Temba ako mute.
Si nimesema Alex.
No, ulikuwa mute. No, mimi nashukuru. The debate today was good. It was progressive. I mean, we were looking at how the governors are going to influence the politics of Kenya, and I think in all ways they are going to, because these are people who have been manning money, and they have influence. They have employed people. They have the CS, they have the money, they have the statistics, so they control hospitals. So you cannot say that they don't have any effect in regard to whether they are going to stay or they are going. And also these governors, even if they are going, they have interest who is coming. So in the event, they are going to be part of the campaign. So my thing is that devolution should continue, and anybody that supports devolution should be supported. The DP has not shown that he will support devolution to the fullest. So I think Raila has shown that he wants Kenya to remember him in terms of devolution. So if the governors have decided they're going to be on his side, I think we can support that. But at the same time, as I said before, we need a strong opposition. And that's why we also need to support Ruto in the other side, so that because the BBI was going to give him the seat of the opposition. Look, right now, the opposition leader cannot even sit in parliament. So I think we must allow the opposition leader to sit in parliament to influence it, so that we don't see all these loopholes. Also, people being bought, this reckless of MPs doing whatever they want. You are in this committee. You start behaving like you are in this committee. So my parting shot is Raila got a boost today, but I don't know what he's going to do with it. So how he's going to behave with the governors is going to be fundamental. Case study ni mtu kama Kiraitu hosted him. A few days later ni kama na yumba. But I think Raila having those governors is a good thing. So Ruto needs to also have governors ambao wanamsupport, because without those structures, we are going to we must face out the county commissioners, because they are unconstitutional. And I think once we do that, the governors, as somebody said earlier, in the future, 2032, we are going to look at governors who have performed very well. They are the ones who are going to take over. It's not going to be the CS or other people. Governors who have performed very well should be the one who should be presidential candidates. Thank you so much, Themba.
Thank you so much, Alex. Kip, toa dakika zako mbili kabla uingie job tena.
Nafikiri conversation ya leo imekuwa on a wide range of issues. Vile Alex amesema, baba leo alipata boot na inategemea vile atatumia. So personally, sioni ka it's done much, or maybe in terms of PR ndio ikue no PR in a good way, PR in a good way for advertise ndio ikue Affairs of Kenya. DP naye anabidi ya boost up, because vile watu wanaona ni asifa ako na one vile ana package hiyo chama yake UDA ni inakumbusha ile memories ya KANU. But if you follow, si ati KANU ilikuwa mbaya as a chama, but vile watu sasa walianza kuwa wabinafsi huko ndani ndio wakaribu chama. So inategemea vile personally kama sisi young people, because some of us we got kwa hiyo category ya 45 to 30 some hapo mpaka huku chini, but tunaelewa ile old system ya KANU before the new constitution na hii ya sahi. So ni ngumu sana kwa watu wengi kama wa kategori yetu wakuwe swayed kwa ile ya tribal thinking, but tuko na ile beliefs ya mtu amesimamia nini. Kama watu wenye wanasupport Mheshimiwa Raila, si ati wanasupport tu kwa sababu ya chama au kwa sababu ni kabila fulani. Kuna watu wanatoka masehemu mingi. Hata mimi vile nilianza nilikuwa na support mkubwa wa baba sana, lakini kafika sasa mahali tukakuwa na mawazo tofauti. Hiyo ndio the only difference. Sasa vile mimi naona siasa ya Kenya inaelekea kuwa na tofauti kwa mawazo, sera na vitu kama hizo. Hii change ya technology imesaidia kuinform watu wengi. Nafikiri tukiendelea hivi watu wawache siasa ya kuhusiana na kusema mambo yenye haifai, except kwa hiyo ya yenye Themba alikuwa amesema. Themba alikuwa amesema DP ameanza kutumia madoadoa. Sidhani ka hiyo ilikuwa ni intent vile mimi nilisikia, because nilikuwa na watch hiyo rally live kwa hii channel yako, na vile mimi nilielewa wakisema ni tuache kuchagua watu kwa hii chama na hii chama na hii chama, but muweke watu wa chama moja. So hivyo vile mimi nilielewa, lakini sasa toka memories from the past tumekuwa na hiyo, kuna some words or phrases watu wakisema unaanza kustuka na kuangalia nje huko kwa dirisha. So tuendelee na mjadala kama huko. Vitu kama hivi ndio inachangia kutoa hiyo ethnic tribal balkanization, na tuende sasa kwa issues, because nafikiri kwa hii channel tuko na watu wa supporters wa Baba Mudavadi, Ruto, kuna mtu, lakini tunaelewana kwa sana kwa kimawazo tu. Yeah. Nafikiri hiyo ni yangu, nataka ni
Okay, sawa. Asante. Haya, David, dakika zetu mbili za mwisho tumalize.
Pole vijana walinirusha nje. Unajua wakiweka hizo magemu zao they take a lot of bundles. Anyway, let me just answer Mercy quickly, then I give my last remarks. Mercy, it's good to think that that's the only chance someone has, and you never know when to die. But it's also good to be optimistic and think beyond death. Why I was saying that, I hope I didn't offend you, because we are good friends and we have been in the same camp. Though I changed shift, is that to me, in my own simple reasoning, the Raila Odinga presidency, we are not supporting him because an angel, but neither are we denying Ruto because a devil, but we are saying the Raila presidency seems to diffuse tension and the grudges people are holding because of the stolen or denied justice. And you see, when people are happy, when people are settled, when people feel that their interest is taken care of, we will have an economic turnaround. That's how I look at it as an individual, and I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody. The Raila presidency will diffuse that kind of tension, will regain the stolen and denied justice, and then people now start thinking forward. Ruto, on the other hand, we can't blame him because he's also looking for it the way we are saying, hii kitu ni kujitafutia. But we have been brothers in the same camp. We fought this fight together. When a chance has come, indeed, we feel he should be supporting that in as much as he's also ambitious and looking for the position. So that's what I was saying. Raila should be given a chance now that what has been a problem has been resolved. It will be much better, in my own opinion. So lastly, let me say that, Themba, thank you for the chance you've given me to comment on this. I don't want to repeat, but I want to say that let us look marching forward, put our house in order, go for that seat of presidency through Baba, and let's do all we can at our level to ensure that Baba gets the presidency. The governors, let them do their part. We have already analyzed that. I don't want to go to it. But again, we need to encourage strongly internal party democracy. Let's have leaders who can turn around our economy at the local level. We don't expect this time around watu wa kuinua mkono kwamba Themba ametosha pea yeye. You know, that one denies some good leaders a chance to change our lives at local level. So as we play national politics, let's also look what happens in our counties and have people who can change our lives, but not people just saying, you know, we're going to have people come into the camp and say, mimi nilikuwa na baba tangu mwanzo. So in as much as you are not even performing, you want us to just vote you simply because you've been supporting Baba from the beginning. We need to have performers. That's my opinion. We need to have performers right from the county all the way to national level. Then come 2027 tunaweza ongea mambo ya masi, sio?
Yeah, ni sawa. Anyways, I know David. Thanks for the Themba. I just I have like a hypothetical question, and I had this discussion with some people.
You're opening the discussion again, and you're closing. Okay, go
I
ahead.
know. This is a discussion. You can start the next topic. I'll come and join. Maybe kesho ama siku ingine. Who do you think is the biggest shadow behind Uhuru refusing Ruto? To me, I think the former President Moi, the late Moi, is playing a very big factor in what's going on now. Umeshika?
Okay, that's a good hypothetical question. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a discussion. You can do it
we
another day. Nitakuja kujoin nikukuja kuona mnafanya. I'm thinking so.
I like that hypothesis. We can come with the hypothesis of why Uhuru doesn't want Ruto.
Yes.
There are many out there, by the way. There are many.
I think Moi plays a very big factor.
There are so many. So we want to come and say what is it that happened.
It's a big game plan. Tunaiona tu tuliza boli.
So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We can have these topics kwingine. But to me nilikuwa nakaa nasema na Moi alienda, but I think Moi alikaa akaambia Uhuru usiwachie hii country hii jamaa. I mean, that's just me. Tutaongea another day. Thank you.
Okay, we want to appreciate all those who came on. Panelists, you can, for those who are here, Alex, Mercy, and David, thank you so much. Thank you, Charles, Michelle, Omi John, Caleb Tai, Arin Tai, Jeremiah Rotich, Peter Munari, and all the rest who joined us for the discussion today. We are talking about 30 plus governors going to visit the Right Honorable Prime Minister and saying that he's the one who can defend the devolution. We have listened to your conversations. There are those who agreed and there are those who thought in many ways differently. That is the fun of a debate and a conversation. So you have been informed, you have gotten the insights from all the sides. Those who think it means something, those who think it doesn't mean something. That is the benefit of us talking and listening to all of us. You also gave us your views. And again, we were out here to inform and educate. We like that you come here every day for those who are able to come in and share your views and learn. You only need 4 things to come to this forum. You need a working gadget, a phone or a computer. You need a connection, internet, so that it doesn't let you down. And also you need ideas to share. And of course, a willingness to learn. Because here you'll find people who are able to educate you and make you better. They say there's a reason as to why you have 2 ears, 2 eyes, and 1 mouth, so that you can hear more, see more, and speak less. That way you are able to gain a lot more. So thank you so much. We have to keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. And we don't want to fight, so we want to keep talking. We really want to appreciate you for joining us today. Hope again in the country called Kenya and the country that we love, whenever something is happening, we engage each other and we discuss with each other. Kindly subscribe to Motembei TV and also press that notification bell so that anytime we come on, you're able to see us. And also, when you see the link, just join. You don't need any qualification. You don't have to have gone to any school. But if you can read, as you come to share, the better. You can look at the news around and see what's happening. You'll be able to be of value to the debate. And also, as you subscribe to Motembei TV, I have also my channel, Temba Ondiege. Kindly visit there, subscribe. Thank you so much for those who have subscribed and those who have liked. We drop at least 2 videos every week. Take me to 1,000. At least naona mnanisongesha polepole. Alex, naona mnanisongesha polepole pale. David, kama bado huja subscribe, Temba Ondiege, tafadhali subscribe. Other than that,
I did.
Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate it. Alex, umesubscribe bana?
Hata ile ya Ruto kari.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you for coming to Motembei TV. See you again. Alex, David, tafadhali kuja na hiyo nini, usikuja na mawe mingi, kuja tu na mawe kidogo. Ukitupa unatupa kidogo. Najua Alex anakaa hapa na ngoja mawe pia. Ukitupa hivi.
No, I think I stopped the stones. I gave you enough, so
leo ulikuwa umekuja na Alex, uliona David amekuja na mawe kidogo hapo?
Nilisikia anasema that's impunity.
That's it.
But honestly, how? Okay, we are still on, right?
Now, let me get us offline so that tutoe hiyo ingine. Asanteni sana. See you guys later.